Chapter 123. Yijioza swore that he would look at the almanac when he went out in the future. He understood the logic. He was also prepared to be discovered by Daxu when he climbed out of the well. In fact, he had even planned his escape route hundreds of times in his mind. He had shown what moves he would use thousands of times in his mind. But he never expected that as soon as he climbed up the well, a tall shadow would be cast over his head. Spatial fluctuations and a cold, murderous aura were present. It was as if he would be beheaded if he moved rashly. Yijioza looked up in a daze and saw the iconic white bloomers of the virtual night palace. Oh fuck. So white. Did they use a carving plate? His gaze went all the way up. He saw the thin waistline and solid 8-pack abs. Through the void, he saw Gu Wei's grandfather holding a broom outside the shrine that was surrounded by the well of bone eating. He was focused on sweeping the floor. It's over. There's an innocent old man. Yijioza's scalp went numb. He placed his hands on the edge of the well and foolishly swept his gaze across the muscular man's 36D chest. Up, up, up. He stared straight at Grimjow's bruised and swollen face. Yijioza could not hold it in. Fuck. Although this stupid leopard is not dead, it is disfigured. Ha ha ha. I don't know who is so talented to specifically hit his face. No. No. Hold it in. Now is a matter of life and death. This is not the time to laugh. Fuck. Be serious. Hold it in. Fuck. Laugh a little longer. Grimjow flew into a rage out of humiliation. The spiritual pressure suddenly increased. Just as he was about to beat Yijioza back to the bottom of the well in anger, a pale hand stopped him and stopped his actions. Lord Aizen said to bring her back. Urquiola said in a deep voice. Don't do anything unnecessary. Hey. Grimjow clenched his fists and sneered. You're really a loyal dog? Urquiola ignored him. He just stared at Yijioza quietly. I told you, don't try to run away, woman. Yijioza could no longer smile. He could still fool a leopard, but it was too scary to face a winged Vastad. Not to mention Chunxia. Even the Emperor Emeritus couldn't do it. Why are they waiting here to catch him? Aizen again. Why are there Aizen everywhere? So the question was, how was he going to escape? How was he going to escape the fate of being captured alive? Yijioza took a deep breath. Not only did he not cower, he even thought of a few brain teasers. In a life and death situation, in a prisoner's stall, the first thing to do was to use the power of words to make the kidnapper relax. He had to say something to ease the atmosphere so that he could fight for a better opportunity. Yijioza had the courage to cut off all means of retreat and decided to please the kidnapper to prevent them from killing the hostage midway. Thus, he praised Grimjow for the first time. He looked at the hole in his abdomen and said seriously, "Your hole is really round." Grimjow was speechless. Urquiola was speechless. The atmosphere at the scene fell into a strange silence. Yijioza slowly used his strength to pull his body up. His knees were half kneeling on the edge of the well. His face was facing Grimjow's waistband. This distance was just right. Yijioza was at the edge of courting death. For example, the full moon on the 15th of August brings with it the yearning of a wanderer. Ah, my motherland, my motherland. Why are my eyes always filled with tears? Because my love for your hole is deep. Grimjow was speechless. Urquiola was speechless. Daxu, who was at the level of Vastad, had never felt the power of the motherland. Yijioza's affectionate recitation across time and space was earth-shattering. With a strong sense of longing and painful parting, it was truly transmitted to Daxu's heart. He felt the same way and felt goosebumps rise on his skin. At this moment, it was as if spring had returned to the earth. Between heaven and earth, only Yijioza was so outstanding. As the saying goes, attack when you least expect it. Yijioza was quick-witted and felt that the time to test his survival in this desperate situation had come. He threw away his dignity and integrity. He half knelt at the mouth of the well and flipped his long hair in a flirtatious manner. The next second, he turned his head and looked up at Urquiola at a 45-degree angle. He used the famous ultimate move of the goddess in Hong Kong and threw an electrifying twitch of his eyes. Hello, boy. Urquiola was stunned. In the blink of an eye, Gyoza grabbed Grimjow's waistband and pulled hard. Leopard was a pitiful straight man. He lived such a rough life that even his waistband was fastened. Gyoza's move was as fierce as a tiger's. How could his waistband stand up to the pressure? He immediately died. The big white bloomers of Las Noches slid down Grimjow's buttocks. This burly man, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, subconsciously clamped his legs together and covered his crotch with his hands. Gyoza threw out the 5-direction travel technique without hesitation. Although a few seconds of immobilization was short, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In just a few seconds, Gyoza had smoothly flattered, winked at Leopard, pulled up his waistband, and immobilized his body. In the end, he leaped into the air in an instant and executed the pure young great lightness skill without restraint. He was bound to be hunted down by the 2 Daxu. Before that, he had to find a place to hide. He had heard that Aizen ordered him to be brought back, not to kill him. As such, his life was still safe. As long as his life was not in danger, he could do whatever he wanted. After a few seconds, the immobilization was dispelled. However, in the shrine, the atmosphere between the 2 Daxu was extremely stiff. 2 blades of the top 10 Daxu of Virtual Night Temple can't even catch a woman. They probably don't want to live anymore when they go back. This woman, Grimjow roared and flashed. Urkiola interrupted him. Don't attract the Grim Reaper. Damn it. Aizen had a deeper plan. No one knew what his intentions were, but it was a real order to bring Gyoza back. If the commotion was too big and attracted the Grim Reaper, that woman would probably disappear without a trace. Urkiola's eyes darkened. Although he did not know why, based on the current situation, Gyoza's value was far greater than Inoue Oraheim's. Then, what went wrong that made Aizen-sama give up on repairing the Hogyoku and want to bring back this woman? What did he overlook? Grimjow flew into a rage and tried to tie his belt into a dead knot. However, he used too much force and broke the belt. He was stunned for 3 seconds. Then, he roared and threw the belt away like he was throwing away his brain. Then, he simply took off his pants and turned into the Panther King's white bones without any hesitation. I'd like to see how she's going to strip me of my bones. Urkiola was speechless. He suspected that Grimjow beside him had been driven crazy. Urkiola revealed a Buddhist expression. After a moment of silence, he reached out and pulled out his belt. After hesitating for a moment, he tied the belt into a dead knot. Grimjow was speechless. Urkiola thought for a moment and felt that this was not safe. He tore off the belt and made it look like a section of the Panther King. Very good. What can she do with the jumpsuit? How can she do it? Grimjow was speechless. The Panther King suspected that Urkiola beside him might have gone crazy. The 2 crazy Daxu chased after them. In order not to provoke the Grim Reaper, their actions were extremely secretive. They did not even use Void Flash. Gyoza was a cunning person. When he saw their actions, he immediately felt that there was something going on. When he first met Urkiola, this guy was so far away from Tokyo. He could use Void Flash without blinking. And Grimjow, with his bad temper, could actually hold back from using a big move. Did the sun rise from the west? The sun was still bright. It was not good to see ghosts in the day. It seemed that they had a reason to stop. Gyoza narrowed his eyes, clicked his tongue, and thought for a while. He turned around and headed to a small park nearby. There were a few kittens there, and a few workers feeding pigeons. He chose a slightly further distance to test the waters and found that the 2 really did not do anything to him. Gyoza's mind suddenly became active. What was he waiting for? He thought of a good place where he could definitely get rid of the 2. Gyoza turned left and right and gradually ran towards the haunted house in the suburbs. However, Urkiola was very smart and immediately realized his intention. Without hesitation, he reached out and formed the thunder gun. He aimed and threw it. His standard throwing posture was comparable to that of an Olympic athlete. He threw it a long distance and steadily stabbed the gun into the ground in front of Gyoza. Boom! There was an explosion and smoke and dust scattered. Gyoza came to a sudden stop. He took a deep breath and looked back vigilantly. He understood that it was not that the 2 did not want to kill, but that they were not in the mood to do so at the moment. If he took an inch and wanted a mile, the two would not hesitate to do anything. What else could he do? He could only draw his sword and fight. A real man would not back down even if it was 2 against 1, who had not run into robbers on their way to business. Yigyoza activated his sitting oblivion to reduce damage. He grabbed the pot lid and threw it at Urkiola. Songyun's ultimate skill, Flying Shield, would chase after the enemy if it did not hit them. He wanted to see what Urkiola could do. As expected, the pot lid flew into the air and chased after the Daxu. However, the enemy was obviously much smarter. With one hit from the thunder gun, the pot lid was cut into pieces. Yigyoza was furious. He took out a bunch of pot lids from his backpack. I'm warning you, if you want to fly, don't come down from the ground. Like a frisbee, he used Flying Shield to smash the pot lids one by one. 10 to 20 pot lids flew into the air, reflecting the hot sunlight like a UFO. The explosion in the air attracted the attention of the visitors and staff in the haunted house. Grimjow roared and pounced. Yigyoza used 9 turns to 1 to send him back to where he came from. He also took out the catmint and threw it into the air. Instinctively, Grimjow's eyes followed the catmint, but he resisted the urge to pounce. Yigyoza lowered his body and used his ultimate skill, Endless Life, to cut Grimjow's shoulder. After all, he had raised a cat for a while. In the end, he did not have the heart to kill him. It was one thing to want to be cruel, but it was another thing to be cruel. The inner energy of pure young martial arts was endless. As long as he had enough energy to replenish his energy and his body was not seriously injured, he could continue to fight even without a healer. Sharp Pure Yang, a flag on the line. You woman. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Grimjow's eyes were red. He bared his extremely long fangs and rushed over. Yigyoza was extremely calm. In an instant, he spent 30 seconds to buy 300 pieces of watermelon rinds from the shop. Secret technique. 6 harmonies, watermelon rind, supreme. He used his chi to do Tai Chi. The 300 pieces of watermelon rinds surrounded his body and were thrown to the ground one by one. It was like a green carpet, covering the entire ground. Grimjow's front paws stepped on the rind, and its path began to deviate. Its body drifted and its hind paws hit its front paws. The cat's butt landed on the ground instantly. Its speed was as fast as a slide. It spun in circles and rolled from one end of the forest to the other end of the pond. You woman! He crawled out of the pond with difficulty. His head was covered with green water plants. Yigyoza saw this and said bitterly, Grimjow, why did you turn green? The leopard was so angry that it lost its mind. The light on its body became more and more solid. At that moment, Yigyoza's face suddenly changed. He didn't know where he got his courage, but he took out the pottery jar in his backpack and rushed forward. He grabbed the leopard's hand and tightened the opening of the jar. The blue Wong Su flash exploded inside with a bang. Grimjow's face was extremely distorted. Yigyoza hurriedly removed the pottery jar and weighed it with all his strength. What the fuck? It's so hard. It's not broken. Damn it, the 3 months were really worth it. Hey, Grimjow, your claws. Grimjow's claws exploded. Blood dripped. White bones mixed with flesh exploded. It really did look like it was broken. Don't be afraid. You still have sisters, Wa. Cheer up. As a messenger of justice, Yigyoza couldn't let the cat he had raised suffer like this. He took out the catmint and stuffed it into the pottery jar and quickly put a hood on Grimjow's head. Grimjow, as a man, you have to be strong and cheer up. The leopard collapsed on the ground. It felt that the human world was extremely cold. Only the water plants on its head had some warmth. Urkiola finished off the last pot lid. He looked carefully and found that his stupid teammate was already on the ground. He was silent for a second, then immediately lowered his body and quietly approached Yigyoza from behind. He landed on the ground, reached out his hand, and slowly attacked the back of Yigyoza's neck. At that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was accompanied by a strong spiritual power. Something strange was moving left and right, and at a strange angle. It suddenly flew past his cheek and fiercely scratched a bloody mark. That thing hit the tree with a bang and made a small round hole. It spun and spun endlessly, and even black smoke came out from the friction. With the passage of time, it stopped spinning, revealing a light green coat. Gyoza was speechless. Urkiola was speechless. They all stared at the explosive and murderous tennis ball in silence. Then, they turned their heads at the same time and looked at the nearby human? A boy. It was a boy who was no more than 5 meters tall. He was wearing a baseball cap and had a pair of watery cat eyes. There was still a sense of awe in his eyes. He was holding the tennis racket and was still in the position of making the outside spin serve. Seeing that he was being watched, he pursed his lips, pressed down on his cap, and made a cool pose. "Hey, big sister over there, you should run. You can leave this to me." Hiss, Gyoza gasped. His brain suddenly became Billy, and countless bullet comments flooded his mind. Hashtag shocking. The tennis boy did this to Daxu. Hashtag scary. Find out all the superpowered people we've met over the years. Hashtag must click on it. How can a small tennis ball produce nuclear power? Hashtag remember. Never say the following to a woman. Hashtag Gyoza opened and closed his mouth. He was completely dumbfounded. His brain was a mess. All he could think of was the young faces of the Ice Emperor Tennis Club members. Tennis, fucking tennis ball. This 5-meter tall boy could see Daxu play a tennis ball with spiritual power and cause damage to Daxu. That's incredible. Then how strong are those guys in the Ice Emperor Tennis Club? What was wrong with his brain? Why did he think that those boys needed to be protected? What the fuck? Looking at the bunch of fighters he let go, he regretted it so much. But he knew that this kid was a little naughty. What did he mean by big sister over there? Don't you know how to talk? Didn't you see how handsome I was when I defeated Baozi Su? Also, you brat, why did you provoke Vastad? Run away. Gyoza wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Urkiola teleported, grabbed Ryoma Ekizun's neck, and lifted him up. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it. Ryoma Ekizun kicked with all his might, but he was not hurt at all. Urkiola snapped his fingers and said, "Bring Grimjow over, or else." He shook Ryoma Ekizun in his hand. Gyoza dragged Grimjow over and put him into the black hole. Urkiola stared at him as he entered the black hole. Then, he stepped in as well. He reached out his hand and threw Ryoma Ekizun out. Gyoza clung to the mouth of the black cavity that was about to close and shouted, "Little brother, help me go to Tokyo and pass a message to someone called Takashi Natsume." He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Tennis, save the world." Ryoma Ekizun was speechless. What the hell? The black cavity completely closed, and the strange woman and man disappeared without a trace. Ryoma Ekizun rubbed his neck and stared at that place in a daze. Not long after, the members of the youth tennis club ran over and finally found Ryoma Ekizun. "Ryoma, your neck?" Heiichiro Dashi stared at the black circle around his neck in shock. His fingers trembled. "The national competition is coming soon. Who did this to you?" The members of the tennis club glanced at the melon peels, the broken pot lid, and the tennis ball embedded in the tree hole. For some reason, they felt a chill in their hearts. What happened here? They had agreed to come to the haunted house together on the weekend to test their courage. Unexpectedly, there were continuous explosions outside, and a good holiday had turned into a violent heartbeat. Vaguely, there seemed to be a figure flying in the sky. Then, the little guy suddenly left the team and ran toward that area. The crowd was crowded, and there were more police officers. They searched for a long time before they found him. Ryoma Ekizun touched the black circle around his neck, and all the naivety in his eyes disappeared. He became serious and stubborn. "Senpai, let's go back to Tokyo first. I will tell you slowly. By the way, I have to ask the director." Ryoma Ekizun looked up at Tezuka Guogwang. "I remember that the director's family seems to have someone working in the police station." Tezuka Guogwang pushed his glasses and nodded. "Please, we have to investigate a person." "Who?" "I think his name is Natsume. Takashi?" When Shemu Gueiji climbed to the top of the well, he found 2 belts on the side. Adhering to the good habit of picking up trash on the ground, he picked up the 2 belts. The cat teacher sniffed lightly. What's wrong, cat teacher?" Don't throw it. The cat teacher lowered his voice. The smell of the strongest among the resentful spirits. I remember that it's called void. He jumped down from Natsum's shoulder, paced back and forth, and put on the posture of a police dog. He sniffed the ground hard. Take these 2 belts. We'll go to Tokyo as soon as possible. What the hell is going on? The king of the void has come to the present world, and the chaos is not far away, the cat teacher said. The spiritual energy is chaotic and violent, and there will be more and more space cracks. We have to hurry and inform all parties to prepare for battle. Remember, Natsum, the cat teacher said in a deep voice. The present world of humans is very fragile. Once a powerful existence from another plane comes, the space crack of this world will be torn apart. The space crack will become bigger and bigger. The demons from other planes will use this place as a hunting ground. The flesh and blood of humans is the best tonic. In an instant, Natsum's hair stood on end. 1,000 years ago, the Grand Onmyoji Saimai strengthened the barrier of the present world, but now, the cat teacher closed his eyes. Let's go, Natsum. The 2 Daxu chased after Yigyoza, and the strange woman's fate was unknown. The present world's chaos was coming. There was no time to waste. The Grim Reaper, there's an alliance with the Grim Reaper. Natsum, humans also need a decent alliance. The cat teacher said, once the present world is destroyed, the vitality of the plane will be drained, and the consequences will be unimaginable. He rose from the ground and turned into a huge demon beast. Relying on the fact that humans couldn't see him, he picked up Natsum and put him on his back. He stepped on the demon cloud and rose into the sky, approaching Tokyo at the fastest speed. Hueco Mundo, a vast white desert, dark sky, deserted trees, and skeletons. The monotonous colors and extremely simple lines outlined an empty world. This was the place where the evil spirits gathered, and also the Holy Land derived from Daxu. It was filled with spiritual particles denser than the Soul Society, and it was also filled with the stench of death stronger than the purgatory. Ichigo Kurosaki and his teammates stood together with Saishomaru. Behind him, the 5 dogs sniffed the smell in the wind, and the dogs had dignified expressions on their faces. The smell of the void was too strong, as if there were many strong enemies in front of them. Look, there's a white building. Rukia reached out and pointed in the distance. Is that Las Noches Palace? Woof. Aizen responded, but its voice was weak. What's wrong? Uchiha Madara asked. Is it not? Aizen sighed. Hueco Mundo is very big, and so is Las Noches Palace. Those buildings may seem close, but in fact, they are very far away. According to the distance they descended, it would take a day and a night to reach Las Noches Palace, even if they flew. Saishomaru frowned. We have to go. Huh. The silver-haired man in white stretched out his fluffy tail and strangled their waists as if he was giving alms. Riding on the snow-white demon cloud, he chose the air route and advanced at full speed toward Las Noches Palace. The dogs were silent. In the days without Yigyoza, they had lost the replenishment of spiritual energy, and even their bodies were much weaker. It was as if something was stealing their vitality and strength. Just by absorbing a little bit of spiritual particles, they could feel it flowing away. It was like water seeping through a funnel, and it couldn't be stopped. On the other hand, Saishomaru, Uchiha Madara, and Gilgamesh didn't seem to be weak at all. Seeing this, Aizen, Yoshi Asakura, and the 9 Orchid Flower all fell into deep thought. Why was it that even though they were in the same situation, they weren't affected at all? Even if the loss of spiritual energy slowed down the recovery of their injuries, they still had the energy to unleash a large-scale killing move. Why did they have different lives compared to dogs? Since they were at a disadvantage in front of their peers, they couldn't be unreasonable in their own nest, so they had to get back at them from the outside. Aizen pondered for a moment. Do you see that Las Noches Palace? What? Matsong Hao looked up at Xiong Mingming. We'll tear it down later. Yoshi Asakura was speechless. As a human, they destroyed the world. As a dog, they were a demolition team? From destroying the world to a demolition team, they were just a dog's distance. It seemed that even if they were dogs, Their destructive power was still between a dog's A and a dog's C. Yijioza was brought back to Las Noches Palace. Once again, he walked through the familiar stairs, passed through the long corridor, and arrived in front of Aizen. There was no one around. Bah, who else in Las Noches Palace besides him? This was probably Aizen's palace. Other than Urquiola and his Wang Su, there was only him, Aizen, a dark-skinned blind man, and a white-haired squinty man. Yijioza stared at Aizen expressionlessly. This guy was the same as ever. He had a fake smile on his face, combed his hair back, and kept a bunch of thick ahogue. He sat on the chair very pretentiously and looked at him mockingly. "You can't escape," he chuckled. "Oh, why are you chasing after me all day long? Have you fallen in love with me?" Yijioza sneered, his killing intent off the charts. Everyone was speechless. What the hell? He had been caught time and time again. He had had enough. Why did you have to drag him along? To be honest, he couldn't get hard in front of a tough guy like you. He only had one thing in mind: long hair, gentleness, and beauty. Fuck, you're a fairy. Look at this Aizen in front of him. Short hair, sinister, and crazy. Fuck, you idiot. Go to hell. Let me tell you, I'm not interested in a phoenix guy like you. Yijioza carefully recalled the 3 days of bloody battle on Weibo. He filtered through the images of Mommy's boy, Phoenix Guy, Chauvinist, and finally chose the ugly character of Phoenix Guy. He still remembered that there was a Weibo post where a girl to his taste married a Phoenix Guy. In the end, she was squeezed dry of her last drop of blood. Fine, he didn't have a girl. That scumbag didn't cherish a girl. It was because he had torn her apart that the memory was still fresh. And now, looking at Aizen, wasn't he a Phoenix Guy? You don't know what Phoenix Guy means, right? Hee. Yijioza didn't give him a chance to speak. He angrily said, "Your virtual night palace is like a village. You're like the only university student in the village. You're the hope and pride of the village. If you don't like it, tell me. Be careful, the whole village won't let me go. I'm a fucking man. A weak girl. Ever since I married into your virtual night palace, I've had to wake up early and work late to feed your family." Yijioza complained. "You've got to wake up early and cook 100 portions, lunch 100 portions, and dinner 100 portions. Not only that, you want me to take care of the kids, Grimjow. You want me to guide the mentality of a reclusive teenager, Urquiola. And you let them bully me. Even if I can't afford to offend you, can't I just avoid you?" Yijioza shouted himself hoarse. "Now, I just returned to my parents' home, and you've already caught me. You beast in human skin. You beast in human skin. You ruined my life. There's no good in your village. You're all human traffickers. You kidnap pure and cute female university students." Yijioza pointed at Aizen's nose and scolded, "God is watching, I'll tell you. If you don't believe me, look up and see who will be spared by the heavens." The last sentence was powerful, and the rumbling echo echoed in Aizen's palace. It was as if it would linger for 3 days. "Aizen, this woman, is she really a guardian?" "Urquiola, I don't know how to describe this woman. Is she really not afraid of death?" Smile-eyed and blind. Although they only understood half of what was said, it didn't stop them from feeling. Seeing Aizen get scolded was really satisfying. Finally, sorry, they didn't know that there was a saying in the modern world: never reason with a woman. Why should I reason with a woman? She's not reasonable at all. However, it was too late. When Yijioza started to do whatever he wanted, he was the incarnation of 100 huskies. "My sister Zay, you're so beautiful and full of words." Yijioza sneered and started to leave. Who knew that Aizen, behind him, suddenly burst out a burst of Ryatsu, and it was as if the sun was pressing down on him. Yijioza directly activated the meditative state, held his sword, and waited. Aizen didn't say anything and pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and began to decipher. Shatter, Kyoka. Since he can't let this woman be a puppet, then he'll hypnotize her. Immersing herself in the beautiful dream he created, he'll get the information he wants. However, Aizen didn't know that with Yijioza's combat power, he could even play tricks with the Manjikyu Sharingan's illusion, let alone a simple dream decipher. He paused for a second and looked at the back that was beginning to fade away and the pale light around him. It was a strange feeling. It was as if there was a layer of plastic wrap around him, isolating him from reality. This kind of familiar pattern, this kind of habitual pattern. Oh, it's a genjutsu. Yi Jioza's delicate body trembled. Damn, it's time to compete with acting skills. He represents the pinnacle of Huaxia's Oscars, and he won't admit defeat. Yi Jioza pretended to be sleepy, half closed his eyes, and slightly let go of the sword in his hand. His aura changed from domineering to soft, as if he changed from a tiger to a cat, and he had a very obedient feeling. Aizen nodded with satisfaction. Tell me, are you a guardian? Yi Jioza calmly analyzed, thought for a while, and saw through it. Yes. What are you guarding? Radish. Aizen. The hand holding the Zanpakuto trembled slightly. What radish? Did I turn into a radish? How is that possible? I've never turned into a plant before. A thick and long radish. Yi Jioza thought of his lost brother Eagle and was heartbroken. A cute radish of 18 centimeters. It's hard, tall, energetic, beautiful, and has a warm temperature. I want to protect it for the rest of my life. Everyone, for some reason, they felt that this radish was a bit forget it. Aizen took a deep breath, only to feel the veins on his forehead throbbing. Where did you put the radish? Yi Jioza calmly analyzed, thought for a while, and decided to recharge. I put it in the Soul Society. I owe a lot of money. I want to use money to exchange for the radish. The radish, suspected to be the real body, can be exchanged with money? Although Aizen had doubts in his heart, the power of the catoptric deflection should not lie. How much do you owe? Yi Jioza laughed sinisterly in his heart. 5 billion. See if I can't play with you. Is it fun to burn my black card? Spit out as much as you've burned. Haha, hiding your achievements and fame. However, at this moment, Yi Jioza did not know that his dogs drove the Susanoo to the wilderness in the suburbs and destroyed dozens of streets in Tokyo. He also did not know that his dogs were on their way here, preparing to tear apart Aizen until it went bankrupt and had no energy left to blow out a single cent. Chapter 124. Rather than saying that Aizen believed Yi Jioza's side of the story, it would be better to say that he was too blindly following the ability of Moon in the Mirror. Did he plunder Aizen? Add Medicine Palm to Nashuan 2? Tear Turbulence? It was precisely because he had stolen it and truly felt the power of the main body that he was conceited. He felt that the ability of Moon in the Mirror was unparalleled. After all, Aizen? Add Medicine Palm to Chu Shueple? Zhaowei Praying? Long Benzine? Gaowan Tua Hibiscus? Yin Pu? Huan Ke? What about Pan Shimeng? It was a killing weapon comparable to a Spirit King. How could such a tyrant succumb to reality? How could he be willing to be ordinary? He always believed that as long as the main body didn't die, he would definitely take back everything. Therefore, after sensing the existence of the main body, he couldn't sleep day and night. And he made up his mind to nip all adverse factors in the bud. It was ridiculous to say that the main body had become a carrot, but it was not impossible. The Soul Society was a part of his chessboard. There was no difference between taking action earlier and later. Aizen pondered for a moment. He found Yoshi Asakura. The two of them talked for a while and reached a temporary consensus. Yoshi Asakura would go to the Soul Society to destroy the main body, and Aizen promised to hand it over to the Guardian after the matter was completed. Yoshi Asakura casually brought 2 tin blades. He opened a black hole that led straight to the Soul Society. He knew that Aizen did not have good intentions, but he was not a good person either. He chose the second, tin blades, Bailey, and the 10th, tin blades, Yimi. The former had the talent of decay of all things. The latter had the physique of constantly growing stronger. And these two things were both things that he needed. He was a plunderer. And also the successor of Yoshi Asakura, it was not a big problem to destroy and devour the 2 tin blades, one by one. But compared to plundering Daxu's ability, he cared more about the Guardian. The Guardian was a soul carefully selected by the main brain, and they often had special features. They were powerful, but they were also prey. As long as he devoured a Guardian and plundered everything from them, then disguised himself as a guardian. Then, he would be able to come into contact with the real bodies of all kinds of people and rear them, selling them to the predators who needed them as commodities. The more he plundered, the more he would be able to accumulate enough capital to survive. In the Soul Society, he would do his best to complete the task of destroying his original body, but the most important thing was to devour as much energy as possible. The more varied his skills were, the more he wouldn't be at a disadvantage in a fight. After Yoshiasakura left, Aizen smiled and sat in front of the hall with a collapsing jade in hand. His colleague was very naive. He had only given him 2 tin blades, but he really thought that he had gotten a bargain. Although Bailey and Yami were valuable, compared to the big plan, they were just a small dish and not worth mentioning at all. So what if it was devoured? In the Soul Society, there was still the Soul Society's 13 divisions, and each captain was not someone to be trifled with, plus the existence of the original body. Yoshiasakura was just a test stone he selected. The other party died in the Soul Society, which meant that the 13 divisions must have been damaged, and he could take advantage of it. The other party returned to the Palace of Void Night alive, which proved that the Soul Society had suffered heavy losses, and he could open the black hole and go to the modern world to start a massacre. No matter what the result was, Yoshiasakura was just a chess piece, and that was all. Not to mention the conspiracy theories on this side. The hypnotized Ichioza had already followed Urkiola's footsteps and returned to his simple residence. The 5th, Tin Blades, Nutra was a full-on dirty jokes. He followed them for a long time, and his mouth was full of dirty jokes along the way. Urkiola, is she really hypnotized? Nutra smiled evilly. You see, she won't even resist. Does she really not have any thoughts? Ichioza was speechless. Big brother, I don't fucking mess with you, do I? Why the fuck did you mess with me? What are you talking about? Urkiola glanced at him coldly. Nutra, your palace is not in this direction. Oh, Tisk, you want to take her back to the palace? Nutra understood. Oh, we are both men. Why are you pretending? Do you think I don't know what's going on in your head? Urkiola stopped, and his right hand moved like lightning, slamming the noisy guy next to him into the wall. Accompanied by the dust, his dark green eyes were very cold. You are very noisy, Noitora. Well, did I hit the nail on the head? Noitora smiled mischievously. Urkiola, do you want to try? She is already hypnotized, even if you order her to take off her clothes. Boom. Noitora's body, which was more than 2 meters tall, was thrown out and stuck in the wall of the long corridor. He sprinted forward in a straight line, exploding countless stones and dust along the way. After a while, he was stuck in the wall, his long legs slightly twitching, as if he had not recovered his breath. It's meaningless. Urkiola retracted his hand. You are really trash, Noitora. After saying that, he walked forward without looking sideways. Ichioza paused for a moment, then slowly followed. When passing by Noitora's side, Ichioza looked at his upper body stuck in the wall, and his eyes slowly turned to his lower body. There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it, and you broke into the doorless hell. You provoked me, bullied me, humiliated me. Although my phantom limb is a little painful, this revenge must be done. Ichioza raised his foot and fiercely stepped on Noitora's crotch. Immediately, he stood on his tiptoes and pressed down hard. Noitora's 4 limbs twitched violently, and he began to struggle. He screamed and blasted the wall with his long hand. He stood up shakily, bent over, and clutched his vitals. His face was pale. He stared at Urkiola's back. Why did you do this? Ichioza calmly played the role of an ignorant blockhead. Urkiola looked back. You are too noisy. If it was too noisy, it should be thrown away. This was his usual practice. Urkiola. Noitora did not suspect Ichioza at all. Instead, he focused his hatred on Vastad. You threw it at me, and I don't care. But you stepped on my crotch. Why? Urkiola paused strangely, and his green eyes turned to Ichioza. Ichioza's face was expressionless, and his eyes were unfocused, as if he did not feel anything. He was looking at him. He was looking at her, and she was looking at the floor. This subtle movement was immediately imagined by Noitora as a domineering CEO falling in love with me. If you dare to tease my woman, I will destroy your crotch, and you will never be a real man again. Fuck. This is so infuriating. I have never seen someone who values a lover more than a friend. Noitora raised the holy weeping mantis in his hand and roared as he charged at Urkiola. He was tall and slender, and when he went all out, he was like a predatory mantis. His speed was unbelievably fast. He leaped from the ground with his long legs, but he forgot that the corridor at this end was only 3 meters high. Thus, under Urkiola's Buddha-like gaze, Noitora smashed into the ceiling with a bang due to the strong inertia. His expression immediately changed, and he howled miserably as he clutched his skull and fell to the ground. He had become a dead mantis. Urkiola was speechless. Yi Gyoza was speechless. Look up if you don't believe me. Who has the heavens spared? The heavens have not spared anyone, but the heavens have spared the dogs. Just as Yoshiasakura arrived at the Soul Society, Aizen personally led the troops to the modern world. Saishomaru, with a bunch of helpers, descended in front of the main entrance of the Palace of Night Silence. Everyone was startled by the sight of the tall and magnificent building. They never thought that the void circle, which only had sand and black sky, could have such a magnificent palace. Even if it was only a simple black and white color, it was filled with a strong and somber atmosphere. There was an aura of extreme danger there. Kurosaki Ichigo took the lead, drew out his Zanpakuto, and immediately rushed in. His companions entered one after another, and with the halo of a messenger of justice, disappeared in a few leaps. Only Saishomaru and the 5 dogs were left standing in the same place, until the sound of fighting came from inside. Only then did they raise their eyes to look at the other entrance of the Palace of Night Silence. Saishomaru never did superfluous things. The reason why he condescendingly brought this group of strange humans was to let them walk through the main entrance. Only when the group of people attracted the firepower in front could they find another entrance and directly reach their master. As for the group of teenagers, how could they grow without experiencing the flames of war? With the orange-haired girl around, they probably wouldn't die, right? Saishomaru pulled out the Tensei Fong, leaped up from the ground, and disappeared into the night sky. The 5 dogs also dispersed, with no intention of cooperating at all. They were used to being alone and felt uncomfortable working together. Chapter 125. The Void Night Palace was too big. It was unimaginably big. It was simply an empty and desolate labyrinth. So, getting lost in such a godforsaken place. There was nothing shameful about it. Uchiha Madara mentally prepared himself and rushed left and right along the winding corridor. He followed the traces of spiritual pressure and quickly moved forward. The tip of his nose twitched. The pitch-black figure of the Tibetan Mastiff disappeared into the edge. After hiding his presence, he saw a 2-meter-tall, slender Daxu turn the corner and walk over slowly. The Daxu was wearing a pure white robe. There was a gray footprint on his crotch. He rubbed his dizzy head as if he had just woken up. He was not vigilant of his surroundings at all. Damn woman. Nutra's 2 long legs trembled as he staggered forward. He clamped his sore vitals. This kind of woman. Which man could stand this kind of woman? Yi Gyoza's all-out kick did not have the inexperience and ignorance of a young girl at all. On the contrary, she seemed to understand a man's vital weakness very well. She grabbed the weak spot and twisted it hard, causing him to be in so much pain, even if it was a hollow man. He did not lack the necessary parts. The pain that he should have was also multiplied. Although hollow men did not need children, they did not have a strong desire to reproduce. But it did not mean that their lower body was an extra piece of meat, whether it was hollow or human. As long as it was a male, they would care. Damn it, it was still very painful. Why did the Binjiu break their face? Couldn't they strengthen this part? It was so fucking painful. Nutra originally wanted to find trouble with Yi Gyoza, but his head hit the ceiling and his mind was very chaotic. And when he woke up, that bastard Urkiola had already abducted the woman. TSK, sooner or later, he would die on a woman's stomach. After Nutra cursed Urkiola, he gradually rushed towards Uchiha Madara's hiding place. He was indeed very muddle-headed, but he was still the 5th-ranked, 10 blades. The Void Knight Palace was incomparably magnificent, but the interior layout was extremely monotonous. Hiding in the light and shadows was not enough to cover one's tracks. What's more, Uchiha Madara had never learned how to suppress his spiritual pressure in the Soul Society. Even though he was a dog, his luck and power were as dazzling as the sun. Unless the Nutra was blind, it was impossible for it not to sense it. Where did this reptile come from? Nutra's eyes turned cold as he instantly drew out the holy weeping mantis. He had just suffered a setback and had nowhere to vent the anger in his heart. Coincidentally, there was someone who didn't have eyes and delivered himself to his doorstep. It was the perfect opportunity to test out his knife. Uchiha Madara's spiritual pressure was thick and heavy, and he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Nutra immediately unlocked the holy weeping mantis and assumed a fighting stance. How could Uchiha Madara not accept the challenge? Provocative posture, the pressure of a strong person, and the passion of a warmonger hints. Slowly, at the intersection of light and shadow, a tall, majestic, murderous dog. Nutra's face instantly cracked. A dog. Wait, its fur was shiny. There was no void hole, no bone armor. It was really a dog. How could it be? Impossible. A dog's spiritual pressure was comparable to that of a Daxu? A dog's aura could challenge the 10 blades alone? No. Nutra suddenly felt that his hundreds of years of false life had been wasted on a dog. He was not a broad-minded hollow, and he could not bear to see anyone, or even a dog, living better than him. Every time he encountered a strong opponent, he had to defeat them. This was his creed as a hollow, and it was also his madness as the 10 blades. Nutra waved the holy weeping mantis and had just assumed an attacking stance when his left foot suddenly stepped forward. The crotch of his pants was suddenly lifted, and it fiercely grazed his sore vital spot. Nutra was speechless. He abruptly withdrew from his attacking stance and rotated the holy weeping mantis into a defensive position, blocking Uchiha Madara's fierce attack. Although the Tibetan Mastiff's body was large, its movements were very agile. During the attack and defense, Nutra was often forced to change his pace, and during the large movements, Nutra's expression became more and more terrifying. It hurt so much. Uchiha Madara swept his gaze over his lower body. His furry face did not show any expression, but he was very surprised. Until he looked carefully at the position of the footprints, Uchiha Madara was speechless. As a man, it seemed that he shouldn't be so ruthless. However, the other party was a hollow, an enemy, and a completely different race. Why did he feel guilty? Uchiha Madara avoided the holy weeping mantis and suddenly crouched down to the front of Nutra. With a kick of his hind legs, he was as fierce as a tiger, and his fangs were white, as if he was about to bite the enemy's neck. Nutra quickly returned to defense, but he did not expect the dog in front of him to suddenly bend his body and flip backward in a back jump style. In an instant, two strong and powerful hind legs, with unparalleled force, stepped heavily on his sore vitals. The Tibetan Mastiff used the force to leap and avoid the long sword that cut his waist. Dax's face suddenly changed, and his whole body trembled like a chaff. A second critical hit. His heart was broken along with his balls. Nutra covered his crotch and leaned weakly against the wall. The 2-meter-tall man could not hold back his tears, and his body fell miserably, curling up like a shrimp on the cold ground. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. It was too painful. It was a feeling more painful than death. Uchiha Madara walked over with a noble and cold dog face. His Sharingan could control humans and tailed beasts, but he had never experimented on hollow. To be safe, he did not open his Sharingan during the battle. But now, taking advantage of Daxu's defeat and the collapse of his consciousness, he could try it. Uchiha Madara opened his Sharingan and dragged Nutra into the illusion. With the convenience of hypnosis, he wanted to read the topographic map of Silent Night Temple, but he did not expect that Nutra would lose his mind due to the pain and say everything that should be said and shouldn't be said. Nutra, the former 8th blade of the 10 blades, formed a 2-person team with a female voider named Neliel. Neliel was very powerful and was the third-ranked Antelope Knight. Her steadiness, dependability, forbearance, and obedience made Najtra feel an indescribable jealousy. He was an extreme male chauvinist and had a deep prejudice against women. Because he couldn't bear to see a woman suppress him, he colluded with his colleagues, schemed against Neliel, and threw her seriously injured out of Silent Night Temple. Since then, he has changed from the number 8 of the 10 blades to the number 5. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, and he really looked down on Nutra's despicable behavior. Gender bias, conspiracy, jealousy. Heh. If he dared to challenge the Antelope Knight alone and get to this position with his strength, Kuroto would still look up to him. Unfortunately, he was just a schemer. Uchiha Madara kicked Nutra, and seeing that he didn't respond, he sneered in his heart, "Didn't you look down on women? You look down on me and still use dirty means to deal with me. This is my illusion, hee. After an unknown amount of time, Nutra was awakened by a terrible pain. He felt that the bones in his lower limbs were crushed, and something huge was slowly being discharged. Blood rushed, the cavity opened, and the pain like a magnitude 10 earthquake swept through his body. He couldn't help but scream, instinctively spread his legs, and desperately straightened his back. What the hell? He saw that he was lying on a worn-out straw mat, and an old woman was staring at him with a loving smile on her face. "Use more strength. Harder. I've reached the end. Come on. The baby is coming out soon." Nutra was speechless. "No, that's not it. I'm not a woman. What baby? What head? Is he crazy?" Ouch. He screamed, and for the first time, he understood what despair was. It's so painful. Neutra is completely dead. Gilgamesh found that as a spirit, Nutra was a bit disgusting. How unlucky was he to meet this Daxu with pink shoulder-length hair, a wretched smile, and a fan of SM? His name was Sarapallo, and he was a miscellaneous cultivator. If it wasn't for the Apollo in his name and his perverted personality, he wouldn't even want to remember his name. For example, right now, he used the Heaven's Lock to tie him up and used tens of thousands of precious artifacts to bombard him indiscriminately. Amidst the torn clothes and spurting blood, Sarapallo moaned and sang about the magic of the Gate of Babylon. Gilgamesh was speechless. Since his opponent didn't have a divinity, the binding power of the Heaven Lock was reduced. When this pervert broke free from the restraint, he pulled out the sword from his waist. Drink, perverted concubine. His whole body exploded, wings grew out of his back, and his lower body turned into a bunch of wriggling tentacles. The tentacles danced in joy and crazily attacked him, wanting to go to heaven with him. Gilgamesh was speechless. His dog eyes were almost blinded, and he couldn't see any more for the first time. The golden retriever stopped talking about miscellaneous cultivators and took out the sword of defiance. He decided to use all his strength to cut this pervert into another world. In the depths of the Palace of Night, Aizen prepared to go to the modern world with the first and third blades, as well as some of his trusted subordinates. Chapter 126. Yijiaza felt that his acting skills had exploded. Not only had he fooled Aizen, he had also fucking schemed against 2 Daxu to hurt each other. A pure young who did not want to be an actor was not a good spare tire. There was no man in this world who was more awesome than him. In his previous life, it was a loss to the people of the world that he did not enter the film and television industry. Yijiaza was still good? News, but he always forgot that he had to be kind. Couldn't he? News once? News, it meant that he was not far from capsizing. If he was a little agitated, his breathing would easily quicken, and his blood flow would easily speed up, his cheeks would easily turn red. He thought that he had hidden it very well, but he did not know that Urquiola was an extremely sharp rationalist. Suddenly, Vastad in front of him stopped in his tracks. Yijiaza's heart skipped a beat. He stopped all his movements. Urquiola stared at him indifferently and said, "You're awake, right?" Yijiaza. He looked down at his nose and did not waver. Aizen had the means of hypnosis. It was hard to guarantee that there were no other trump cards. Hypnosis was useless against him, but there was no guarantee that other trump cards could make him lose his mind. Instead of being sent back to Aizen by Urquiola as an experimental subject, it was better to stand firm, be a marionette. Maybe he wouldn't discover it? Don't you admit it? Urquiola stretched out his finger. Suddenly, a small void flash condensed. Your disguise is meaningless. In the face of the void flash, cold sweat broke out on Yigioza's forehead. But Aizen did not give the order to kill him. He did not believe that before Aizen died, Urquiola would bypass the other party and make the decision on his own. He did not move at all and calmly stayed in place. Urquiola's face was paralyzed, and no emotion could be seen. He was as calm as a deep pool. Even if the spiritual pressure soared, there was not the slightest ripple. The dark green void flash became more and more solid. He quietly stared at Yigioza, pointed at her head, and suddenly released a wave of void flash. The dark green energy formed a straight line and passed by Yigioza's ears like lightning. The strong wind cut his cheeks in pain, and the moment it passed by, a strand of his long black hair was cut. Boom! The long corridor behind him suddenly collapsed, and huge rocks fell down, sealing off the path of retreat. The air was scorching hot from the void flash. The fear of life and death made his back drenched in cold sweat. Yigioza, why are you pretending? Urquiola slowly approached. Are you really not afraid of death? Or are you sure that I won't kill you? Why don't you dodge? Why do you pretend? Why are you so stubborn? Urquiola said flatly. You should be afraid. Can't your heart feel the threat of death? Only when you have a heart will you feel fear, jealousy, recklessness, and loss of control. Things like heart are meaningless. Your actions are even more meaningless. Yigioza, I'm sorry, big brother. I slept with all the Mahjong in the university. I don't understand a single word of your profound words equals. How long do you want to pretend to be stupid? Urquiola said coldly, although Nutra is stupid, there is a good way. Since you have a heart, you should feel ashamed. Then, take off your clothes. Yigioza, thank God, there is finally one sentence that I can understand. Huh. Wait, take off my clothes. Yigioza was a little confused, and he even suspected that he had a bad hearing. But as a puppet, he couldn't just open his mouth and ask, say it, can you say it again? The wind was too strong just now. I didn't hear you clearly. As a professional actor, he had to bring himself into the role and play the character to the fullest. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. In Daxu's territory, even if he wanted to turn things around, he had to have a feasible plan. Angry for a moment, then sent back to the crematorium. It's just taking off my clothes. What? Men competing with each other in a big bathhouse. It's not unusual for them to take off their clothes. I'll just take it as a strip to see the King Festival. No shame. It's just 2 tails of meat from my crotch to my chest. I'll treat it as if I grew 2 eagles. Grew 2 eagles? Yigioza. He decided to use his beautiful body to blind Vastad's dog eyes, and then take him away. Yigioza raised his hand mechanically, put it on his collar, grabbed his thin shirt, and slowly peeled it off his shoulders, revealing his slender neck and well-defined collarbone. The power from the blockage in his meridians was slowly absorbed, and Saishomaru keenly realized that his perception had increased to a higher level. For example, now, he could distinguish the subtle changes in the spiritual droplets, and along these subtle differences, he could easily find the weak points of the Palace of Las Noches and sneak around like a ghost. His goal was clear, and that was to find Yigioza. That woman was taken away in front of him. This image kept replaying in his mind, as if it was accusing Saishomaru of being weak. Weakness was a sin, and it was because of his miscalculation and weakness that he was slapped in the face by Vastad. He was a big demon, and he had the instinct to protect his food. As a strong male demon, Urquiola entered his territory and even stole his food. He was challenging his dignity. He had to get his food back, and he had to cripple that damned Voidwalker. Otherwise, as a descendant of the Western Kingdom, he could not afford to lose face like this. Saishomaru followed the faint scent and flew inside. He heard the sound of his colleagues exploding into action. With the group of dogs as targets behind him, his movements became smoother and smoother, until he found a place. He lifted the natural Fong and used brute force to blast away the rubble blocking the corridor. After a thick cloud of smoke and dust dispersed, he saw the scene inside through the pale light. A man and a woman, looking at each other, their clothes half undone. Saishomaru. Hearing this sudden movement, they instinctively turned their heads and looked at him in unison. It was as if he had discovered something unspeakable. Vastad and that stupid woman. What is she doing? Undressing? Undressing in front of Vastad? Saishomaru suddenly clenched the natural Fong. He did not know why, but his heart was burning with anger. He did not understand what kind of feeling he was having. It was as if he had caught a rabbit to fill the gap between his teeth. He did not eat her, but kept her as a pet. However, the rabbit was not only ungrateful, but also conspired with the vixen to take his fur. The inexplicable soreness and swelling began to ferment. His demonic power rose like a storm, rising bit by bit like a whirlpool. Sand and stones flew, and the walls cracked. At this moment, even Yigyoza could not pretend to be stupid anymore. He did not expect that when he was about to take off his coat and throw it at Urkiola's face, the silver-haired man in fur that he had not seen for a long time suddenly appeared. The silver-haired man smashed the boulder with one blow, and with a gaze of a creditor demanding payment, he glanced at Urkiola coldly, and then as sharp as lightning, nailed him to the ground. Big brother, I don't owe you money, right? Before Yigyoza could think clearly, he saw the silver-haired man's fur tail suddenly lengthen and tighten around his old waist. It was really like a damn iron chain, spinning and tightening. Yigyoza's abdomen shrank, and he almost vomited while damn. What kind of grudge is this? Are you planning to cut me in half at the waist? In the blink of an eye, Yigyoza immediately returned from the enemy camp to his own camp. The snow-white fur fell on his body, wrapping around his neck and shoulders, almost wrapping him up like a mummy. Yigyoza could not help but struggle. Big brother. Loosen, untie. Shut up, Saishomaru replied coldly. Noisy. Yigyoza. It was only 7 words, and you think it's noisy? Is it poisonous? Big brother. Although we have a grudge in the past, can't we start again now? You killed my dog, so I chopped off your head. We're even. It's not a man to be calculative. Saishomaru. You're very noisy. Big brother, to be honest, it's not like we haven't worked together before. Untie me. I'm also a good fighter. Yigyoza fell to the ground, wriggling like a silkworm. You fight in close combat, and I attack from afar. We complement each other, and I won't drag you down. Saishomaru. I don't need it. Big brother, let me tell you, even if you don't need it, you can't be so harsh with your words. Yigyoza was running his mouth. Always leave a way out, and we'll meet again in the future. Yigyoza paused for a moment before continuing to probe Chun Shaolin. Also, can you speak a little longer? I'm communicating with you so enthusiastically, but I feel like I'm being snubbed. It's quite awkward. Being snubbed? Saishomaru was silent for a moment. Boorish, are you really not going to consider untying me? Yigyoza laughed. If you don't untie me, I'll sing for you. I sing very well. After you listen to me, you'll only be haunted for 3 days and have a few nightmares. Saishomaru. Chapter 127. Yigyoza firmly believed that a man like Saishomaru, who had a kind face and few words in a TV series, he would either be a stepping stone that could not live past 3 episodes, or a short-lived male god that lived in memories, or a boss that lived to the end and was fucked. Did you not see Murong Fu, Ouyang Ku, and Yang Kong in Jin Yong's novels? Which of them had a good ending? However, the facts proved that a man like Saishomaru, who had a cold face and loved to pretend, not only survived the first 3 episodes with his ferocious strength, he walked out of the memory block with his tenacious vitality. He also successfully changed the map and fucked the other party's boss It was as if he had picked up the male protagonist's script. Yigyoza began to panic. He felt that he should help himself. As the saying goes, pure Yang who didn't want to fight the boss wasn't a good DPS. His interface was so great. How could he retreat to the second line to watch the battle? A real man couldn't say that he couldn't do it. A real man. Even if he faced Godzilla, he had to fuck it up. Yigioza was about to say something when he looked up and found Saishomaru and Urkiola. The two paralyzed faces stared at each other deeply. The same cold eyes floated with the same ice and snow. The same strong aura melted with the same pretentiousness. There were no words, there were no movements, but it was as if 10,000 years had passed in a blink of an eye. There was an indescribable tenderness hidden within. In the blink of an eye, sparks flew off the flint. It was as if there were thousands of words to say. Yigioza. For some reason, he felt that the atmosphere between the two of them was a little strange. Could it be? A terrifying thought arose. Yigioza couldn't help but widen his eyes. Fuck, could these two be long-lost brothers? Yigioza, who was exploring the blind spot, praised his wit. After clicking, he found that the two of them were fighting equals as the azure dragon brake and the void flash wreaked havoc. Sand and stones flew, and the palace collapsed. The Void Knight Palace finally became the representative of the year's tofu dregs. Their speed was really too fast. After destroying the terrain, they rushed straight into the sky and disappeared in a few leaps. Yigioza, drowned in dust, not knowing what to do, he wriggled his way out of the ruins and finally freed a hand from the fur tail. He barely managed to lift his sword and clawed at the furry fur on his body. He fell into a long silence. It had a temperature, like a living thing. When he stroked it lightly, it would tremble slightly. When he pulled it heavily, it would tighten steadily. It felt great, especially the tail end. The pointy part was covered with fluff. When he clenched it tightly, he felt as if he had regained the warmth of Brother Eagle. Yigioza couldn't hold back. He gripped the end of the tail tightly and suddenly stroked it from the bottom up. Oh shit, this feeling. Amazing. At the same time, Saishomaru, who was on top of the sky, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He was absent-minded for a few seconds. In the next instant, he dodged Urkiola's lightning spear by a hair's breadth. He leaned back and allowed the heavy spiritual pressure to brush past his cheek, leaving behind a deep, bloody gash. Damn it, what was that woman doing? What else could Yigioza be doing? Stroking it. Saishomaru's fur tail was too long. It wrapped tightly from his shoulders to his legs. He could only move one hand. In this godforsaken place where there was no cell phone or Wi-Fi, what else could he do other than to satisfy his craving? Moreover, he didn't know what kind of creature this fur was. It was very interesting. He had only raised his hand to rub it twice, and it had actually stiffened. It seemed to have been stimulated by something, and the fluffy white fur on its head all stood up. Yigioza still couldn't hold back. He used an extremely skilled technique, alternating the strength of light and heavy, 9 shallow and 1 deep, and stroked the tip of the tail until it was bald. As soon as the big white fur was bald, it immediately revealed the pink color of the flesh. At a glance, damn it, it was simply the reincarnation of Brother Eagle. Yigioza was touched. He picked up the tip of the tail and looked at it carefully. His warm breath sprayed on it. Above the zenith, Saishomaru's performance was frequent. He even brushed shoulders with death several times. It was like he was dancing on a tightrope. He understood that giving his fur tail to that woman was the biggest mistake. What did she do to his tail? He could feel that the fur on the tip of his tail was gone. It was cold. That hand still didn't let it go. It turned over and over and played with it. The technique, there was a trace of familiarity in the stimulation. The tail of a dog demon could not only maintain balance, defense, and attack, but also resist the cold and heat. But at the same time, the tail of a dog demon was very sensitive. Licking each other's fur was a sign of intimacy. Rubbing each other's bellies was a sign of trust. Playing with each other's tails, stroking, and biting each other were things that only partners would do. After all, the position where the tail grew was connected to the reproductive system. If Yigioza said that he didn't feel anything, then he wasn't a normal male. It was also at this moment that Saishomaru truly realized that Yigioza didn't have the self-awareness of a woman. She took off her clothes in front of a man. She carelessly touched the things that a man gave her. He really needed to find a strong woman and teach her common sense. Boom. A large area of the Zenith's building collapsed. Urkiola directly activated the second phase returning blade. His offensive became more and more fierce. Saishomaru focused and held his breath. He decisively let go of his fluffy tail and let Yigyoza go free. He couldn't be distracted anymore. Yigyoza was like a black hole. Anyone or anything that approached her would always become so unlucky. Fluffy Tail returned, bringing with it her scent. In an instant, Saishomaru released all his demon power to resist the heavy spiritual pressure. They were like water and fire. Netherworld waning moonbreak evolved rapidly in the fierce battle. It had already become close to a full moon from a crescent moon. Tianqing Fong showed off its sharpness. In the battle against Daxu, it was already a divine weapon. Is this the power of Tianqing Fong? Father, boom, boom, boom. In the fierce battle, the demon power healed their wounds and regenerated their limbs at high speed. They were all experts with self-healing skills. Even when the battle was reaching its climax, they didn't let their opponent hurt their vital parts. You're not a Grim Reaper. Urkiola spread his pitch-black wings and looked down from above. Why do you participate in the battle between Grim Reaper and Hollow? Is it because of that woman? Saishomaru crossed Tianqing Fong. The violent azure dragon smashed the tall buildings. Rumble. You're not a Grim Reaper or a human. What are you? Urkiola continued. Even if you're nothing, you still have a heart? So, you're jealous? Angry? Boom. Kyoto tore a large piece of space, and Shishomaru's sharp eyes appeared in front of him in a flash. Tensigen chopped down with a backhand and fiercely cut off one of Ulquiorra's wings. At the same time, Urkiola's thunder spear pierced through his shoulder blade. Jealous? Saishomaru sneered. Unnecessary. He broke the thunder spear with his sword. In the midst of the spurting blood, he said coldly, if you want it, go ahead and take it. A bastard like you who doesn't even understand your own heart doesn't deserve to figure out my thoughts. They fought fiercely. From east to west, they tore down the roof of Hollow Knight Palace and turned it into a garbage dump. At that time, Kurosaki Ichigo and the others attacked the inner part of the castle. With the help of the male lead's aura, they defeated the Tin Blades who stayed behind and finally broke through the demonic dragon in the castle and rescued the princess who had been kidnapped. From then on, the prince and the princess lived happily together. Bah! The gap between the male lead and the dog was forever separated by an ocean of money. Yigyoza held a temporary black card in his hand. He was extremely grateful to Kurosaki Ichigo, the honest young man. He ran to Grimjow's palace with the black card in his hand. To everyone's astonishment, he dug out a leopard wearing a clay pot from under the bed and pressed the leopard's paw onto the black card. Grimjow struggled angrily, and his strength unconsciously leaked out. With a flash of light, it was a success. Grimjow, you're so fat. With 500 million in his hand, Yigyoza took off his clay pot and tossed out a handful of catnip. Filled with confidence, Yigyoza led his companions to the next location at top speed. They passed through more than 10 large ruins and picked up a few stray dogs. They also found a lot of Daxu that still had one last breath left. For example, the Nutra in front of them had his legs and hands spread apart, blocking the path in front of them like a spider demon. He kept screaming and roaring, "No! I don't want to have children. No! Everyone in the dog, wake up. Can a man like you have children? Oh no, they're of different races. Maybe he can?" Yigyoza pressed down on his handprint, thought about it, and decided to fulfill the humble wish of a mother. Judging by Nutra's screams, could it be a difficult birth? How pitiful. Although Daxu probably wouldn't die, parents all over the world cared about their children. Yigyoza let out a long sigh and pretended to hide in a shack. In fact, he opened the shop and bought a little turtle. He put it in a glass bottle and put it under Nutra's crotch. TSK, TSK, TSK. You want to have children so badly. Your stomach is so flat. How can you give birth? Don't tell me you're constipated. Yigyoza was full of sympathy. Forget it. I'm kind. I'll satisfy you, son of AB***. From now on, this turtle will be your son. Everyone in the dog. They climbed over mountains and fought with countless landlords. Finally, after Yigyoza collected the money, they climbed to the zenith, which had become ruins. The roars rumbled endlessly. Two figures, one black and one white, shuttled back and forth, fighting fiercely. Yigyoza wanted to press Urkiola's handprint, but it was not appropriate to call for a stop at this time. They were obviously fighting with all their might, and they might not give up easily. And in a battle between the strong, rashly intervening would only cause one to lose. But, Urkiola was worth 500 million. If Saishomaru won, Urkiola would die. If Urkiola won, who would dare press down on him and make a handprint? Yigyoza couldn't help but fall into deep thought. A few minutes later, he had a flash of inspiration. In the heavy and depressing atmosphere of the explosion, he smiled and said, "Well, let me sing a song for everyone. Everyone and the dog." For some reason, there was an ominous premonition, a hymn. Yigyoza took a deep breath and sang the lyrics that were often changed in private in the boys' dormitory. It was magnificent and invincible. The storm of sex has appeared. How can it not be vented? The dark green void suddenly missed its target. Cross time and space. Fuck him 100 times. Gigi will bleed. The icy blue azure dragon suddenly withered. There was a moment of silence on the battlefield. Two people in the middle of the battle silently turned around and stared at Yigyoza at the same time. Chapter 128. Until Yigyoza confirmed the look in his eyes, after confirming that the long-horned Batman was Urkiola, he realized that the development of things was a little off. Previously, he had relied on numbers. He took the black card and ran to every ruin other than for money. He also wanted to confirm how much combat power the Void Knight Palace still had. What he saw might not be true, but the data from the black card after contact with spiritual pressure would not lie. Whether the void lying on the ground was real or fake, he would know once he tested it. Nutra was half dead. Grimjow was no threat. In addition to the Daxu dug out from the ruins, the Tin Blades had lost almost half of their combat power. Then the problem came. The Void Knight Palace was Aizen's headquarters. Tin Blades was the sword in his hand. Suffering such a disaster, losing everything, how could Aizen not appear? What kind of situation would make a person voluntarily give up the career he had worked so hard for years? Either he had something he had to do, or he could grab even more wealth than he had now. Aizen was not in the Void Knight Palace. Not only was he not there, but even his trusted aides and some of the Tin Blades' mysterious people were not there. Where did they go? What were they doing? What were they after? There was no way to know. Yigyoza originally thought that Aizen was just going out this time. It was coincidentally not here. It was an accident. He did not expect there to be some twists and turns inside. It was not that he was overthinking. It was just that the Void Knight Palace was too empty. Like a cage, an empty city, it bound them all here. Not only that, it also left Urkiola. With Urkiola pulling the aggro, who would have the mood to think about the deeper meaning? Immersing themselves in the battle and focusing on the opponent in front of them would only let the real enemy take advantage of the situation. It was like a hunter throwing food into a trap, waiting for the prey to take the bait. Aizen placed them in the Void Knight Palace. What could it attract? Of course, it could attract the Grim Reaper who came to rescue. Even Kurosaki Ichigo's team was here. Would the rest of the army be far behind? Where did the Grim Reaper come from? Naturally, it was from the Soul Society, and the Grim Reaper who was qualified to enter the virtual circle to retrieve people had to be at least a master. But who would have thought that the Hueco Mundo was empty? If Aizen had the means to trap them here, then the modern world and Soul Society. The more he thought about it, the more apprehensive he felt. Cold sweat dripped down Yigyoza's forehead, but he couldn't panic at this critical moment. He had to figure out in this big picture, was Urkiola a pawn or a discarded one? If they were pawns, they were accomplices and had to be eliminated. If they were abandoned pawns, they could still be considered allies and could be roped in. Seeing that the hatred of the audience was once again focused on him, Yigyoza took a deep breath and continued his bitch act. It's not good to fight and kill. Why don't we sit down peacefully and hold a concert to improve our relationship? Saishomaru and Urkiola glanced at him coldly, once again entering a stalemate. It was obvious that no one took his words seriously. I say, there's no deep hatred between you two at all. Why must we fight to the death? Yigyoza said patiently. It's true that there was some friction before, But let me finish. It's not too late to start fighting. Tianya and the lightning spear collided, and the energy dissipated. A black and a white figure intertwined, dashed, and collided. They climbed to the top at a dazzling speed and fell straight down again. The chase was full of blood. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that no one took Igyoza seriously. Stop first. Wait for me to finish asking questions before we fight. Igyoza roared and ate a mouthful of dust. Damn it, you. A huge roar drowned out Igyoza's voice. Amidst the explosion, a gust of wind swept through, white boulders fell, and the towering pillars collapsed one by one. An invisible wind came from the center of the battle, blinding everyone's eyes and silencing their breathing. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. No one knew who was injured. The wind swirled Igyoza's long hair, making it dance like a wild snake. He stood there quietly, not making a sound. Yikuin, this isn't a battle we can get involved in. Come with us. Go. Igyoza was indifferent. He avoided Inoue Oraheim's hand, straightened his back, and suddenly took a step forward. Motherfucker, don't you understand what I'm saying? Igyoza activated, map shout. Amidst the rumbling, he suddenly unleashed all the power of his pure yang. An astonishing aura erupted in an instant, and the sudden increase in his inner force was like a Daxu descending with spiritual pressure. Mixed with the firmness of Tsang Yun, the sharpness of the hidden sword, and the harmony of yin and yang of the pure yang, he was like a sharp blade that had been unsheathed. After being sealed for a long time, he finally had the conviction to fight and the thirst for blood. His inner force was released, and his deterrence increased exponentially. The spiritual pressure even condensed into a swirling air current, causing the sleeves of his Taoist robe to flutter. He walked on the sand with his sword in hand. His eyes were intertwined with anger, and they were as bright as the morning stars. Shinozaki Ichigo, give me your heavy sword. Igyoza reached out and pointed at Shinozaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto. Huh. Shinozaki Ichigo was dumbfounded. He obeyed instinctively and handed the sword over. No, that's not right. The Grim Reaper's Zanpakuto can only be used by the Grim Reaper himself. Huh. The next moment, Igyoza's immense inner force directly penetrated the Zanpakuto's body. It suddenly elongated and turned into the shape of a broadsword. Igyoza held the long sword horizontally in his left hand and held the rapier in his right hand. He flipped his strength and suddenly slashed at the sky-reaching pillar. A golden light flashed, and a deafening roar pierced through their eardrums. The straight tangent pierced through the pillar and sliced diagonally. The pillar moved rapidly along the cut surface and finally crashed into the ground. Everyone, for some reason, they felt that it was a little brutal. The dogs, oh no, the owner is really angry. Igyoza had never tried to combine the skills of pure sword and pure chi. It was naturally impossible in the game, but with a human body, he had to try it no matter what. However, he did not expect a technique that was mixed with inner force to have such terrifying destructive power. Heck, great. Are you that arrogant? Don't you understand human language? Igyoza looked up and stared at them deeply. He sneered. Today, I'll let you know who's the real boss of the arena. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out like an arrow that left the bow. Two forms transformation split open a huge momentum and turned into a bright white light that separated Saishomaru and Urkiola. Igyoza stopped in his tracks and turned around to perform a Tai Chi, four symbols reincarnation, was as fast as a meteor and accurately hit Urkiola's wings. Speed reduction, movement reduction, body stagnation. Very good. Igyoza turned sideways and directly gave Saishomaru a 9 turns to 1. As the saying goes, there is a difference between close and distant friends. Saishomaru had fought side by side with him before, so not using a killing move at the start was considered a form of friendship. After forcing the enemy back more than 10 feet, he sheathed his sword and held the heavy sword with both hands. The wind came from Mount Wu, like a captain-level Grim Reaper under the sky. Spiritual droplets condensed into a terrible storm that surrounded his body. Dense sword aura swirled around him, forming a golden light. He aimed at Ulquiorra, turned into a blazing sun, and locked onto him with a menacing critical hit. Very few sects could get rid of the hidden sword move once it got close to them. Under the premise that Urkiola's speed was reduced, it was almost impossible to avoid it. The golden whirlwind approached, and the powerful attack caught him off guard, causing him to be sent flying into the sky. The sword aura was like a long knife cutting into his body. Every time it cut him, the pain multiplied several times. If it wasn't for the super regeneration to repair his body, any ordinary Daxu would have been crushed into pieces by this sword aura. Back then, his void flash had burned his back, and today, his knife had stabbed his abdomen. There was nothing more exhilarating than this. After KOing Urkiola, Yigyoza directly fed him 20 severing vitality pills, which almost choked him to death. After that, he kicked the unlucky bat into his own camp, scaring a bunch of people into running away like rats. Yigyoza turned around, took out his pan, and stared at Saishomaru. "You're the only one left, silver-haired man in fur." Saishomaru. For some reason, his eyes were attracted to the pan. On the roof of the Palace of Night, a group of people and dogs sat quietly on the ground, like obedient elementary school students. Beside them was an expressionless Vastad and a handsome silver-haired man in disheveled clothes. They were fed a bunch of severing vitality pills by Yigyoza using the Lao's Han white flower snake grass water. At this moment, everyone had a rough idea of what to do. They could provoke anyone, but they couldn't provoke this angry woman. They couldn't figure out why she was captured by Aizen for so long if she was so strong. Kurosaki Ichigo was an honest child. He asked the question in his heart, not understanding why Yigyoza stayed in the Palace of Night. Speaking of this, Yigyoza lamented, "Actually, I've already escaped. It was this guy who kidnapped a child to threaten me. That's why I returned to the Palace of Night. Also, they had the numbers advantage. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to handle them, so I held back. Until you guys came. I realized that I could bully them with numbers, so, everyone." Their awe-inspiring eyes instantly turned into dead fish eyes that were powerless to complain. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Yigyoza's anger rose from the bottom of his heart, and his courage grew. He picked up the frying pan and knocked it on Ulquiora's head. However, after Urkiola's second blade return, a gourd grew out of his head. Oh, no, 2 sharp horns grew out of his head. They were made of pale bone and had a sharp edge. Everyone heard a clang as the bottom of the frying pan was pierced through and hung firmly on the long horn. Everyone, Yigyoza, Urkiola, hiss. Yigyoza gasped in a low voice and asked like a well-behaved quail, "Ulquiora, tell me, do you have a safe place on your body?" He didn't answer. Yigyoza cautiously reached out and poked his face. It's soft." He smiled. A scoundrel intoxicated by success, he raised his hand and punched his front teeth. In a flash, the fist met his face, but it hurt like hitting a steel plate. Yigyoza's face turned green. He retracted his hand, trembling. After pondering for a moment, he grabbed the black feathers on Urkiola's wings and pulled hard. The delicate skin and flesh were cut open. Dark red blood flowed out, but the feathers glowed with a metallic luster and didn't move at all. Yigyoza's face turned pale. He obediently took the blood tonic, came back and sat on the side, silent. But in the end, he still couldn't swallow it. An idea came to him. He dragged Urkiola's long tail, tied his wings and hands, and then tied a dead knot through the round hollow hole in his chest. Everyone, Urkiola, how could there be such a woman in the world? Okay, now you can ask questions in peace. Yigyoza squatted down and stared at him. Urkiola, I know you won't lie, because lying is meaningless, isn't it? Tell me, do you know where Aizen went? Why did it leave you here? And you obviously feel that nothing is meaningful, so why are you loyal to Aizen? Loyalty is meaningless, isn't it? Aizen. This name swept through everyone's ears, and their faces changed. Only Samiyed in the dog's mouth looked inscrutable. He narrowed his eyes as he pondered. He was Aizen, the real Aizen. After he became a dog, he had never appeared in front of the owner in human form. Then, what was the Aizen that the owner mentioned? When he was not here, the existence that replaced him. SK. It's meaningless, Urquiola said slowly. Whatever the master of Eisen wants to do, he doesn't need to report to me. His dark green eyes swept across the ruins of the Hollow Knight Palace. He is the master of the Hollow Circle. He was the master of the Hollow Circle. The master of the Hollow Circle would naturally stand on the side of Hollow. Otherwise, who would be willing to obey him? And what was Hollow's position, other than the destruction of Soul Society and the modern world? What else could it be? He told me that only by standing on the top of the cauldron can I see through Hollow. Urquiola activated his sage state. Go to his side, and you will understand what is meaningful. And he is stronger than me. Everyone. Oh, to put it simply, Urquiola was a Hollow full of philosophical spirit. He came to Eisen to learn, became a fighter to find the truth, and worked hard to understand the true meaning. His whole life, he had always been fighting to become a Socratic philosopher. The spirit of a bookworm was worth learning for all candidates. Gyoza. He really didn't expect that it was so easy to trick a Vastad to be his fighter? I said, I defeated you. Am I better than you? Gyoza laughed. Do you want to consider changing bosses? Look, you have been with Eisen for so long, and you still don't understand what is meaningful. Why don't you come with me? As long as we reach the modern world, I will immediately find an internet cafe to throw you in, and let you know what is the great harmony of life. The great harmony of life? Harmony. Eisen's face was blank. Yes, as a male. Hollow. As long as you know the great harmony of life, you will understand what you should pursue. Gyoza showed a smile that was causing trouble. Unfortunately, Urquiola wasn't easily persuaded. His impression of Gyoza was that she was unreliable, and he had reservations about every word she said. Even when Kurosaki Ichigo opened a black hole and they dragged him to the modern world, he didn't change his stance. However, he didn't understand. He was a different species from humans. Why did they take him with them? A defeated Hollow like him should have been left in the Void Circle, reduced to the result of being eaten by his own kind. Just because Gyoza raised him for a period of time, she didn't have the heart to kill him, so they classified him as their own kind? How ridiculous. Why? The exit of Kurosaki Ichigo's black hole opened at the top of Ginza, Tokyo. As soon as they stepped out of the hole, they were welcomed by the cold wind on the roof and the smell of gunpowder. At 7:35 Tokyo time, Eisen brought her confidants and subordinates to the modern world. At that time, the 1st to 6th Division of Soul Society were busy dealing with the bombardment of Yoshiasakura. At 7:36 Tokyo time, Eisen pulled out Mirrored Moon, and the Zanpakuto suddenly turned into a meteor, slowly falling from the sky into the modern world. It sank into the center of Tokyo, and ripples spread out like water. Mirrored Moon released an amazing power, and the moment the ripples surged, the entire human population of Tokyo was dragged into a deep dream. The taxi lost control and crashed into the railing. The subway went to an unknown place. The Shinkansen went straight to the sea, and the plane rushed to the city center. The Grim Reaper, who was stranded, rushed to save the situation and presented all the forces in the dark to Eisen. Heavy Soul Fortress is the place of sacrifice. Eisen murmured, "Let's kill." At 7:40 Tokyo time, Daxu and the Grim Reaper began their battle in the modern world. Even though this was supposed to be the most innocent human world, it was burned into a living hell. This lasted until the gigantic barrier was activated, and the spiritual ability users among the humans swore to protect their home. Natsum was wearing white hunting clothing as he stood steadily on the back of the gigantic demon fox. A strong gust of wind filled his sleeves and blew away his long hair, revealing a pair of resolute eyes. Natsum! Kitty-sensei's roar was like thunder. Zenith! Close the distance, please, Kitty-sensei. Seiji tightened his grip on his longbow and drew it to a full arc high-density spiritual power, formed an arrow that was aimed directly at Eisen's heart. My apologies. This was the first time that he had ever shot a humanoid Grim Reaper. The guilt of hurting his own kind made him feel rather sad. However, everything that Seiji had done had completely crossed his bottom line. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the exorcism arrow pierced through the clouds with frightening power as it shot directly at Eisen. face. The Grim Reaper was startled and retrieved his reflection from the ground. He forcefully shattered the light of the exorcism arrow and glared viciously at Natsum's face. Human? Natsum drew his second arrow with a murderous aura. So what if you're human? Even if we're insignificant, we still have dignity that we want to defend. Natsum's normally calm gaze was now burning with anger. You, any one of you, you don't have the right to decide whether we live or die. None. The exorcism arrow's light covered the entire sky and engulfed Daxu, who was crawling out of the black hole. Natsum ran out of the barrier and joined the battle. He held his bow in one hand and unsheathed his katana with the other. He stood on the same side as the Grim Reaper. The katana was knocked down, so he used a dagger. The bowstring cracked, so he used his fists. He used everything he learned in the Sengoku Warring States period here. He kept his spiritual power in a high explosive state, and with the assistance of the behemoth, he was able to hold up half the sky. Tokyo was protected by a barrier. The explosions from the outside world blasted against the barrier, threatening to break it. The Ten Blades experts were fighting against the captain-level Grim Reaper. Ikamara Silver and Dong Xian were fighting against the vice-captains, while Jillian and Ajukas were attacking the spiritual ability users and normal Grim Reapers. But humans are still humans. Aizen looked at the struggling humans and snapped its fingers, opening up more black holes. Countless Daxu crawled out of the black hole and looked at the human world with drooling eyes. Spiritual power, food, Grim Reapers, humans? Asterisk roar. Asterisk they swooped down and pounced on their delicious meal. Natsum suddenly turned around and shouted at the people behind him, "Run! Take the injured and retreat to the barrier." Unfortunately, it was already too late. The flood of Daxu rushed over and didn't give anyone a chance to react. Seeing the sharp fangs about to pierce through his companion's neck, Natsum's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Suddenly, a long white bone reached out from the barrier and pierced through Jillian's head. A handsome white-haired boy appeared like a ghost. His indifferent eyes scanned the battlefield. He bent down slightly and pulled out his long spine in front of everyone's horrified gazes. He pulled open his outer shirt and revealed his white skin. White bones emerged from his body and formed a sturdy armor, as well as a sharp blade to attack. Kimimaro hung the black card around his neck and touched the necklace around his neck. He looked at the silent battlefield and said, My lord, the money is here. Freedom of the waves, join me." He stared at the large number of Jillian and took an offensive stance. Bone vein, Tangsong dance. Suddenly, he broke into the battlefield and cut the Daxu's throat with the bone blade at lightning speed. Kimimaro had more than a dozen bones all over his body. With high-speed rotation and unpredictable physical techniques, he could attack and defend at the same time. Dealing with the clumsy Jillian, he could kill as many of them as possible. He was a genius. He had awakened the bone vein that only appeared once in 100 years. Moreover, his master was Senju Takuma. His combat power was so high that it made people's hair stand on end. Even if he is still young, his strength and chakra volume are enough to make every adult be moved, surprised, and surprised. He was simply a perfect killing machine. He was like a drop of water falling into a boiling pot of oil, exploding the morale and courage of his own side. Even a child was fighting for this world. What reason did they have to retreat? However, Shinigami and humans didn't know that Kimimaro came to the battlefield with kindness, mainly to make money. Not long after he entered the battlefield, a group of youths holding rackets gathered in the enchantment. They looked at each other, and for some reason, they felt a little awkward. The Ice Emperor and Qing Shui met on a narrow road. Each of them was holding a racket in their hand and carrying a basket of tennis balls on their back. Xiao Budian. What happened? They all fainted. Why are we fine? Oishi was a little trembling. What is that monster outside? Why is the Ice Emperor also? Ekizan Ryuma pressed the brim of his hat and said, "You were awakened by Fuji Senpai's dry juice? Did you forget?" Everyone showed a constipated expression. As for the Ice Emperor, "Hey, Monkey Mountain King." Ryuma looked at Kengo and pointed at the basket on his back. "You don't look gorgeous now." Kengo, This damn guy. Now is not the time to reminisce. Eugene Inadashi looked at the explosion of fire in the sky and trembled slightly. Do you want to join? Since we're already here, we'll lose face if we go back. The group of teenagers looked at each other and found that no one could afford to lose face, so they approached the edge of death, took out their rackets and balls, and were ready to test the waters. Remember, we can't be defeated by the Ice Emperor. Otherwise, we can't even compare to a monkey. Tisk. My Ice Emperor is the most gorgeous. Listen up, if you dare to lose to Qing Shui, go back and circle Tokyo 100 times. They came to the edge of the barrier while hurting each other. Because they knew that they were not melee fighters, they would not be stupid enough to run out of the barrier. A group of people quickly divided into two groups, put down the basket, stood in position, held the rackets, picked up the tennis balls, and played their famous skills toward the dazzling Daxu. The Grim Reaper, who was about to stop them, held his breath and watched as the small tennis balls wrapped in heavy Ryatsu rushed toward Daxu like bullets, each more accurate than the last. They stared dumbfoundedly at the meteor shower drawn inside the barrier and couldn't help but pinch their thighs hard. I thought they were here to cause trouble, Grim Reaper said unconsciously. I didn't expect them to be here to play tennis. No, tennis? Tennis can be played like this. Like this? I thought they were here to mess around. Grim Reaper B's worldview was shattered. That's not a racket, right? That's a Zanpakuto, right? That's not a tennis ball, right? That's a Zanpakuto, right? Tezuka Kunamitsu opened his mouth and used extreme brilliance of talent. In an instant, his aura changed, and there seemed to be a Ryatsu ring around his body. No matter how you looked at it, he looked like the captain of the 6th Division, Shimubaya. The void on the battlefield was unconsciously attracted, and the balls that were hit flew back one by one. This skill was so awesome that even the step of picking up the balls was eliminated. The Grim Reapers revealed numb eyes. You see, the one playing tennis? D-solution. Oh. Hashtag tennis racket beginning jump. Happy ball. Hashtag tennis racket. D-solution. D-solution. Shinibu saves the world. Hashtag the style of the battlefield seemed to be mixed with something strange, but soon, no one paid attention to the movement on this side. Because, whether it was the Grim Reaper or the humans, they all discovered a big disadvantage. The number of voids was constantly increasing, but their rescue team still didn't come. Can you contact Sirii? Winter Lion. Redheim buzzed. Urahara Kasuk frowned. Aizen hasn't played yet, and he plans to kill us. Sirii is held up. Winter Lion wiped the blood from his forehead and said coldly, they can't free their hands. The guy who is wreaking havoc in Sirii is at the same level as Aizen. What? Before I came to the modern world, Captain Yamamoto tied with him. Winter Lion continued, there are also 2 Daxu. One of them is Vastad, which has the ability to decay everything. Vastad, they can't get away. The 4 Maple Court and the Withered Mu family joined forces to fight against the enemy, but the decay of everything. There are too many casualties. Winter Lion focused. Prepare? D-solution. We're bound together. We're bound together. No matter what, we can't let Aizen succeed. D-solution. Big Red Lotus Ice Wheel Pill. The roaring blizzard froze the world into the north and south poles, and a thick layer of ice formed outside the enchantment, tightly wrapping this small world. The void rumbled and exploded the layer of ice. Through the ice shards that filled the sky, Winter Lion soared into the horizon and rushed straight at Aizen. There was a big gap between his strength and Aizen's, but even if he dies, he can't retreat. Grandma, Peach, Chaos Chrysanthemum, everyone behind him. They were all people he wanted to protect. They were his entire world. Aizen, Winter Lion's aura was imposing. Die. Yugioza and the others returned to the modern world, but they didn't expect to see a devastated land. Thousands of miles were covered in ice and snow. Crimson blood dripped. Cries of pain echoed. The intense battle between Daxu and the Grim Reaper caused corpses to pile up into a mountain. The tip of Aizen's sword pierced through the Winter Lion's abdomen. The young man spat out blood, but he held onto the hilt tightly, preparing to injure both sides. Aizen smiled eerily. Its Ryatsu turned into countless steel needles, exploding on the blade. His internal organs were pierced. The steel needles formed by Ryatsu pierced him from the inside out, turning him into a sieve. In just a moment, the winter lion's eyes lost their luster, and the two icy wings drooped down, quickly dyed red by blood. His body hung upside down as he slowly slid down the blade of the moon's reflection. Winter Lion, Yigyoza, and Shinozaki Ichigo screamed and sprinted. The former caught the winter lion's body, and the latter attacked Aizen crazily. Yigyoza wasn't a doctor, and he didn't know anything about first aid. He could only use bandages and clothes to tighten the wound and call for the Grim Reaper from the medical team. But above them was Aizen, and the winter lion had stretched the battle line. The Grim Reapers in the area were almost cleared by Daxu. Even if the medical team rushed here, it would take a lot of time. No, don't bleed anymore. Don't bleed anymore. Ah! Yigyoza's hands were full of blood. With trembling hands, he took out a large amount of medicine and forced it down the winter lion's throat. He pressed on the wound on his abdomen. Winter lion, don't sleep. Don't fucking sleep. Fu *K. How old are you? How old are you? Winter lion, wake up. Damn it. Yigyoza felt that his eyes were sore and unbearable. He saw such a shocking scene as soon as he returned to the modern world. The heart of an old man couldn't stand this stimulation at all. Winter Lion was the first friend who introduced him into Soul Corp society. Although he was mature and steady, in Yigyoza's eyes, he was still a teenager. At the age where he should be playing around, he shouldered a heavy responsibility at an early age. Such an obedient, steady, and sensible child. Why? How could this be? This body, other than the stab in the abdomen, there were countless bloody holes. The blood couldn't be stopped. Aizen, damn it. Winter Lion, damn it. Why couldn't he get the skills of Phoenix Goo and Heartstring? If he could save his life, why did he have to watch his companion die from serious injuries? He held Winter Lion's hand and used Mountain River Suppression. I'm sorry, I can't do anything. I can suppress the mountains and rivers, but I can't save you. It was unknown if the white-haired teenager understood his words. He barely raised the corner of his mouth and moved his lips as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't make a sound. His pupils slowly dilated, and his consciousness gradually blurred. His blood flowed slower and slower, soaking the pure white snow and staining Yigyoza's body. Light footsteps broke through the snow, and a pair of large black eyes stepped into his sight. A white fluffy tail fell and covered his shoulder. Warmth assaulted him, and Yigyoza raised his eyes. In the wind and snow, Saishomaru's dark golden eyes stared at him, and he didn't say a word. His silver hair fluttered, and he hid all his emotions, pulling out natural tooth from his waist. Your crying is very ugly, Saishomaru said plainly. Yigyoza knelt on the ground and raised his hand to wipe his face, only to find that a layer of ice had formed on his face, and there was a salty taste of tears. As a man, he actually cried out loud, and was even seen by his own enemy. He really lost all his face. Winter Lion man, even if you die, I'll fucking drag you out. So, Saishomaru lowered his natural tooth and lightly swept across the Winter Lion's body. The gentle light carried the aura of the underworld and gathered all the scattered spirit particles back into Death's body. The next second, the bleeding wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and color returned to his face. The Winter Lion's eyelids moved slightly, as if it was about to open. Don't cry anymore. Yigyoza was stunned on the spot. He could feel the Winter Lion's weak breathing and slowly beating pulse. So, don't cry anymore? He couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Saishomaru dumbfounded. The wind and snow blurred his eyes, and the ice shards emitted a fine light. The silver hair curled up and tangled into a thread that couldn't be cut. Chapter 129. For a moment, Yigyoza's mind went blank. Crazy thoughts roared with all their might and froze his vision. The blood in his body suddenly boiled and rushed to his brain. The hot spring that year, the ice and snow at this moment. Between heaven and earth, the image of Saishomaru shone brightly in his mind. He searched for him thousands of times in the crowd and suddenly raised his head. That person was not far away on his left. He never thought that the silver-haired fur man who he had once fought to the death was actually a big milk that could be resurrected with a swing of a knife. Saishomaru was a milk. He was a milk. Oh my God. Look at what he, Gyoza, had done in the past to actually do such a crazy and stupid thing to a king of milk. He deserved to meet Senju Takuma's Sanlu poisonous milk powder == no. No. He was a pure yang with integrity. Even if Saishomaru was a milk, it could not offset the fact that he had beaten his dog in the past. Although Fu Chang did not do anything in the end, what he had done was done, and what he had done was wrong. He still had to look at the owner before beating the dog. He felt a little disgusted in his heart. Saishomaru was not a guy who loved small animals. This was not in line with his worldview. Although he would not put animals in the same position as people, he would not abuse them, and he was willing to clean up their mess and shoulder the responsibility of raising them. Saishomaru had abused Fu Chang. There was also a conflict with him. However, Saishomaru saved the Winter Lion, and the Winter Lion was his friend. At least, the other party did not despise the lives of cheap people because of personal grudges, and he also saved the victims who had nothing to do with him. There was no doubt that Gyoza was grateful to Saishomaru. Human life was more important than the heavens. Even if the friction and contradictions that had existed in the past could not be erased, they could be diluted in the face of human life. Broken ideas could be changed, and bad habits could be stopped. As long as people were people-oriented, it was the right way. Gyoza sniffed and basically acknowledged Saishomaru as his former nemesis. He accepted the other party's kindness and the other party's resentment. From then on, they got to know each other again. From then on, they treated each other with sincerity and supported each other. After turning hostility into friendship, Gyoza swore in the name of pure Yang Palace scumbag mantra, spare tire spirit, in the name of purple cloud art and great void sword intent, that he would definitely get his hands on a healer like this who had a strong output, a brain on the line, and the ability to resurrect and save lives. Pure Yang players who did not want a healer were unqualified DPS players. How could a person not be stabbed in the face of danger? With a healer in hand, the world was mine. Without the assistance of a healer, a person was worse than a dog. Even if Saishomaru was a man, he also. Don't you see how many Taoist masters bring along Brother Hua? As long as it could heal, gender was secondary. Seeing that the Winter Lion's wounds were all healed, its breathing became stable, and its eyes slowly opened. Gyoza was extremely excited. Without saying a word, he exerted his power and carried the Winter Lion into the barrier. Then, he came out angrily with a sword in hand. He walked towards Saishomaru and stared at him. He took a deep breath, bowed, and thanked him. No matter what, I'm very grateful to you for saving the Winter Lion. Saishomaru's beautiful eyes widened slightly. He had never seen Gyoza give such a solemn bow to anyone. He had always thought that she was very rude. He did not expect that she could be serious. The Winter Lion is still young, and the debt of human life is too great. I'll repay this debt. I owe you. Gyoza said seriously, I've let go of the past grudges. If I've offended you in any way, please forgive me. As a DPS, he must have some kind of relationship with the healer so that the healer would remember him. If you can't forgive me, you can stab me as many times as you want. As a DPS, he should have the awareness of beating the enemy like a dog to the outside world and beating the healer to the inside world. From now on, if you have any troublesome matters, as long as it doesn't violate my bottom line, I won't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. As a DPS, he must let the healer understand that no matter when or where, as long as he was summoned, he would definitely rush to the scene to protect the healer. Flirting with the healer was the instinct of every pure yang. Saishomaru was a little stunned. Gyoza's performance was beyond his expectations. It was as if he had suddenly become a different person and became serious and steady. He looked away and said calmly, Troublesome? It doesn't exist. My path doesn't need anyone to be by my side. He coldly rejected a DPS's request to bind with him. With a tap of his toes, he landed in the densest part of the Daxu. The moment the blue dragon break exploded, Ichiyoza understood that Saishomaru was like the Ice Daddy, the king of lightning. He had enough DPS to deal damage, so his combat power was not even worth looking at. For a 12th Dan healer like him, there would definitely be many DPS begging to bind with him. He was not the only one. TSK. This is not good. Without a healer, he was an incomplete pure yang. Therefore, he had to use his strength to attract his attention. Ichiyoza was prepared to use Aizen as an example. These days, if he did not fight a boss, he would be embarrassed to flirt with a healer. He could deal with Aizen, Shinozaki Ichigo, who was not at max level, and a pure young daddy who was at max level. He should be able to handle it, right? Ichiyoza gathered his chi and raised his sword. He unleashed his full strength, unleashing the strength of Night Palace's zenith, and charged into the battle like a hot knife through butter. Then the problem was, when the whole world was covered in ice and snow, how should the dogs place their paws to maintain balance? The feeder master had rushed in, Shinozaki had run away, Ishida had taken action, Lucia had charged in, and Inoue had gone to rescue. Even Saishomaru was no longer around. Only the 5 dogs and 1 hollow were left, looking at each other in the cold wind. Urkiola had been fed too many severing pills, so he could not move. Although he was rational and intelligent, he had not reached the point where he could understand dog language. His dark green eyes were wide open, silently watching the 5 dogs testing the edge of the ice skating. They were placed at the top of the silver throne, and the world below was because of the Zanpakuto ice wheel pill. The world below them was caused by the Zanpakuto, and it had become an ice field. Separated by a thin layer of enchantment, the silver throne was submerged in ice and frost. The dogs had no choice. Since they could not fly, they could only choose to ice skate. But, dog paws, they would fall very badly. 9 Orchid Flower carefully stretched out his dog paw and steadily clawed at the snow. His ears pricked up vigilantly, and he moved forward in small steps. Able to bear the weight of small dogs, he slowly slid down, maintaining his balance, and finally slid from the silver throne to the bottom. The Pomeranian jumped lightly on the snow, raised his head, and barked loudly at his colleagues. "Come down. You can." The next second, he keenly noticed that his colleagues' eyes became horrified, and he heard the sound of something piercing through the air, as if a monster was attacking. Before 9 Orchid Flower could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain. A bullet-like tennis ball hit his head, and he was stunned. The dog barked mournfully, flew backward, and rolled a few times, rushing from the smooth ice to the sewer. Dogs. In the blink of an eye, equality disappeared. Also, what was that green thing just now? Yoshi Asakura took a deep breath, his tail wagging uneasily. He was the last to arrive, and it had been a long time since he absorbed spiritual energy from his owner. His body could no longer sustain the consumption. If he did not find his owner now, he would become an ordinary dog. Urkiola was lying next to him. If this Daxu was suddenly able to move and attack, he would most likely be the unlucky one. Instead of staying behind as a scapegoat, he might as well go down and fight. "I'll go down to check on him." Yoshi Asakura pretended to be very friendly, and he stretched out his dog paw and slid down carefully. "It's quite hard. If I'm careful, it shouldn't break." The Ursi hound slid down and landed on the ice field. Yoshi Asakura looked up and saw that the golden retriever had put its paw on, and its dog face was unusually serious. While the dogs were not paying attention to him, Yoshi Asakura picked up his feet and ran out. However, he forgot that he was on the ice field. When the momentum and inertia complemented each other, he could not stop at all and rushed toward the trash can like a cannonball. In an instant, there was a loud crash. Dogs, wait a minute, what just happened? Where did Gongjun go? Gilgamesh showed the alertness of a dog. He subconsciously wanted to retreat, but he did not know that his teammate was already a wily old fox. How could he let him succeed? Uchiha Madara's paw slapped him, and he suddenly became a dog on a roller coaster. The acceleration of gravity was getting faster and faster, faster and faster. The whole dog was in a mess in the wind, like Yuri on the ice, shuttling through water and fire and changing between attacks. He used the bow step to skate through the intertwined tennis balls. He used the cross step to pass between the Daxu's legs. He used the combined jump to avoid the Grim Reaper's sword. He used the 3.5 jump to narrowly avoid the captain level. D solution. As a lucky A, Gilgamesh burst out with all his strength at this moment. A series of movements were coherent and smooth, and his posture was elegant. If the dog's fur was not so puffed up, and he did not look so panicked, he would definitely win the singles dog figure skating championship. The golden retriever broke through layers of defense and went far away. He crossed over mountains, over plains, and crossed rivers. He could not stop at all. Uchiha Madara used his Sharingan to copy Gilgamesh's movements, raised his ki, and went down in one go. Very good. He reached the speed. Not bad. His movements reached the target. Very good. Perfectly dodged. However, even though Uchiha Madara copied everything, he could not copy Gilgamesh's lucky A. The Tibetan Mastiff's appearance was black, and it attacked quickly, as if it was a phantasm with bad intentions. He could dodge the first time, but he couldn't dodge all the time. The teenagers behind him roared with vigor. There's actually a monster that can break through our Saigaka's defense. We can't lose dash, all the big moves, 10,000 ball attack. Uchiha Madara sneered, and he used hook claw triple jump and ice triple jump from the back to dodge the teenagers' big moves. He was the ancestor of ninjas. How could mere tennis do anything to him? It's coming. Well, I'm waiting for it. Kengo Atobi flew up and hit the ball with his right hand. The force drove his waist, twisted his body, and used all the strength in his body to hit an earth-shattering ball. In an instant, the ice surface shattered, and the route was blocked. Uchiha Madara used a Thomas spin, and like a black horse, he jumped over the railing. Cool, smooth, and awesome. But he abruptly landed on the ice, but his dog paw slipped and he fell flat on his face. No, he must not fall. The ancestor of Uchiha couldn't afford to lose face like this. Uchiha Madara raised his paw and crazily shaved the ice. In the sky full of flying debris, his whole body slowly sank, and sank into the bottom, burying himself alive at the top of the Ginza. Aizen witnessed everything. He silently put down his paw and came to Urkiola's side. His gray eyes stared at his former subordinate, and he slowly released his Ryatsu. Urkiola was stunned. This Ryatsu. His emerald eyes were fixed on Samoya. Is it Lord Aizen? Samoya nodded, and with a serious face, he looked into the distance. There was another Aizen, using his Zanpakuto to steal his power. He could feel the sorrow and blame of the other half of Moon in the mirror, and he could feel the unwillingness and anger of being replaced by a fake. Aizen lowered his head, bit the dead knot, and untied Urkiola. Urkiola looked into the distance, where he felt the roar of a blowout. He is a fake? Aizen nodded. Urkiola mobilized his strength to support his body. I understand. Aizen wanted to go there, and he also wanted to go there. That woman told him that she would let him understand the value of the heart and the meaning of the great harmony of life. Chapter 130. Fighting a boss was not only a physical task, it was also a mental task. And under the double consumption of physical and mental strength, he also had to be on guard against a stupid teammate. Aizen was indeed a qualified villain. Under Yigioza's unreserved and vigorous attack, without saying a word, he took out his trump card and directly entered the realm of void. He fused with the collapsing jade and swallowed the spirit sun. He perfectly combined the power of death and void, showing the god posture close to the spirit king. A pale bone armor spread around his body. It wrapped around his body and eyes. A head of short brown hair grew wildly and danced wildly with the rising smoke and dust, like a Medusa of the deep sea, emitting a demonic aura. He raised his saber and slashed down heavily. The momentum shattered the mountains and rivers, life and death intertwined. The saber and sword shot out sparks. His life was hanging by a thread. Yigioza held his sword and faced it head-on. Close combat and long range complemented each other. The Taiji aura was all over the ground, and he could attack and defend with ease. Even if countless auras were shattered into pieces, he was still calm and collected, fighting steadily and surely. He stabilized the hatred of Aizen. As expected, you are the guardian. Aizen stared at him. His eyes were as exposed as a tiger or leopard. How ridiculous. With such powerful strength, you have to be someone else's dog. Yijioza did not have the habit of blindly boasting when fighting. No matter what the enemy was talking about, it had nothing to do with him. Aizen dodged his attack and turned his body to the side to defend against Shinozaki Ichigo's slash. As he moved, his laughter became more and more savage. Stupid woman. Why are you going against me? We are the same kind of person. In response to him, Yijioza's ruthless, eternal life. Fuck you. The same kind of person. Yijioza could not hold it in and directly retorted. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? I'll go to a place like the Void Circle where no one lives to do real estate. That fucking huge Void Knight Palace gave him a free place to live, and he even had to pay maintenance fees every day. How crazy was he? Losing everything? What was he after? Did he want to spend his money for fun? Damn it. All the sea view houses are built in the desert. Yijioza's offense was fierce. It's as if he lost his mind and gave Shaolin Temple's purple cabbage and pink cabbage. Aizen, although he didn't really understand, it didn't stop him from feeling the strong disdain in the other party's words. Aizen leaped into the sky, widening the distance between it and Yijioza. He looked down at him and asked coldly, "Do you know about the Cortex Prime?" "I know the hot pot restaurant has pig's brain." Aizen, Yijioza was running his mouth off. With a light tap of his toes, he climbed up the building, not giving up on attacking Aizen. Ichigo Shinozaki followed closely behind. The black flames of Getsuga Tenso covered half of the sky. Aizen squinted its eyes. It didn't think that Yijioza was an idiot who couldn't understand. Since the other party could survive until now as a guardian, and even obtain great power, he was definitely not a simple character. Didn't she encounter other raiders? Couldn't she complete the mission? Didn't she protect the main body? Impossible. Only by encountering and defeating the raiders would she be given time to live. Only by completing the mission outstandingly would the Cortex Prime bestow her with great power. Only by protecting her true self from death would the world's orbit not deviate. This was a law that the Guardians should have understood a long time ago, and it was also a law that the raiders hated. Aizen suddenly chuckled. Its words were filled with malice. Then, let me make it clear. Do you know about raiders? Yijioza's eyes widened slightly. The tip of the sword suddenly shifted by an inch, grazing past Aizen's cheek, shattering the hard bone armor. Aizen touched its cheek without a care. You've killed raiders before, right? The so-called world boss, huh? Yijioza pursed his lips, his palms sweating. He opened his mouth. His voice was a little hoarse. Who are you? How did it know about raiders? Could it be, like him, someone from his hometown? Who I am is not important. Aizen looked at the fish that took the bait, lowered its voice and slowly said, I just want to tell you that one day, you will become one of the raiders. Boom, boom, boom. The sword energy pierced through the mist and stabbed forward. Aizen's shoulder was slashed open, blood splattered everywhere. Mirrored reflection lowered down and cast a large-scale hypnosis again. Raiders are a bunch of stray dogs, and guardians are domestic dogs. Domestic dogs will always become stray dogs. Aizen condensed a powerful void flash and aimed at Yijioza. For example, you can't kill me. Your mission will be a failure. If you fail, how much time do you have left to live? There's not much left. What can you do? You can only be like a stray dog, looking for food in the garbage. Snatching, fighting, plundering, and replacing. What's the difference between you and us? Yijioza was furious. Motherfucker, even if I die, I won't do something so wicked as to bury people with me. Open your fucking eyes and look carefully. You're treating human life like a toy. Yijioza stretched out his hand, pointed at the battlefield below, and roared, People who look down on human life will eventually be abandoned by everyone. Using the whole of Tokyo as a companion, using 100,000 lives as a sacrifice, releasing Daxu to wreak havoc, just to fulfill your own selfish desires and ambitions? Who gave you the right to control the life and death of others? You think you've defied fate, but you don't even know how to be a human. What right do you have to lecture me? Yi Jioza roared. It's instinct for people to live. It's their nature to pursue righteousness. If my life is built on the destruction of other people's families, I'd rather die. Yi Jioza's ryatsu was chaotic, and his killing intent surged. Selfish bastard. Living to the point where you don't even have a bottom line. You deserve to be destroyed. Aizen's matter-of-fact disgusted him, and his righteousness also made Aizen angry. After the verbal exchange, the conflict intensified further. Wang Su's flash exploded in the sky, and Aizen no longer held back its strength. It was locked in battle with Yi Jioza. Shinozaki Ichigo was crushed to the ground by the Ryatsu's Ryatsu. He roared in pain, and the ethereal power in his body was like a pot of boiling water, trying to break the lid. Damn it, I can't hold it in any longer. Ikuin, Shinozaki Ichigo screamed, and the ethereal bone mask covered his face at a speed visible to the naked eye. Get out of here. Everyone run. Black and red energy surrounded his body, and Wang Su's mask covered his face. The moment Yi Jioza came back to his senses, he saw. Shinozaki Ichigo's short orange hair instantly reached his waist, and the bone mask was carved with eerie patterns. Inch by inch, two sharp horns grew out of it. Roar. He had lost his human form, and there was a huge hole in his chest. He no longer had the rationality of a human, and he had become a terrifying killing machine. With the aura of hell, Shinozaki Ichigo's ethereal sent chills down everyone's spines. Yi Jioza did not expect Shinozaki Ichigo to enter a berserk state. He knew that Aizen had cast an illusion, but he did not pay much attention to it. Illusions were useless against him, but he had forgotten about Shinozaki Ichigo's existence. I don't know what this kid saw in the illusion that caused him to evolve into this form. Fuck. Holy shit. His two bull horns could actually condense into a flash of red and white. Roar. Oxhead Daxu roared at Aizen as he raised his pitch-black katana and charged forward. The black and white shadows intertwined in the sky, changing constantly. Only the sound of the flashes, each stronger than the last, could be heard. Shinozaki Ichigo's ethereal was completely irrational. He attacked Aizen and Yi Jioza indiscriminately, and he even turned his attention to the battlefield where the Grim Reaper and Hollow were fighting. He wanted to kill everyone in sight. Yi Jioza was speechless. He did not know where to start, but he spat it out. He went from having to deal with Aizen to having to deal with Aizen and Shinozaki Ichigo at the same time. It was like a pitiful pure young dog running into two 12-dan tyrant harrows while on a business trip. The red flash whizzed toward him. Yi Jioza braced himself and was about to see if his yin and yang transformation could cut it open when a pitch-black, powerful tail broke through the sound barrier and wrapped around his waist, dragging him behind it. Yi Jioza was stunned. He saw Urkiola flapping his wings as he stared at Oxhead Daxu calmly. His fingers formed a dark green flash and collided with the energy of the Oxhead Daxu, creating a terrifying shockwave. At the same time, the blue and white lightning attacked Aizen. Saishomaru moved forward unhurriedly, looking calm and unruffled. Yi Jioza was speechless. Close combat, ranged attacks, and a healer. Eek. Chapter 131. Yi Jioza wore a pure young immortal-like appearance. When he fought, he was like a mad husky. With his snake-like movements and coquettish maneuvers, he shuttled through the flashes of swords and blades. He was supposed to be the main damage dealer and set the battlefield ablaze. Unexpectedly, his teammates acted on their own and did not have the slightest spirit of cooperation. From time to time, he would be electrocuted by Azure Dragon Break, and if he was not careful, he would be brushed by Lightning Spear. Saishomaru's white cape wrapped around him and flung him away. Urkiola's long tail wrapped around him and whipped him around. He did not know if the two of them did it on purpose, but every time he charged, he would take the lead. He was about to obtain the highest DPS output. His eyes opened and closed in excitement. He had fallen from Melbourne to Siberia. Yi Jioza was speechless. However, Reality told him that other than the pig teammates in the world, there was an even more terrifying existence. That was a godlike pig teammate. It was an honor for Ox-Head Phantom Shinozaki Ichigo to obtain this achievement title after going berserk. He used his strength to tell the world, other than dogs and developers, he could also contribute to the demolition business. Ox-Head Phantom's red flash shattered the ice field, penetrated the black cavity, scattered the team, and annihilated Daxu. Ox-Head Phantom's black Zanpakuto stabbed Aizen and cut off Urkiola's wings. It pierced through Saishomaru's shoulder. Ox-Head Phantom roared at the sky. Ox-Head Phantom roared at the sky. The crimson flash pierced through the clouds. That one man holding the pass against 10,000 enemies stance was like Cristiano Ronaldo with the protagonist's halo on. He was a man who could kick out the ending. Gyoza was deeply shocked. He took a deep breath and compared the lethality of Aizen and Shinozaki Ichigo. He decisively joined Ox-Head Phantom's camp. Gyoza opened shop and took out a caravan cloak, bright light of past life, graceful crimson, bright and beautiful bright red, plump at the top, thin in the middle, and curved at the bottom. Although it was ridiculed by many girls for looking like a flower sculpture, in Gyoza's eyes as a straight man, fuck, too perverted. Even the style was so revealing. Buy. He bought it, wore it for 3 hours, and threw it away. Who would have thought that one day, they would have to rely on an outer appearance to protect the world? He held the big red cloak in his hand and shook it slightly. The eye-catching cloth bloomed with the wind with a gorgeous and dazzling blood red. Just as everyone thought that he was going to go all out, Gyoza shouted and provoked Ox-Head Sue. Come on, bullfighting. We're hurting each other. Everyone. Although he looked like a bull, that was just an illusion, not a bull. Ox-Head Sue roared and attacked in a flash. Gyoza elegantly lifted the cloak and dodged it. With a loud boom behind him, 5 or 6 Daxu were crushed into pieces. Everyone, could it be done like that? It was as if he knew the correct way to use Kurizaki-kun. Gyoza was ready for battle. He had never fought a bull before, but he had fought a dog before. Since they were all 4-legged animals, there shouldn't be a problem if he rounded them up a little, right? Using the same trick, he rolled up the cloak and ran around. Under the bright flash, he sprinted toward the dawn of victory with the sweat of his youth burning with all his passion. That year, on that icy plain, a husky-like girl led an old bull who was having a psychotic episode. They were wild, crazy, and passionate. The most powerful cannon in history, Ox-Head Sue, was more powerful than any other Daxu in history. He plowed the entire icy plain and chased after the bull on the uneven ground. The only thing left in his sight was the red cloak. Gyoza spun, jumped, and rose into the air. After estimating the distance between them, he quietly unsheathed his sword and decided to take the risk. He instantly cast the 4 symbols reincarnation and smashed it right into Aizen's face. The speed reduction effect increased. Gyoza roared, "Hold him back!" Without hesitation, Saishomaru attacked right away to keep Aizen's attention. Ox-Head Sue was closing in. Gyoza was still in the air, and Aizen's buff hadn't been removed yet. Everything seemed to be happening in slow motion, and everyone's curiosity was piqued. Then, with a splash, a bucket of red paint splashed on Aizen's head, dyeing his white dress into a bride's red. Everyone, Aizen. Gyoza put away his red cloak and hid his achievements. Saishomaru didn't want to continue fighting. He retreated and raised his sleeve to cover his nose. The infuriated Ox-Head Sue directly attacked Aizen. Perhaps it was because he had been teased by the red cloak for too long, but his heart was filled with deep resentment. Once he fought back, flesh and blood would fly and blood would splatter. Aizen became Ox-Head Sue's #1 enemy. But who was Aizen? He was an extraordinary raider who had survived 3 episodes. If Gyoza dared to play him like this, he could do the same. With his red body, Aizen dodged and tried to draw the flames of war to the god of death's base camp. As long as he broke through the ice field, destroyed the defense line, and shattered the enchantment, the power of Ox-Head Sue alone was enough to destroy the whole of Tokyo. With 100,000 lives in his hands, Wang Jian activated it. He didn't believe that anyone could stop his ambition, But Aizen still had a brain, but not a dog. Even if he evolved himself into a dog, he still couldn't compare to the king of all dogs, Yi Jiuzi. He had Zhongliang's plan, and Yi Jiuzi had a ladder to climb over the wall. Yi Jiuzi rushed forward and threw a horse noose towards Oxhead Su's neck, strangling the other party's head. With a forceful twist, he twisted the other party's head. The flash deviated from its direction and fiercely pierced through another black hole. Without saying a word, Yi Jiuzi flipped onto the horse. Oxhead Su squeezed his legs and directly rode on the other party's neck. Like a knight, his hands held two hard, thick, and long horns. Go, oh no. Yi Jiuzi turned Oxhead Void around and aimed at the dumbfounded Aizen. He raised his sword and roared, "Go, my berserker, Bull Demon King." Oxhead Su tore his heart and lungs, ow ow ow. Everyone was speechless. Yi Jiuzi was like a dog's skin plaster stuck to Oxhead Su's neck. He couldn't get rid of him no matter how hard he tried. Oxhead Su's rage level had reached the critical point, boiling point, exploding point. In the end, Oxhead Su gave up and was pressed by Yi Jiuzi's horn to attack Aizen. "Berserker, you really are the fattest." "Oh, old friend, your valiant performance really surprised me. It's a masterpiece from God. Yes, kill him, kill him. Don't stop. That's it. Keep it up, Bull Demon King." With Oxhead Su's indiscriminate bombardment and Yi Jiuzi's demonic voice pierced their ears, Aizen, a raider that had never been defeated for many years, had no choice but to kneel. The entire body of bone armor shattered and blood flowed. Aizen leaned on the Zanpakuto and half knelt in the ruins, panting. Suddenly, he seemed to understand why a weak woman like Yi Jiuzi could survive until now. She was too capable. Heaven, Earth, the universe. Never met a weirdo who fought in such a way? Never. Which man could stand it? Tell him, who? Who the fuck could stand it? Did he not see that even Oxhead Su was about to kneel? Who was Oxhead Su? That was Shinozaki Ichigo, the king of cheats, the son of luck. But this extremely terrifying woman, with just a little trick, she had squeezed out two powerful men at the same time. Aizen knew that he had underestimated Yi Jiuzi's destructive power, but it was too late for regrets. He was planning to escape from this world, but he did not expect a snow-white dog to suddenly attack him. It was very fast, like a meteor. By the time he reacted, the aura of the real body rushed at him, and sharp fangs pierced through his neck. Oh no, it was the real body. Ah, the raider screamed in pain, feeling all the power and vitality in his body rushing toward the real body. He desperately clawed at the real body's fur, choked the real body's neck, and even stabbed the Zanpakuto into the real body's body. But the moon in the mirror was the lower half of Aizen. Life, luck, energy, Wangjian, Spirit King, supremacy. The past was like the moon in the water, and the burning ambition eventually turned into ashes. How could he forget? Aizen was like him. They liked to plot everything in the dark. Only when they were fully prepared would they attack when they least expected it. The real body had already entered the battlefield, but he was smart enough to hide himself, waiting to give the imposter a fatal blow. Aizen, the real body. If only he had discovered it earlier. The raider turned into countless streams of light and disappeared into Aizen's body. As the energy in his body filled, expanded, and blocked, the collapsing jade melted into his blood vessels, almost bursting his body. The Samoyed loosened its jaws and fell into the ruins. Everyone, Yi Jiuzi's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect Harmony to be such a loyal dog. Although it was quiet and only knew how to act cute, it didn't drop the ball at the critical moment. Not only that, but it also killed a boss. Harmony, Daddy loves you. I'll make delicious ribs for you tonight. Yi Jiuzi was so touched that he took out half a durian and slapped it on the bullhead's face. When Shinozaki Ichigo completely canceled his phantasmal form and turned into Shinozaki Ichigo, who was foaming at the mouth, Yi Jiuzi could not bear to see him die. He picked up the 1.8-meter-tall boy and sent him to the silent medical team. Are you hurt? Don't ask about the background of a hero, Yi Jiuzi said seriously. If you see a young man fall, help him up. Wait, wait, aren't we? I can't leave my name after doing a good deed. I'm afraid I'll be blackmailed. Ijuza thought about his bull riding record, and for some reason, he felt creeped out. He was afraid that Shinozaki Ichigo would find fault with him. But I'll write down all the good deeds I've done in my diary. Everyone. The Daxu wandering on the ice field were cleared, and Ijuza dug out his dogs from the ruins. One by one, he wiped off the ice and dirt from their bodies and hugged them. After being separated for so many days, Ijuza was filled with emotions when they reunited again. Sigh, even if he owed them money, what else could he do? Of course, he would choose to forgive them. Ijuza counted the dogs several times, and his expression changed. Where's Fuqiang? Oh fuck, where's Fuqiang? The dogs gave him a look. Master, Fuqiang is behind you. Saishomaru. Chapter 132. This litter of dogs. It had to be neat and tidy to make it look more presentable. Ijuza's expression changed drastically when he saw that Fuqiang had disappeared. He suddenly stood up and looked at the entire ice field. However, as far as the eye could see, there were broken bone armors and dripping blood. Not to mention a puppy, he couldn't even find a single strand of dog fur. Fuqiang was indeed a large dog demon, but its image as a puppy was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Just thinking about that pitiful, weak, and helpless figure. Ijuza's mind was filled with bloody images of it freezing to death, trampling to death, and exploding to death. The ice field was vast. Where could one find wealth and power? Ijuza's heart felt empty. Looking at the vast expanse of whiteness, he was in a daze. Behind him, Urkiola flapped his newly grown wings. He twisted the two tin blades that were still alive. He opened the black cavity and left. The fake was dead, and the real Aizen had become a dog. Ikamara Silver had been captured, and East Deity was seriously injured. The current world of humans had become the home of the Grim Reapers and spiritual ability users. Even if he was a Vastot, he had to retreat. Rather than guarding a chess game that he was bound to lose, he might as well return to the Void Circle to rest. He had no desire for war. This woman was still alive. He would get the answer he wanted one day. But why was she in a daze? The black cavity closed, cutting off Urkiola's line of sight. The last scene that melted into his field of vision. Only the wind and snow of the ice field remained, and a touch of unique blue sky. The crisis in the world had been resolved. The surviving Grim Reapers gathered together and cooperated with the spiritual ability users to put an end to this disaster. The ice field gradually melted and melted into water. People came and went, and the corpses were collected. The barrier was removed, and the memories were reset. Ijuza searched the streets and alleys, but he still couldn't find the three-legged puppy. Where did it go? What are you looking for? A cold voice came from behind him. Saishomaru walked over slowly. Ijuza sniffed. My dog. Stopping, Saishomaru restrained his expression and said coldly, very important? To you humans, it's just a dog. It's very important. Ijuza began to rummage through the trash can. It's a dog, yes, but I can't compare it to a human. But since I raised it, I will be responsible for it. As long as I have a mouthful of rice to eat, it will have a mouthful of soup to drink. Ijuza said, whatever other people's dogs have, I give it to them. If other people's dogs don't have it, it doesn't have it either. I'm very rational in raising a dog. Ijuza turned a few corners but still could not find Fuqiang. But it's okay to be emotional once in a while. He stood under Tokyo's Ginza and watched the entire city's stagnant civilization start up again. Reflecting the flickering screen and continuing the soft music from the cafe, he clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Where will it be? Ijuza was in a bad mood. I've raised it for so many years, and every time, it will find me first. Seriously, no matter where it is, as long as it's alive. Behind him, a few dogs paced. Ijuza squatted down and rubbed their heads. Thinking of the unconscious Samoyed and the missing white firewood, he was very depressed. Saishomaru was silent for a moment and said calmly, he's alive, and he's with you, dogs. Fuqiang was going to confess? The owner was going to know that they were not actually dogs. The dogs, who were about to receive equal treatment, were so excited that they couldn't help but shake their tails. This scene, in the eyes of Yi Jioza, really became a portrayal of dog love. Look at his dogs, how compassionate they were. Although they usually fought and hurt each other, when they heard the news of a friend, their tails shook faster than a propeller. It was so touching. Yi Jioza sniffled and got up in shock. His eyes looked around frantically. Where? Fuck. Where? What do you mean by my side? Big brother, you're lying to me. Dog's tails gradually stopped wagging. Saishomaru, point it out to me. My eyes are not good. Where is it? Dogs numbly lowered their tails. Saishomaru closed his eyes and turned to leave. Stupid woman. Yi Jioza. Heh, what an unpredictable man. He was actually playing with people. If it weren't for the fact that this kid was his milk, he would have, he still couldn't do anything to him. Yi Jioza brought the dogs and followed behind Saishomaru. Why do I feel that what you said seems like you know where it is? Saishomaru did not speak. Dogs slowly became worried. He's alive by my side. Yi Jioza's imagination could not stop. He's alive, not dead. He exists. Wait, he. Did you just say he? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Yi Jioza's eyes were burning. As if he had an epiphany, he stared at Saishomaru. At this moment, Saishomaru turned around and stared straight at him. Do you understand now? I didn't expect it. Yi Jioza took a step forward and stared deeply into Saishomaru's eyes. I really didn't expect it. I didn't expect it at all. Dogs' hearts were in their throats. Even Saishomaru relaxed his breathing. Fuchong actually passed the tribulation successfully? Saishomaru. Dogs. Wait. What the hell is tribulation? Yi Jioza looked up at the sky with yearning in his eyes. As a dog demon, Fuchong will naturally pass the tribulation and ascend to immortality. He will be reborn one day. Changing from it to him is a leap in nature. Yi Jioza looked gratified and clenched his fists. You told me that he's still alive, that he's by my side. Although I can't see him, I believe that even if Fuchong becomes an immortal, he will definitely come back to protect his master. Yi Jioza was moved by his own words. His spirit has always been with me. Even if he doesn't accompany me anymore, he still remembers me. Saishomaru. Dogs. Yi Jioza tried to convince himself. I don't know how you know about this, but I still have to thank you for telling me such important information. Say, if he passes the tribulation successfully, will he tell me the lottery number in my dream? Saishomaru. He coldly and elegantly waved his sleeves, taking away a wave of dogs. I can't continue this sentence equals. Yi Jioza originally wanted to use the topic of tribulation to discuss with the nanny, but he didn't expect that before the day even started, he would be killed by the conversation. Not only did he kill the conversation, but he also killed the nanny Saishomaru didn't want to talk to her. Even if Yi Jioza racked his brains to talk to him, he expressed his unwillingness and threw a wave of dogs to her. Yi Jioza caught the dog steadily and borrowed some money from Ekizan Ryoma. He then bought a hot dog and handed it to Saishomaru. In order to become a pure yang with milk, Yi Jioza did his best to serve Saishomaru. Take your things away. Saishomaru refused the hot dog. Yi Jioza, you really don't want to try it? It's delicious. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. So, he ate the hot dog with relish in front of Saishomaru. Saishomaru, take your things away. Saishomaru avoided the popsicle. Yi Jioza, it's summer. Aren't you hot wearing a fur coat? Eat a popsicle. Hey, you're not eating again. Okay, I'll eat. So, he licked the thick and long popsicle from top to bottom in front of Saishomaru again. Saishomaru, take your things away. Saishomaru pushed the walnut away. Yi Jioza, why are you like this? Do you know that eating walnuts can nourish the brain? Okay. If you don't want to eat, I'll eat. So, he ate the walnut meat, crunching loudly. Saishomaru, you really need to nourish your brain, stupid woman. Natsum returned to the human camp with Kitty-sensei. Together with Kimimaro, they sent the tennis boys who were about to collapse from exhaustion back. The Shinigami gathered. After finally finding the black hole to return to Soul Society, they gathered the remaining members with the Winter Lion and prepared to support Soul Society. The war in the modern world was over, but the reinforcements of Soul Society were still coming. Except for the critical situation in the headquarters, they couldn't think of any other possibilities. Because someone artificially sealed the Soul Society, isolating the black hole that led to that world. If it weren't for the captain-level Shinigami supporting the black hole, they would have been completely isolated from Soul Society. Soul Society, no news. Someone murmured, his eyes unfocused. What do you think happened there? Nothing good. Urahara Kisuke's face was sullen. Is there no news from the patriarchs of the Four Maple Court and the Withered Moo family? None. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Everyone couldn't help but look at the newly opened black hole. It was dark and deep, leading to the known distance. Chapter 133. Yigyoza carefully looked at the deep black hole, then seriously compared it with the solemn expressions of the Grim Reapers. He realized that this matter was not simple, and for a time, he revealed the vigilance of a dog. He stopped the Winter Lion in his tracks, knocked him out with a knife, tied him up, and threw him to the group of tennis teenagers. Under the hesitant gazes of everyone, Yigyoza used verbal cannon number 1. Since you notice that something is wrong, don't just rush forward. Leave a captain-level Grim Reaper, even if we are too tired to open a black hole. The Winter Lion can also provide support. The Grim Reapers looked at each other for a while. They felt that Yigyoza's words seemed to make sense. They had yet to determine the situation in the Soul Society, so it was inevitable to be careless to bring the injured along. It was better to leave the injured in the modern world, so that they could preserve some effective strength. They would do it if they thought of it. The Grim Reapers took action. In just a moment, the team was reorganized. After bidding farewell to their comrades, they jumped into the black hole one by one like dumplings. That posture. Without any hesitation. Under Kimamaro's disapproving gaze, Yigyoza used verbal cannon number 2. Since you were born as a human, you will be an outstanding person. If you can't be outstanding, at least be a good person. If you can't be a good person, then be a normal person. Sir. Kimamaro reached out and grabbed the corner of his shirt. This is not your responsibility alone. But you see, you have the ability. Just do it. Yigyoza rubbed his head. A person clearly has the ability to stop evil, but he doesn't do it. Instead, he chooses to be a passerby, then he is also an accomplice. Sir. Yigyoza smiled. Don't forget your original intention, and have a clear conscience. Kimamaro stared at him and let go of the corner of his shirt. Please, be sure to return safely. I will. Yigyoza put on the black hole and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, the group of tennis youngsters carried small wicker baskets on their backs and gripped tennis rackets in their hands. Their eyes were filled with determination, and they wanted to save the world together. Yigyoza was very touched and activated. Verbal Cannon 3. Since you have such moral character, then start by protecting the modern world. He rummaged through his backpack, took out a black card, and handed it to Kengo Atobi. To protect the modern world, we must first repay our debts. Kengo. Boss Kengo, let me tell you, the Soul Society is not dead yet, and the Grim Reaper's stronghold in the modern world still has a lot of funds. Yigyoza whispered. This card has about 2.7 billion. Kengo frowned and lowered his voice. What do you mean? I don't know if I'll be able to come back, so I can only leave the money with you. Yigyoza said, I saw your extravagance at school. As a nouveau riche, you won't covet my money. Please, help me repay some of my debts. Yigyoza clasped his hands together. I owe the hospital some money, as well as money for Ashikin-kuen's hot dogs and popsicles. If I don't come back, please help me take care of Kuen, Freedom, and my dog. I'll give you 1 billion from the card, please. Yigyoza spoke in a serious tone. As for the rest, please take the rest and establish a tennis league. In order to find something for the group of Chinibu teenagers to do, Yigyoza picked up his brain. You can cooperate with Natsum, Boss Kengo. Natsum will sooner or later become the leader of all spiritual ability users. 5 seconds before the black hole was about to close, Ijiuza crawled into it. Unexpectedly, his dogs were so sneaky that they bit the back of Seiji's shirt and crawled in one by one. Ijiuza didn't say anything else and kicked Seiji. This bloody black hole wasn't a playground where dogs could enter and leave at will. Uchiha Madara easily dodged Seiji's kick and gave Seiji a condescending look. Ijiuza was rendered speechless. Pressing down with one foot, Jolanshu dodged sideways, spreading her short legs to bypass the feeder easily. Ijiuza was rendered speechless. No, he didn't believe it. Yoshi Asakura elegantly jumped with a sweep of his leg, landed on the ground, and swung his tail at an unhurried pace. Ijiuza took a deep breath and used a series of flying kicks. Gilgamesh's leap of faith perfectly leaped over Seiji's head. She spun 3.5 times before landing on the ice. Ijiuza was rendered speechless. Damn it! Didn't you say that you weren't allowed to turn into a demon after Japan was established? But what Ijiuza didn't expect was that because he kicked too hard, the shoe on his left foot slipped, and he was sent flying out of the black chamber. He was stunned for half a second, and his expression changed. He immediately scrambled to run back, but he didn't expect a large palm to wrap around his wrist the moment he stretched out his hand. Slender, scorching, and powerful. He grabbed Qin Ye's wrist and pulled Qin Ye back. "What are you doing?" Saishomaru's voice was cold. "You reached out when the cavity is closed. Don't you want your hand anymore?" The black hole had the ability to cut through space. It seemed harmless, but it was lethal. Did he really want to throw away his life for the sake of a shoe? "My shoe," Ijiuza cried. "That's my shoe. It's just a pair of shoes." "What? Just a pair of shoes?" Ijiuza was shocked. "Let me tell you, as long as you wear your shoes well, you'll be awesome even if you wear a sack on your body." Ijiuza found it strange that there was a man in this world who didn't care about shoes. Scary. Saishomaru was silent for a while and pulled him forward. "It's not comfortable to wear shoes." "What? The only man I've seen who doesn't wear shoes is Inuyasha." Ijiuza muttered. "I can understand why he doesn't wear shoes. After all, he's the descendant of a dog demon." Wait, a dog demon? Ijiuza clearly felt Saishomaru's body stiffen. Oh right, he remembered now. Inuyasha had confessed that he was the descendant of the King of Tusks, and the King of Tusks was a purebred dog demon. He was a dog. Inuyasha had mentioned that his brother was called Saishomaru. He was the purebred eldest son of the King of Tusks. He was a cold and heartless dog demon. He was also a dog. Ijiuza was speechless. The big brother beside him was not only a demon, but also a dog demon. Not only was he a dog demon, but he was also a male. So the question was, what was wrong with his physique that he was able to attract so many dogs? "Saishomaru, you?" Ijiuza stared at him with surprise in his eyes. "You're a dog? Wow, even dogs can milk people nowadays." Saishomaru was speechless. A dog demon is not a dog. Saishomaru let go of his wrist and quickened his pace. "Shut up. Let's go." Ijiuza changed into a pair of sports shoes and jogged to catch up. But dog demon means a dog that has become a spirit, right? A dog that has become a spirit is still a dog. The dogs followed in silence. Saishomaru quickened his pace again. "It's not that kind of lowly thing." "Lowly? Why are you scolding yourself like that?" Ijiuza jogged. He was a little out of breath, but he still insisted on talking to the wet nurse. "I'm just asking, do you like to eat fish or meat bones?" Saishomaru was speechless. He stopped talking and focused on rushing forward. "You have nothing to say, right, Ijiuza?" His breathing became heavier. What kind of dog food do you like?" I'll buy it for you." If he wanted to keep the wet nurse's heart, he had to first capture her stomach. As long as he reached the stomach, there was no man that could not be conquered. Saishomaru glanced at him coldly and sped up again. Ijiuza panted heavily. His voice echoed in the black cavity. "You, slow down. Don't go any faster." Saishomaru said coldly, "Useless guy." Dogs were speechless. The grim reapers in front of them stopped strangely. After a few seconds, their faces turned red and they began to speed up. What's useless?" Yijioza felt that he had to be imposing first. You're not the one who threw 34C fake boobs. You make it sound so easy. You're still at the same speed as me. Don't go any faster. I can't keep up. Wait for me. Don't just think about your own pleasure. Grim Reapers were speechless. Dogs were speechless. TSK, the black cavity was indeed too dirty. Was that why it was so dark? Yijioza was as tired as a dead dog. He finally grabbed the wet nurse's shawl and slowly got up. Their black cavity was in the sky above Quiet Spirit Garden. As soon as they landed, they fell at a freefall speed. Before Yijioza could react, he found himself falling into a snow-white shawl. It was like a long tail that spun and pulled up, wrapping him and the dogs inside. Yijioza looked up from the fluffy tail and saw the strong wind blowing Saishomaru's long hair up high. His empty left sleeve fluttered in the wind. Yijioza could not help but focus on his left sleeve. Was he missing a hand? What a coincidence. He was a tricycle just like his Fuqiang. But this tricycle was really soft. Yijioza could not help but bury his face in the fluffy tail and rub against it. So comfortable, so comfortable. Saishomaru was speechless. Dogs were speechless. Chapter 134. Soul Society. The Quiet Spirit Court was really like its name, a cemetery for the souls of heroes to calm down. The prosperity of the past was reduced to a sea of fire. The remnants of the present were only ruins. The raging fire burned the sky, and the heavy aura of death filled the valley bottom. The blood was roasted into black scabs, the flesh and bones were scattered into spirit particles, the swords were broken and mourned, and the souls of heroes were sent to the next life. The cherry blossom flying blade, the bloody battle. The fire of karma reignited. Everyone was shocked. Aizen once sealed the void circle for their own ambitions and selfish desires, but the Grim Reaper sealed the Soul Society for the continuation of life and hope. The enemy was very difficult, cruel, and powerful. It was a supreme existence that ordinary people could not match. When the two tin blades began to kill, when Yoshiasakura broke the line of defense, all the Grim Reapers were ready to fight to the death. No matter what, even if the entire army was wiped out, they had to bury this most ruthless and dangerous enemy in the Soul Society. This was the duty of the Grim Reaper, and also the belief of Godei 13 divisions. As long as there were Grim Reapers left in the modern world, as long as the spirit and justice existed forever, even if the Soul Society was destroyed today, there would always be a day when it would rise again. They paid the death of their predecessors for the survival of the younger generation. They were willing to do it. However, the division that was fighting to the death did not expect. The Grim Reapers stationed in the modern world actually opened up a black hole and turned some of them back to support. This result made them both gratified and sad. Delighted by the love of their companions, comforted by the peace of the modern world, sad to repeat the path of death, sad to go to the Yellow Springs together. Why did you come back? The captain of the 2nd Division, Shredded Bee, asked. She no longer had a cold expression, and her beautiful eyes were full of complexity. You shouldn't have come back. That's not right. Kyo Shunshue smiled. A man can't hide behind a woman. He pulled out his sword, took off his hat, stared at Yoshiasakura standing in the sky, and promised as a man. If I let the woman behind me die before me in danger, I am incompetent. Well, Shredded Bee, you are still a little girl. You should rely on us occasionally. The Zanpakuto was unsheathed, and a supreme Ryatsu suddenly erupted. Kairaka Shunsui directly attacked Yoshiasakura. Unbeknownst to him, as the king of psychics, his powers were inherited from Earth. Even if the fake couldn't unleash 100% of its power, it was enough to give a captain-level Grim Reaper a hard time. Kairaka Shunsui teamed up with Futake Jushiro to fight the enemy, but they still weren't a match for Yoshiasakura, especially under the strong suppression of the fire spirit, their strength. The dissolution could only delay the time. Captain Yamamoto was ambushed by the 2nd, Tin Blades, Bailey, and his mental strength was almost exhausted. The other party's all things decay ability transformed into a gray aura of death that spread throughout the area. Just coming into contact with the slightest bit of it would be like being targeted by the Grim Reaper. Regardless of whether it was physical strength, mental power, or life force, they would all be rapidly drained away until they died. Shomu Hayui and 4 Maple Academy's Yi worked together to protect Captain Yamamoto while resisting Bailey's aura of death, trying their best to buy time for the civilians to escape. Senbonzakura's flying blades burned and wailed in the aura of death, tightly wrapping around the aura of death and forming a thick barrier, isolating this terrifying area. The more he came into contact with the aura of death, the more Shomu Hayui's Ryatsu consumed. Gradually, blood began to flow out of his 7 orifices, and fine lines appeared on his handsome and smooth cheeks at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hayui. Yi killed Daxu and rushed out a path of survival. There is another exit for the 12th Division. You take the captain and leave. I will cover the rear. No. Shomu Hayui's voice was hoarse. You can't defend. Senbonzakura can. I will stay. His hands became wrinkled bit by bit, and the life force in his body was dissipating bit by bit. Even if I die, I will live up to the surname Shomu. Now was not the time to argue. Yi gritted her teeth, carried Captain Yamamoto, protected the surviving students, and rushed to the last exit of the 12th Division. She kicked the group of students out of the exit and sent the captain inside. Without waiting for any farewell or persuasion, she directly closed the exit and returned to the battlefield again. As the head of the 4 Maple Academy, her choice was the same as Shomu Hayui. Even if she died, she would live up to her surname. The battle became white-hot, and the two sides were in a stalemate for a long time. In the end, because they couldn't break the erosion of the aura of death and the attack of Yoshiasakura, the Grim Reaper's side showed fatigue and weakness. They thought that this would be the result of their defeat, but they didn't expect that at this moment there would be light at the end of the tunnel. Yijiaza rushed into the encirclement and threw a subduing mountain river at Shomu Hayui's feet without hesitation. At that moment, a bright light bloomed, and the sky-blue magic circle was reactivated, spreading a vitality that reached the depths of the soul. 8 seconds of subduing mountain river. The spiritual pressure dispelled the aura of death. A moment later, real man. The vitality returned and condensed into vitality. Dissolution. Senbonzakura Kagyoi. Shomu Hayui seized the opportunity and directly switched from passive defense to active attack. Yijioza seized the opportunity and unleashed a boundless aura as he moved about. Vitality? Bailey let out a strange laugh. But if you want to deal with me, this level is far from enough. Bailey, before Aizen ruled the Void Circle, was the king of the Void Circle. He was arrogant, cruel, and conceited, with strong ambitions and a desire for revenge. He was never loyal to Aizen, and he only submitted because of violence. After all, the great emperor who symbolized death was supreme. How could he submit to others? If there was a chance, he would definitely bite back like a poisonous snake. Grim Reaper. You guys are very interesting. Bailey slowly pulled out his sword. Although you are like an ant, you are qualified to die under my sword. Decay. Skull Emperor. Boom. All of a sudden, an overwhelming spiritual pressure fell from the top of their heads, as if the sky was about to collapse, giving them the despair of being annihilated. Black smoke lingered, and the aura of death was heavy. The white skeleton wearing a crown stepped out of the abyss, its entire body burning with the flames of death, and everywhere it passed turned into a scorched black wasteland. Vitality was absorbed, and vitality was cut off. The tall skeleton stretched out its bone claws, pulling the silver death chain, driving the huge axe, and fiercely smashing Senbonzakura's defense. Rumble. The giant axe smashed into the building complex, and in an instant, the aura of death swallowed the entire house, decaying, turning into mud, turning into ashes at an extremely fast speed. Finally, it disappeared without a trace. Did you see that? This is the unique power. Bailey laughed wildly. Everyone will grow old, and no one can escape death. Yijioza sank his eyes, and only felt his hair stand on end. The waves of death aura corroded the aura of Taiji, advancing inch by inch from the outside until it engulfed the entire aura. Although the pure young inner breath had a certain immunity to the aura of death, it couldn't stop him from being a genuine human. As long as he had flesh and blood, he would age, and he would not be able to escape death. The most terrible thing was that he couldn't think of any way to deal with Bailey. There was no such thing as eternal in this world. Everything he could think of would come to an end. What should I do? Yugioza clenched his sword tightly. Beside him, Shomubaya stepped forward, crossed his blade, and blocked in front of him. Dark red blood dripped down from the tip of the blade and into the black soil below. "This is a battle of our generation," he said. "Human, go back to where you belong." Yugioza looked at Shomubaya's back and glanced at the scarf around his neck. A gust of wind blew over, causing the other party's scarf to flutter slowly. Yugioza, He suddenly reached out, grabbed Shomubaya's scarf, and pulled him back. "I've offended you, brother, but you should find a place to hide first." Shomubaya, seeing that he couldn't speak, Yugioza backhanded him with a 9 revolutions return to 1 and repelled him. Immediately after, he circulated his great qinggong and quickly rose into the sky. He spun 360 times and struck out with the 4 symbols reincarnation, slapping Bailey's face. Idiot! Bailey, he had never been called the Great Emperor before, and he had never come into contact with an idiot. At this moment, he was only dumbfounded. After a while, the skeleton roared, waved its giant axe, and took large strides towards Yugioza. Yugioza's moves were simple and crude. Just a little bit more and Yugioza would have lost himself. He didn't know if this method would work, but he had to give it a try. He found an empty ruin and used the 7 stars encirclement to freeze the skeleton's figure. However, this move that had always worked failed miserably at this moment, and it was corroded completely at an extremely fast speed. "No, I still need time." Another 5 elements peak. Cold sweat broke out on Yugioza's forehead as he used his ultimate moves one after another. He opened the shop and did 2 things at once. He no longer cared about the price of the items he wanted and directly scanned the most practical items. 1-minute trial version, Featherstorm, Daitengu's unique skill. After flapping its wings, it will form a storm to attack the opponent, with a fixed attack of 6. The trial version only needs 5 days. What the hell? This is a scam. It really takes time to get a 1-minute trial version. However, now is not the time for him to be picky. Since the aura of death was a type of chi, he would try to see if the storm could condense the aura of death, spin it, and feed it back to Bailey himself. Have a taste of the power of your ultimate move, Stupid Void. Yugioza clicked by and activated it directly. He looked at Bailey with a sinister smile, and finally, he suddenly reacted. Wait, flapping his wings? He didn't have wings. Fuck. 5 days only for 1 minute. Now 1 minute has already started. What should I do? Where can I find wings? After the Skull Emperor finished eroding the aura, he swung his giant axe and rushed towards Yugioza. Yugioza took a deep breath and took out a pack of Sophie 330mm night sanitary napkins from the backpack. Swoosh! It tore open. He took out 2 pieces in a minute and unfolded his angel-like wings. Damn. Although these wings are a little small, they are still wings. Death was close at hand, and Yugioza clapped his arms like an old hen. As the successor of socialism, as a child of the pure young palace, he would never admit defeat. Dissolution? Yugioza shouted, scaring Bailey into a daze. Seize the time, charge up, and fill the ammunition. House of Alisai. Chapter 135. A blue-gray storm rose from the ground, like an angry dragon with intelligence. It directly locked onto the Skull Emperor. It spun sharp wind blades at high speed, like a fully automatic washing machine. Not only did it gather the pervasive death aura, but it also swept up all the ruins. The Feather Blade Storm carried the internal strength of the pure Yang Palace. The complementary vitality of Yin and Yang isolated the killing intent of Bailey. The storm did not stop, the aura of death did not spread. A minute was enough for the injured to be transferred. Yugioza temporarily stabilized Bailey, but the second 10 blades, was worthy of being the strongest under Aizen. Even though he was at a disadvantage, that ferocious power collided with the storm like before. It made a sharp and ear-piercing scratching sound. The axe smashed into the wind blade, one strike after another. The huge skeleton roared in the inner wall, its expression ferocious. Pay back the opponent in his own coin. Even Bailey, who had released all his strength, was tormented by his own death aura. Fortunately, for his own strength, he still had immunity. Fortunately, the barrier set up by Yijuza was not the type of space isolation. Bailey understood. He still had a chance to make a comeback, but at the same time, he would never underestimate Yijuza again. As long as he could get out, he would definitely kill her first. This woman was a variable. She could not be left alive. The axe embedded itself into the barrier of the wind blades, tearing open the weak node. The pair of bone claws that were burned by the death aura reached out, grabbed both sides of the node, and pulled with all its might. Squeak. The ear-piercing sound of metal friction rang out. The feather blade storm was still 10 seconds away from the time limit, but the opponent had actually forcefully broken through the defense. The skeleton squeezed out of the barrier and surged towards Yijuza with a tyrannical death aura. It was a gaze from the abyss of death. One would die if they touched it, and there was no way to avoid it. If he used the same move twice, the enemy would figure out the routine. If he used the same routine twice, he would capsize the boat. There was no space to hide, and there was no time to find tools. Yijuza didn't think too much about it and simply activated the meditative meditation. He raised his sword and rushed towards Bailey. Even if he lost, he would drag someone down with him. Pure young disciples were never cowards. It wasn't like he had never died before, even if this was not his original world, nor was it his homeland. However, he was willing to make the choice to fight for the survival and peace of mankind. Righteousness and justice had nothing to do with identity or nationality. Where the heart is, the Tao exists. Boom. The friction between life and death. The aura of death was like a swarm of locusts, crawling up his meditative state. Even with damage reduction activated, he still could not escape the corrosion of aging. Yijuza's eyes were cold, and he was no longer as lively and energetic as usual. At this moment, he was unusually calm, and he seemed steady and reliable. He saw his own hands turn yellow and thin little by little. He saw his black hair suddenly turn white. He saw the corner of his clothes turn into dust. He saw the arrogant smile on the skeleton's face. He tightly gripped the sword in his hand and forcefully grabbed onto the skeleton's crown. He steadily and fiercely stabbed the sharp blade into the skeleton's eye socket, ruthlessly charging in. Pierce. Explode all of his strength. You won't succeed. His throat was hoarse, and he let out an old voice. Wrinkles crawled up his cheeks, and only his eyes were as bright as the morning stars, as if they had been polished with snow. Roar, roar, roar. The huge skeleton howled in pain. Bailey opened his 2 rows of white fangs and condensed a pitch-black sigh of death, preparing to kill Yijuza completely. Unexpectedly, the other party was faster than him. He twisted the death chain around his neck and twisted his head like a madman. He climbed onto his head without any order, used all his strength, dragged the axe over, and stuffed it into his mouth. Before the sigh of death could erupt, it was swallowed alive by Bailey. This was one of his greatest ultimate moves. Without the ability of super regeneration, even Bailey himself could not resist the rapid devouring of the sigh of death. Ah! He screamed at the top of his lungs as he flung Yijuza to the ground. Then, as if he had gone mad, he attempted to rush into the battlefield with a strong desire for revenge. However, the power of the sigh of death was too great. In a moment, a hole was melted into the skeleton's abdomen. Gradually, his upper body and lower body separated. Slowly, his tall figure began to melt bit by bit. No, I'm the king. You bunch of ants. Bailey fell to the ground. I won't let you off. The Vastad-level Daxu used himself as bait to set off a storm of black gas before his death. The direction of his attack was none other than the place where the Grim Reaper had condensed the most. The battlefield of Yoshiasakura, and there, Gyoza wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and ran with all his might. As a pure young disciple, if he let his healer die before him, he would be fucking useless. He saw Saishomaru there and realized that Yoshiasakura wouldn't let him go. Saishomaru clearly wanted to support him, but Yoshiasakura had the ability of a yin-yang master. It was rare for him to encounter a pure-blooded demon, so he naturally had the idea of subduing him. That one chased after Saishomaru fiercely and was quite ferocious. He almost wanted to kill Saishomaru. Fuck. Hitting his intended healer in front of him. Did he think that he, the DPS, was dead? Even if he was already stained with the aura of death, even if his combat power was not as good as before, as long as he still had a breath left, he couldn't watch his intended healer get beaten. Hashtag what kind of DPS are you? If you can't even protect a healer, hashtag healers will never favor incompetent DPS, hashtag pure young who dared to let a healer die in front of them were not good DPS, hashtag Gyoza completely erupted. He burned his life and rushed into the white-hot battlefield like an arrow leaving the bow. In front of him was raging fire, and behind him was the aura of death. He jumped up and took out a frying pan from his backpack that didn't have any aura of death. Without saying a word, he rushed behind Saishomaru, held a pan, and used all his strength to knock him away. A familiar aura, a familiar smell. Saishomaru didn't guard against her, so she easily succeeded. She pushed him away, pulled out her long sword, and used another familiar 9 turns to 1 to push him out of the battlefield and further away. In his suddenly constricted pupils, the heaven-burning karmic fire and dark aura of death covered the sky and completely engulfed her. The karmic fire and the aura of death eliminated each other, and the Grim Reaper who was hit fell to the ground screaming like a dumpling. Yoshiasakura's ultimate skill was aimed at him, and Bailey's killing intent was locked onto her. But in the end, she was the one who stayed where she was. Gyoza. In his field of vision, red and black intertwined and burned everything. In the depths of his memories, light and blood spilled and overlapped, becoming an obsession. That year, that month, that day, the sea only left his back. Today, at this moment, it was difficult to find any trace of him. Saishomaru, why do you pursue strength? Saishomaru, do you have anything you want to protect? Because he was weak, he searched for strength. Because he wanted to surpass, he pursued tyranny. Because he had the responsibility of a king, he chose to be arrogant. Because he was determined to protect, he calmly walked towards death. Saishomaru, do you have anything you want to protect? Father. Smoke and dust filled the sky, drowning everything. Cries mixed with sobs exploded in his ears. The perpetrator's madness, the victim's helplessness, the invader's cruelty, the guardian's sorrow. The demonic power that he had lost control of swirled around his body. Saishomaru's silver hair danced wildly, and he could no longer control his berserk aura. A powerful force was colliding in his body. Like a monster that was about to break out of his body, he roared to express his desire to see the light of day again. The demonic power condensed and revolved around his body. Countless ruins were blown away, and countless barren lands were split open. There was violent lightning surrounding him, and there was a dazzling light flashing. His velvet tail curled up high, and his sleeves swelled in the wind. Because he was determined to protect, he calmly walked towards death. His biological father was like this, and so was she. Why did she save him? He didn't need it. If the chance to live was exchanged with that person's life, Tianqing's tooth was trembling more and more violently, and it was getting more and more out of control. What was the point of such a world existing? Be it death or void. If they didn't exist in the first place, would she still need to run around? Since she wanted to protect, then she would completely clean them up. Saishomaru pulled out Tianqing's tooth and stabbed it into the ground. Then, layers of purifying light rose from the blade. This Buddha blade seemed to be soaked in its owner's emotions, and it burst forth with its greatest power, breaking through the threshold, like a moth flying into a sea of fire, hysterically cleansing this world. The karmic fire did not dissipate, and the aura of death was completely burned away. Saishomaru looked up at Yoshiasakura, and a huge lightning suddenly burst out from his empty left sleeve. The lightning hissed, and the demonic power surged. A new strong and slender arm grew out, along with a terrifyingly powerful tachi. "You're the only one left." Saishomaru raised his head and fixed his gaze on Yoshiasakura. Yoshiasakura's expression was solemn. "Forming a contract with me won't be a disgrace to your ability." "Heh, idiot." Saishomaru clenched his broken tooth tightly. "The person I acknowledge is not you." Broken tooth. The lightning hissed, and it attacked Yoshiasakura with irresistible force. In the next second, Susanoo rose from the ground, and Uchiha Madara broke through the sea of fire and rushed over. "Where's the owner?" Gilgamesh's eyes widened, but the sea of fire did not dissipate, and there was no sign of Yigyoza. "Where is she?" Her aura disappeared. Yoshiasakura panted weakly. Under the suppression of the raiders, he was almost drained. Not here. The sound of explosions did not stop. The buildings collapsed, and the ruins were bombed again and again. Saishomaru went berserk, and Uchiha Madara went berserk. Under the attack of the two, even Yoshiasakura would suffer. Gilgamesh frowned, and her eyes involuntarily glanced at Yami's corpse. It was basically a mountain of flesh, and it was also an excellent barrier. He lowered his head and nudged Yoshiasakura's body. "Take him there." "Next, it's the king's home field." 9 Orchid Flower did not hesitate. He apologized, then grabbed Yoshiasakura by the nape of his neck and dragged him to a safe place. Regardless of whether the owner was there or not, their litter of dogs was neatly kept. 9 Orchid Flower and Yoshiasakura nested in the mountain of flesh, listening to the roar in their ears, and felt uneasy. "Where's the owner?" "I'm not sure," Yoshiasakura said weakly. "We have to find her quickly, or else that guy." "Saishomaru, right?" 9 Orchid Flower nodded. "He's possessed." When Yigyoza woke up, he found himself in an empty room. The room was very high, about a dozen meters high. The room was very empty, and there was nothing except for the tatami he was lying on. His body was very tired and weak, and he did not even have the strength to support his body. There was a strong taste of blood in his mouth, and just the taste of it made him feel uncomfortable. Outside, there was a sound of unhurried footsteps, regular and disciplined, as if they had been measured with a ruler, and even the rhythm rose and fell at the same time. "Who is it?" The door was pushed open, and in the pale light, he vaguely saw a pair of familiar green eyes. He opened his mouth. "Urki." "Orla?" Urkiola was holding a bowl and sitting cross-legged on his bed. He stared at him expressionlessly and said, "You actually survived. It's a miracle." "Huh." Yigyoza couldn't quite understand, or rather, his brain couldn't understand what the other party meant. "You should be glad that you fell beside me." Urkiola stretched out his hand, cut his wrist with his sharp nails, and let the blood flow into the bowl. Stained with the death aura of Bailey, half of my body was burned. He raised the bowl, opened his chin, and poured the blood into it. As Yigyoza swallowed painfully, Urkiola said coldly, "I have the ability of super regeneration. If you spit out the blood, I won't feed you anymore." Yigyoza was speechless. "I will send you to the Soul Society. There is no medicine in the Void Circle." Yigyoza finally swallowed it. When there was a burning pain in his internal organs, he grabbed the corner of the quilt and fell asleep after a short struggle. Urkiola stayed quietly for a while. When he heard the sound of the void flash, he got up and walked out of the bedroom. Grimjow and Nutra were fighting again. What was the reason? It was easy to figure it out. Nutra exceeded the limit of the male void and gave birth to a tortoise. When they found him, he was holding the tortoise and crying, completely without the demeanor that a Daxu should have. This brainless guy, stupid Nutra, I don't know what's wrong with him, but he firmly believes that the tortoise is his child equals. Okay, Dax's hobbies are always a bit weird. It's nothing to raise a tortoise. However, the idiot Grimjow has really degenerated into a cat, always provoking the tortoise when he has nothing to do. He would turn it over, spin it, or throw it into the water. That's how the fight started. Since the Night Void Palace lost Aizen, This group of Daxu has really become more and more restrained. Urkiola came to the battle with his hands behind his back and saw Nutra and Grimjow fighting. He also saw a group of people in the void holding melons, melon seeds, ramen, popsicles, pancakes, sitting in rows watching Urkiola. The Daxu of the void circle has really fallen the surviving first, 10 blades. Stark called out to him, "Yo, Urkiola, wanna join us? We just stole this bunch of grapes. It tastes pretty good." Yeah. There are a lot of things in the modern world that humans can steal. You know, I met a lot of Grim Reapers. They saw me stealing from the supermarket, but they actually turned a blind eye. Shut up, you're already a habitual thief. You didn't kill anyone, just lost some items, and the Grim Reapers won't do anything to you. Urkiola. Even the Grim Reapers in the modern world have begun to fall? It's so lonely to live a hollow life without food, Void said sadly. The best pancake I've ever eaten is called a mixed grain pancake. There was once a human girl who made it for me in the Palace of Hollow Night. If there's a chance, I want to see her again and ask her to make 100 of them for me. Urkiola. He couldn't help but look back at the palace behind him and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Oh. The source of the virus that caused all of this was still lying in his bedroom. What a cancer equals. The war in the Soul Society lasted for a whole day and night. When Saishomaru cut off the head of Yoshiasakura, he himself was covered in blood. His armor was in pieces, his velvet tail was poked into a sieve, and his body was covered in wounds of all sizes. He leaned on Broken Tooth and knelt on the ground, watching the thousands of stars across the sky, merging into a mighty galaxy, rushing into Yoshiasakura's body. Broken Tooth brought back the dead and purified the vengeful spirits. In the flickering light of the spiritual particles, he stumbled to his feet and began to search in the ruins. Where is she? Why is there nothing? Nothing? Saishomaru pushed away the ruins and shook off the dust and debris, but to no avail. He turned around and took out Broken Tooth, then began to sweep those areas one by one. 9 Orchid Flower dragged the unconscious Yoshiasakura out of the mountain of flesh. Uchiha Madara carried Gilgamesh's body and slowly brought him in the direction of the medical team. They were tired, badly injured, and in need of treatment. Yoshiasakura was really powerful. Fighting with him was like fighting with all the demons and ghosts in the world for 7 days and 7 nights. If it weren't for Saishomaru's awakening and their choice to join forces, they would probably be the ones dying now. The 4th Division's Medical Reaper gently picked them up. After experiencing a fierce battle, everyone knew that this was not an ordinary dog. Owner. Uchiha Madara's voice was full of exhaustion. We can't even protect a girl. Gilgamesh was silent for a moment and said, Where will the soul go after dying in this world? Oh, can't we just bring her back? Gilgamesh sneered. This king has 3/4 of God's blood. I don't believe there's any place I can't enter. Uchiha Madara nodded. That's right. Bring her back from wherever she goes. The 4th Division was extremely busy, while Saishomaru stood silently in the middle of the desolation. He held Broken Tooth in his hand, and the tip of the sword was facing down, leaving a deep mark in the soil. Broken Tooth, aren't you the healing saber? Saishomaru said softly. Why can't you save her? Not even a corpse was left behind? Foolish woman. He slowly walked forward, walking aimlessly. For the first time, he realized that in this vast world, when there was no longer someone's ridicule behind him, it would seem so empty and desolate. He wanted her to live. Unfortunately, it was beyond his power. Behind him, the Reaper from the medical team followed him, trying to persuade him to receive treatment. Saishomaru looked down at his injured body and didn't care, until he sensed movement beneath the ruins, and with an inexplicable sense of anxiousness, he lifted up the rubble, shaking his fluffy tail as he peeked inside. Soon after, he pulled out a yellow and white dog. Saishomaru was speechless. It was a dog, yes, but he had never seen this breed. Thinking of the strange shapes that appeared around Ijioza, my dogs, he fell into silence. In the end, Saishomaru didn't lose it. He turned around and returned to the 4th Division with it. It was only at this moment that he learned the breed of this dog, Corgi. It was a strange name. If she was here, she would probably give it another name, right? He didn't know what it would be like. The words rich and powerful flashed in Saishomaru's mind. After thinking about it, he felt that according to Yi Jia's vulgar taste, this one should be called. No, he couldn't think of a name at all. The wounds on his body were slowly healing. Even if it couldn't be compared to super regeneration, the recovery power of a big demon shouldn't be underestimated. In 3 or 4 days, he would be fully recovered. The power in his body had been integrated. He had his own sword, found his own path, and even Tianya was connected to him. He would return to his original life. One person's tyranny, one person's journey, one person's climb. He would become the strongest and youngest king in the Western Kingdom. He would own the largest and most prosperous land, and he would have a partner and outstanding children that matched him. For the next thousands of years, she wouldn't be involved. Was it interesting? He had lived for 400 years, but he found that he couldn't forget these few short years. Are you sad? A sigh came from his side. Shomu Hiya's upper body was wrapped in layers of bandages. He propped himself up and looked at him. You are sad. Saishomaru looked down. Boring. Shomu Hiya chuckled and said in a nostalgic tone, When my wife died, I felt the same way. Saishomaru finally reacted and glanced at him. I'm a noble and she's a commoner. Shomu Hiya sighed. But feelings have nothing to do with identity. I will give everything for her, just like she will give everything for me. Actually, you're very lucky to have met such a woman, but you're also very unlucky to have met such a woman. Shomu Hiya wasn't a talkative person, but now, he looked at Saishomaru as if he was looking at his past self. Because you'll find that you'll never forget her. Saishomaru, shut up. Shomu Hiya still said, What you think of as forgetting is just deceiving yourself. Saishomaru jumped up and tore open his wound. Dark red blood soaked through the bandages. So, don't be impulsive and do other things. Shomu Hiya lay back down and said lightly, Don't let yourself regret it. Saishomaru paused, carried his 2 swords, and disappeared in a flash. Not long after, the sound of broken teeth came from the open space in the distance. Shomu Hiya raised his hand and covered his eyes. Phasian, I miss you again. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. Whether it was Saishomaru or the Guzi, their injuries were mostly healed. The quiet spirit courtyard was destroyed, and there was no place to stay at all. The huge central area was destroyed, and the survivors could only move from the quiet spirit courtyard to the surrounding areas. The Shomu clan and the 4 Maple clan had a lot of assets. Even in the border area, they bought courtyards. When the seal of the Soul Society was closed again, and when the modern world and this place were connected again, the Godii 13 returned to work mode. At that time, Saishomaru and the other saviors were treated as guests of honor and rested in the courtyard of the Shomu clan. In the spacious and bright room, Saishomaru and Shomu Hiya sat opposite each other. The two with paralyzed faces drank tea and occasionally ate some snacks. After an hour of silence, the two would go to the dojo to practice. After the practice, the sky would often be dark. The two began to look up at the starry sky. They should have been at the most energetic age, but they were like salted fish, living like widowers. The new member in the kennel, Corgi, had already woken up, but in a situation where the owner's life and whereabouts were unknown. The group of Guzi didn't have the leisure to care about what the new member was. They coldly watched their new colleague wake up, coldly watched his panicked dog face, coldly watched him bark helplessly, coldly watched him shamelessly twist his buttocks, and coldly watched him roll down the long staircase. Because Corgi's butt was plump and elastic, under the padding of meat, Corgi wasn't hurt at all. Dogs. For some reason, they felt that their new colleague was a bit stupid. Saishomaru was as still as a mountain. The dogs were calm and collected, and Shomu Hiya was completely unaware. Only Corgi, who was immersed in the horror of turning from a human to a dog, was unable to extricate himself. His name was Shinichi Kudo, and he was a detective. He was born in a wealthy family, with a wise father and a beautiful mother. He had excellent grades since he was a child, and he was especially good at football. He even had a lovely girlfriend in high school, and he had the template of a winner in life. Unfortunately, halfway through his path of being a winner, He provoked a mysterious organization and was forced to start all over again, becoming a child. It took him a while to accept reality, and he used various high-tech means to continue solving cases, overturning cases, and saving the world. Unexpectedly, he discovered by chance that drinking could make him return to being a grown-up. He always remembered that just a few days ago, he dug out Uncle Maury's collection of wine and drank it in big gulps. After that, his consciousness became more and more blurry, and he slowly fell to the ground. When he regained consciousness again, he found that he seemed to be in a ward, and he didn't know what had happened around him, but it was full of injured people wrapped in bandages. He got up vigilantly and observed carefully, and then he found that the height of his field of vision was not right. Wait, this group of people, that pink-haired Grasstier Yagari was still a child, right? Still a child. How could he be so high in his eyes? Could it be that the wine he drank yesterday was fake, and after it entered his body, it mutated again, turning him into a baby? No, he couldn't accept it. Becoming a primary school student was already crossing the bottom line. Becoming a baby. If he couldn't accept it, how could he stay by Xiaolan's side? Did he want Xiaolan to raise him and change his diapers? No, he couldn't accept it. But soon, he found that becoming a baby was also quite good, because he found that the human genes seemed to have exceeded the limit, turning him from a human to a dog. Moreover, he was a plump, healthy corgi. Not only that, he seemed to have returned to the ancient samurai era. Adagawa Corgi's vision went black, and he fainted again. But fainting couldn't change the fact that he had fasted for a long time, and finally, he couldn't resist the hunger and ate his first mouthful of dog food. Then, he found that this dog food was quite delicious equals his owner was a silver-haired man. He was probably an albino. His owner's eyes were golden. Maybe he was a mixed blood? His owner's shoulders were covered with furry fur. Was it really not hot? He wagged his tail and walked out leisurely, but because he had been a dog for too short a time, he hadn't learned to balance, and he fell directly down the stairs. Fortunately, his skin was thick, and he didn't get hurt. The Dagawa Corgi wandered around, and roughly understood the terrain and buildings, which matched the description in Japanese history. He felt that this might be the Heian period. Only during the most elegant period of peace would there be such elegant buildings. But did people in this era like to wear black clothes and carry swords? No, that's not right. He had neglected. This shouldn't be the Heian period. If he remembered correctly, when he first arrived, these people were all wrapped in bandages. And bandages were not something from the Heian period. So, what exactly is this place? Joseph finally came back to life after lying in bed for 4 or 5 days. Just as he was about to express his gratitude to Urquiola, the latter said coldly, "Shut up, woman." Joseph. Ulquiorra wrapped him up as if he were a broken sack and walked into the black cavern. From one end to the other, only took him 5 minutes. After figuring out the current location of Soul Society, Urquiola stepped out of the black hole and found that it was late at night. Without saying a word, he released Daxu's Ryatsu, which frightened the entire Soul Society. Accompanied by a burst of screams and the sound of pots and pans breaking, the Grim Reapers in disheveled clothes ran out holding their belts. Urquiola. Soul Society is really not as good as it used to be He shook the man in the broken sack. And before Yijuza could react, he threw him out. Yijuza. Brother. Falling objects from a high altitude is illegal. Why did you throw me? What did I do wrong? But the next second, Yijuza found himself firmly caught in the hands of someone. In the dim moonlight, he saw the cold side profile of his intended nanny. Nanny. Saishomaru. His voice was still a little hoarse. Long time no see. Saishomaru was silent for a moment. You're actually alive. Yijuza. I understand the reason, but what you said, it feels like you're looking forward to my death? Saishomaru paused. Shut up. You can't make me shut up just because you're not eloquent. Yijuza hadn't talked to anyone for a long time. Now that he caught Saishomaru, he wanted to talk for 3 days and 3 nights. Being eloquent is my strength. A long time ago, my mother always thought that I could become the second Guidi gang. Saishomaru couldn't help but pull up the quilt to cover his face. There were always some people who made you feel lonely when they left you, but when they came to you, they made you feel naggy. Yi Jioza was simply a woman who had a good appearance, but no ladylike qualities. She really should find someone to teach her the rules. Saishomaru landed on the ground and handed the person in his arms to the 4th Division's medical reaper. After a while, he looked up and met Urquiola's indifferent eyes. The other party snapped his fingers and opened the black hole. He came in openly and left in a natural and unrestrained manner, completely arrogant. When Urquiola's front foot stepped into the black hole, Yi Jioza opened the broken sack, looked at the white on the horizon, and complained. It's so exciting to run away after acting cool. Urquiola. This woman was only like a woman when she kept her mouth shut equals. Yi Jioza found that since he saved a nanny on the battlefield, he lived in fear of being dominated by a nanny. He had just received a medical examination and treatment in the 4th Division, and was finally able to go out for some fresh air, but Saishomaru actually sent him to the 4 Maple Courtyard. What was this for? Oh, to receive a noble lady's education. Wait, what the hell? Noble lady's education? He was a man. Why did he need a noble lady's education? He was about to turn hostile, but it didn't take long for him to encounter the smiling Yi of the 4 Maple Courtyard, and Ms. Unohana, who forced him to drink medicine every day. Yi Jioza. Yi told Yi Jioza that they would become his supervising teachers during his studies. Yi Jun is a very beautiful girl. If this beauty can be brought into full play, it will become the most lethal weapon. Yes, not many men can escape, right? There's still a lot to learn. Where should I start? Speech, diet, makeup. Yi smiled. Come on, Yi Jun, if you can't learn it, I will personally brew medicine for your brain. Unohana showed a smile like Yamato. Come on, Yi Jun, Yi Jioza. Chapter 136. Yi Jioza never expected that. To change from a simple man to a qualified woman. Not only did he have to endure the pain of being chopped up, he also had to endure the heavy rules. He didn't know which idiot had set the rules for women. What was meant by smile without showing teeth? What was meant by cry and hide your voice? What was meant by be as quiet as a virgin? What was meant by gentle and steady, magnanimous? He had never thought of being a so-called good girl. To actually have to follow so many rules and put in so much effort? Why? Laugh wantonly, cry wantonly, live openly, die generously, treat people gently, deal with things forcefully, repay grievances with straightforwardness, repay kindness with kindness. No matter if it was a man or a woman, this was the true way to live. This was a happy life. They were clearly all humans, but girls had to learn such rules? Yi Jioza was impatient. As he listened to the instructor, the old woman's rigid chanting, his gaze involuntarily slipped to the 4 Maple Academies, Yi and Unohana Lai. However, unexpectedly, these two women, who were usually upright and bold, completely not losing to men, were currently kneeling calmly at the side. Their eyes lowered, their entire bodies exuded the aura of a great noble. Yi Jioza fell silent, which was rare for him. He couldn't help but straighten his back. He forcefully endured until the old woman left. After that, he was so tired that his back was aching. But he still raised his doubts. I'm very strange. Each of you is stronger than the other. Why do you still have to accept such rules? Rules are set by people, especially rules for girls. Don't you think these restrictions are very inappropriate? Unohana Lai picked up her tea and sipped it. Her posture was elegant. I do. Then why? Yi Jioza stared at them. Why don't you resist? I've carefully observed your posture, and you seem to be very used to this type of education. Although there are many dross, there are also advantages. Yi opened his mouth, his golden eyes flickering. I didn't want to make progress until I learned the so-called noble girl education. She shook the tea, her voice low and gentle. If you want to get rid of this kind of life, you have to live strong. And in order to become stronger, I became who I am today. Yi smiled. I became the patriarch of the 4 Maple Courtyard and the former captain of the covert mobile squad. Everything I have was exchanged with these hands. Yi Jun, Yi turned and said softly, Do you know why I didn't abolish the education of noble women in the Four Maple Courtyard? Yi Jioza shook his head. Yi stroked the rim of his cup and lowered his eyes, because only those who have been oppressed will know the value of freedom. Mao Unohana nodded. Learn the rules. Whether you comply or not depends on how strong you are. The so-called noblewoman education will be abolished by us sooner or later, but it is far better to awaken oneself than to be given freedom by others. Ijioza paused for a moment and then grasped the main point. Wait a minute. We'll abolish it sooner or later. Unohana Erasure smiled. Didn't you notice? There are many female Grim Reapers in the Godii 13 regions. As for me, I'm the captain of the 4th medical team. Unohana Erasure said slowly. The Shredded Bee is the captain of the 2nd team, and he also holds the power of the Covert Mobile Squad. Yi controls the wealth, the Shredded Bee controls the power, and I control life and death. As for the other teams, didn't Yiju notice? Half of the vice-captains around them are women. Unohana Erasure raised her hand and gently patted Yijioza's shoulder. Learn the rules well, and you can use them to blind others. A woman's appearance under the packaging of rules is extremely deceptive. They smiled without saying a word, and their words were meaningful. Some things didn't need to be pointed out. After all, everyone had a brain. Yijioza was so shocked that his palms were sweating. He seemed to know something he shouldn't know. As Unohana Erasure said, the Godii 13 regions were mostly dominated by men on the surface. But under the obscure undercurrent, the personnel who handed over the power of the next generation, most of them were women. Even the 12th team of the Scientific Research Consortium, the assistant who often accompanied the captain was also a woman. And it was rumored that the captain of the 12th team, Urahara Kisuk, was a very good friend of Yi. Finance, power, medical, these 3 major areas were controlled. Force, education, and scientific research, these 3 areas were involved. If Unohana Erasure hadn't pointed it out, who would have thought of this? It was terrifying to think about it. Aizen's rebellion is actually nothing, Yi objectively commented. Compared with our patience, he really can't hold it in. Even if he steals the Soul Society and changes its structure, he won't do anything to a woman. Yijioza was stunned. Why? Unohana Erasure inculcated. Because we are women, not only have the ability to reproduce, but we are also well-behaved and weak women. If a man wants to conquer a woman, there are only a few ways. But if a woman wants to conquer a man, there are many ways. If a man is defeated, he will have to die for glory. But for us women, we don't need these empty titles. As long as there is a chance to survive, there is a chance to turn the tables. Well, Yikuin, is she shocked? Captain Unohana, you seem to have scared her. Yijioza was sweating profusely. Not only was his worldview refreshed, but he also had a new understanding of the overall situation of the entire Soul Society. Learn your rules and let men think that they have you under control. Unohana Erasure stared into his eyes and said in a deep voice, when you become strong enough, you will completely rebel. If you fail miserably, follow the rules and seek self-preservation. Yijioza was speechless. He really felt that since he became a woman, he almost didn't know the word woman. The more he came into contact with it, the more he felt that the true face of men in the eyes of women was like a pile of chess pieces that could be played with. The key was that these chess pieces were willing to be. Yi was a carefree, chivalrous woman who had a clear distinction between love and hate, and Unohana Erasure was a doctor who cherished life and others. But this conversation completely subverted his understanding. After they abandoned their weakness, they were far stronger than men in all aspects. Compared to men, they were even more forbearing, strong, and unyielding. Yi and Unohana Erasure talked a little more. Even after they left, Yijioza still sat in the room with a stiff posture, unable to calm down for a long time. Yijioza wasn't an arrogant person. After listening to their heartfelt words, he was ready to learn some rules. But soon, both Yi and Unohana Erasure found that Yijioza didn't understand the word rules. On the 2nd day of learning the rules in the quiet room, Yijioza wore a gorgeous kimono and sat in front of the old woman. He stretched out his slender fingers, picked up a fan, placed it in front of his chest, and slowly opened it to cover half of his hibiscus face. This series of actions was pleasing to the eye. The old woman was about to nod in approval, but unexpectedly, Igioza couldn't help but pick up the fan and start fanning himself. The old woman took a deep breath. A noble woman uses a fan to cover her face. It's an elegant thing. Igioza wailed, "It's June. I'm so hot, and the kimono is still so thick." Unohana Arashur coughed lightly. Igioza immediately sat up straight, held the fan, and said in a weak voice, "It's the heat of June, and I'm afraid of it. I hope you can make an exception." The old woman fell into deep thought. Yi and Unohana Arashur were silent. Igioza remembered their teachings. Since he had become a woman, he had to make full use of the advantages of a beautiful body. So, he abandoned his moral integrity and decided to reach a new height. He grabbed the old woman's sleeve pitifully and begged, "Oh, it's really hot. Just listen to me." Everyone was speechless. For some reason, they all had goosebumps. Igioza enjoyed the comfort of the electric fan in the room as he wished. He felt that acting coquettishly was really good, and he had to use it more in the future. No wonder women like to act coquettishly. It turned out that they could get anything they wanted by doing this. Igioza thought for a moment, and it seemed that some incredible skill had been activated. In order to prevent Igioza from making any more trouble because of the heat, the old woman thoughtfully served cool melon slices and prepared to teach him to eat the melon in an elegant and dignified posture. Igioza didn't know much about eating melon, so he just ate melon. When eating watermelon in the summer, he should soak his feet in the cold well water and eat it with a spoon. This method of using a small spoon to pick up the melon slices bit by bit and sending them into the mouth in small bites was simply torturous. This melon slices can actually be eaten directly. Under the serious expression of the old woman, Igioza closed his mouth. He picked up a piece of melon with his left hand and a small spoon with his right hand. He copied the old woman and gently scraped from the edge of the flesh. According to the old woman, the flesh in the spoon could be eaten. Then, Igioza elegantly held the spoon and smoothly cut along the edge of the red flesh. After separating the whole piece of melon flesh from the skin, the spoon slid through the gap to the middle, and with a sudden force, he steadily held up the whole piece of red watermelon flesh. The flesh in the spoon could be eaten. Even if it was a whole piece of melon flesh, it could still be placed in the spoon. He didn't break the rules. Yes, he opened his mouth and took a full bite. Wow, this melon was so sweet, so delicious. He was like a mouse that had been hungry for 3 days, eating the melon flesh at the speed of light. During this time, the melon flesh sat firmly on the spoon and quickly disappeared. Not even a drop of juice fell. In the end, he gently put down the melon skin, picked up a handkerchief to wipe the corner of his mouth, and revealed a satisfied smile. "Thank you for your hospitality, burp, everyone." This was destined to be a long and difficult battle. In the journey of guiding Igioza in the rules, 3 senior old women died in battle, and a model noble lady of an aristocratic family ran away in anger. Yi and Unohana watched the whole process and were amazed by Igioza's lethality. To tell the truth, if every woman could perform so well when learning the rules, the noble lady education would have been abolished long ago. Why didn't they think of this method before? They had been tossed around for so many years in vain. The mistress of the family knew how to knead small rice balls. Igioza sneered and very simply scooped up his sleeves and picked up the big pot, showing off his personal cooking skills in the pure Yang Palace. On that day, the fragrance of the Seoul society spread for 10 miles, and the warm wind was intoxicating. Igioza sneered, "Damn your small rice balls. Is this thing for people to eat?" Yi glared at him. Igioza immediately changed his face, lowered his eyes, and said softly, "How can this kind of bad food enter your mouth?" Everyone, "Okay, don't pretend. We all know what you look like." The mistress of the family knew how to do good needlework. Igioza's eyes showed disdain, opened the sewing interface of Sword 3, and instantly threaded the needle. The brocade fluttered, and a low-level blue equipment was produced. At this moment, the bystanders were stunned, as if they were mentally retarded. Igioza sneered, "Rubbish cloth. You can make such a broken thing." Uno Hanaretsu gave him a smile. Yigyoza suddenly put on a reserved mask and gently said, I hope you don't mind my rough clothes. Everyone, okay, okay, please don't change your face again, it's too terrible. The mistress of the family knew how to do housework. Yigyoza's face was expressionless, and he immediately picked up a broom and stood in the courtyard, gathered his strength, and the wind came from Mount Wu. In an instant, the fallen leaves flew, and the dust condensed, forming a tornado, all of it in the sky. When the sword rose, the dust flew. When the wind stopped, the dust fell. Yigyoza held the broken broom in his hand, and his eyes were filled with disdain. If I don't sweep the house, how can I sweep the world? A man should start by doing housework. Yi and Uno Hanaretsu sighed. Yigyoza came back to his senses and immediately hugged the broom and stood up with a smile. My humble house is dirty. It should be cleaned. Everyone. The education of noble women was no longer suitable for this era. It was time to get rid of it. The mistress of the family knew how to educate the children. Yigyoza and the group of little radishes stared at each other for a long time, and then went into the room with them to play the old little tyrant game. They were playing happily, but Yigyoza turned off the game, and his face darkened. Everyone, go back and finish your homework. After the teacher has marked it, let me check it. Outstanding children can play for half an hour. The little radishes, for Adventure Island, for Super Mario, for Contra, I'm going all out. Yigyoza looked at the bunch of little brats with their heads hanging and said calmly, they're just kids. They're so gullible. We just need to coax them a little. Why do you guys take it so seriously? Everyone looked at him with salted fish eyes. Yigyoza smiled and said freely, they're young and innocent. We should guide them. Everyone, please, finish your apprenticeship. Don't hurt each other with us anymore. Yigyoza completely convinced everyone with his superb skills. He only received half a month of closed-door education in the Four Maple Courtyard, and was told that he could finish his apprenticeship. Master of the Four Maple Courtyard. The old women's faces were full of exhaustion. There's nothing we can do. This Jikuin, she knows everything. We can't find any mistakes. Although the method is a little intense, she can indeed fulfill the role of a mistress. They bowed deeply on the ground, completely prostrating themselves on the ground. Even though we told her that it's normal for men to have concubines in their backyard, she didn't care, and even personally made clothes, wanted to with them. The old woman couldn't continue. She had never seen such a strange woman. Although monogamy was popular among the nobles in the Soul World thousands of years ago, which man in a big noble family didn't have 1 or 2 concubines and 4 or 5 lovers? They thought that even Yigyoza's face would change when they brought this up. Who knew that she liked women more than men, and even cut a bikini with her own hands, wanting to wear it with all her sisters? They really had no other choice. They thought that there was no noble lady in the world that they, the role models, couldn't handle, but unfortunately, they met Yigyoza. Now, other than tactfully returning the goods, what else could they do? Yi and Unohana looked at each other, feeling that Yigyoza really lived up to expectations. She was indeed a woman who overturned Aizen in the modern world, destroyed Bailey in the Soul World, and could even be personally returned by Vastad of the Void Circle. She was really not simple. Yi smiled, and his posture was generous and appropriate. So, is our current noble lady education really appropriate? The old women bowed deeply. We will improve it. We only hope that the master of the Four Maple Courtyard. Unohana took out a book that had already been prepared, Noble Lady Education, and handed it to the leading old woman. Well, since it's not appropriate, then use the most appropriate one. The old woman took the book with trembling hands, and her face was ashen. Yi added, revising the rules is very time-consuming, so we don't need to trouble you. As long as we follow the instructions in the book, Yi blinked playfully. We will never tell anyone that Yigyoza, this noble lady, was taught by you. They understood that most of the time, it was women who oppressed women the most. The old antiques valued rules and reputation, but unfortunately, they encountered Yigyoza, who did not make arrangements, and Yi, who was good at calculation. Since the old antiques valued her, they naturally had to uproot this piece. They did not want to be criticized by others when women were in power in the future. However, Ichioza was really a big killer. Yi and Unohana sighed with emotion. They had prepared for a long time and planned for a long time, but they could not compare to Ichioza's half a month of torture. Ichioza was like a monkey released into the forest, happily coming to his new residence. It was said that he had made great contributions, and the Soul World directly gave him a spacious courtyard and invited him to join the Godai 13. Ichioza was very happy. The housing and work problems were all solved. As long as Kimimaro and Harmony, who were left in the modern world, were brought back, their family could be together again. Oh no! Fu Chong had ascended, and there was one less dog equals Ichioza could not help but feel depressed. In the face of his favorite dog, it would be a lie to say that he did not miss it. However, he really did not expect that although Fu Chong had ascended, he would send him a new hand warmer, the electric motor but corgi. Oh, a brand new dog. It had pure eyes, cute ears, cute short legs, and perky buttocks. That sexy, supermodel-like walking posture immediately attracted his attention. This was a corgi, a healthy and warm corgi. Ichioza was very excited, and he immediately bent down to pick it up, ready to take the dog into his arms. Unexpectedly, as soon as he picked up Corgi, he saw a hand reach out, grab the back of Corgi's neck, and pull it back. With a cold face, Saishomaru grabbed Corgi, who was struggling with its limbs, and threw it out of the window. Corgi let out a blood-curdling scream as he spun his body and landed on the windowsill. Unfortunately, the weight of its buttocks was greater than its body, and it actually dragged Corgi's short legs and fell to the ground. Ichioza, dogs. This new colleague doesn't look like he's going to be a strong fighter at all. Why did you throw it? Ichioza bypassed Saishomaru, picked up Corgi, and gave it a good rub. If you have nowhere to vent your anger, go cut the void. Don't direct it at the dog. Saishomaru frowned. You learned this in half a month? Ichioza was taken aback for a moment before he reacted. Oh yes, he almost forgot. The so-called noble girl education was something that the wet nurse he had booked wanted him to learn. Although he did not know why the wet nurse's requirement for DPS was gentle and virtuous, as a competent DPS, the wet nurse's request, he still knew how to pretend. In short, he would first bind the wet nurse, and then he would have the final say in how he wanted to play with it. Ichioza crossed his hands and smiled demurely. This dog has done nothing wrong. Don't be rough. Saishomaru, dogs. They did not know if it was an illusion, but they felt that after not seeing him for half a month, there had been a more terrible change in their owner. Ichioza put Corgi into the kennel, rubbed his head, and said, Here, from today onwards, you will be called Rule of Law. Rule of Law? The dog's eyes slid to the new member. Since the owner had acknowledged him, then it was time to have a meeting to get to know him again. Teach the younger generation the rules. Don't be ignorant in the kennel. Yes, that's right. The spot at the head of the owner's bed belonged to White Firewood, and he would be beaten if he moved. The spot by the window belonged to the Tibetan Mastiff, who was used to being a ninja. He loved to jump out of the window instead of using the front door, and no one could persuade him. The spot next to the potted plants belonged to the Baixiong, who was the Psychic King and liked to be close to nature. The darkest corner belonged to the Pomeranian, who felt safe in the dark as a vampire. The brightest spot belonged to the Golden Retriever, who was the Hero King and constantly exuded the aura of smugness. Samoyed was unrestrained, and he moved his nest to whoever he got along well with. He was a fence-sitter Kimimaro always lived next to the owner, the legendary Old Wong next door who snatched people from the dogs. Corgi had just arrived and did not know anything. If he did not learn the rules, he would not be able to survive. Only by letting their colleagues learn the rules would they have sufficient reason to teach each other a lesson, right? Dogs revealed their white fangs and smiled. The summer was hot and dry, and even the Soul Society could not avoid the attack of the heat wave. Samoyed and Kimimaro were taken to his side. After that, Ichioza fell into a bitter battle with a group of dogs shedding their fur. The weather was really too hot. His dogs stuck out their tongues every day to cool off, and they could not do anything. Dog fur fluttered indoors, and even the wardrobe was covered with fur. Yijiuza could not bear it anymore. He caught them, picked up a razor, and started to cut them. In the flying dog fur, a group of naked bosses curled up in the corner, like little wives who had been bullied. Corgi was very quiet. It blinked and looked at the dogs, and a strange feeling rose in its heart. However, it still pretended not to know and played the role of an innocent dog. Yijiuza planned to stay in the Soul Society. This was the first time that he did not hear the system's reward after killing a heavyweight boss. Just a few days ago, there was a faint sound of electric current in his ears. He thought the reward was coming, and he was excited for a long time. Unexpectedly, after the sound of the electric current, there was only a soft, zhizhi sound, and finally, there was dead silence. Yijiuza was stunned for a long time, and finally decided to wait patiently. Before the death of Aizen, he heard him mention the so-called mastermind. Perhaps the system was something like a game terminal? At this moment, the system did not respond. Maybe it was malfunctioning. However, he had saved up a lot of time, and he did not believe that he could not wait. The most worrisome thing for a Buddha-like player. Yijiuza settled down and occasionally went to the modern world to contact Natsum and the others. After guiding them to establish the initial tennis league, he retreated behind the scenes and prepared to make trouble in the Soul Society. He always remembered that when he was about to die, Urkiola saved him. Human life was more important than heaven, and this life-saving grace must be repaid. He thought for a long time and began to draft outline of new rural development and construction in Hueco. Hueco, why did they kill Grim Reapers and eat dead souls? Wasn't it because of the lack of resources in Hueco? When he was in Hollow Knight Palace, they ate whatever he cooked. They were not picky at all, and they were easy to feed. Although Hueco looked ugly, they were lethal, and they were much simpler than Grim Reapers. Soul Society had Aizen's betrayal first, and Night Yi's troubles later. The political relationships were complicated, and it was very troublesome. If this was in Hueco, it would only be the simplest mode, reason. If you don't reason, then fight. After the fight, it would be almost over. Even as strong as Urkiola was, he was not a bloodthirsty master. As long as he held a book, he could stay at home for 100 years. Even if he was as violent as Grimjow, it was not impossible to deal with him. The broken pottery pot and catnip could definitely be taken down in one wave. To sum up, Hueco was vast, but people were sparse. It was poor and backward. Daxu was simple-minded, and the people were simple. They could be conquered with food. So, if it could be solved with food stamps, why did they have to fight and kill? But Soul Society could not keep Hueco. If Hueco wanted food and wanted to develop, they had to contribute. Yijiuza racked his brains, slapped the mosquito on his leg, and wrote down the occupations suitable for Daxu. When humans died, their souls went to Soul Society, and evil spirits were sent to Hueco. Well, as long as they cooperated properly, there would be no conflict at all, and they could also manage the order of the world. Hueco was burly and had a lot of strength. If they could use their destructive power to move bricks, wouldn't high-rise buildings and the like rise from the ground? Yijiuza wrote quickly, and before he knew it, it was late at night. Although he lit mosquito-repellent incense and applied floral water, he still could not stop the mosquito bites. He felt bitter and grabbed the bag on his leg. After a simple wash, he wrapped himself in a blanket and lay down. However, the mosquitoes were annoying. He tossed and turned for a long time, until all the dogs were woken up, but he could not fall asleep. Yijiuza sat up dejectedly and began to drive away the mosquitoes with the dim light. The crisp sound of slapping came one after another, but the mosquitoes were flying up and down, and he could do nothing about it. So how could there be mosquitoes in a place like Soul Society? So many mosquitoes die every year in the world. Did they all go to Soul Society? I can't stand it. The shadow swayed, and Yijiuza's crazy slaps came one after another. Saishomaru stood high in the wind, frowning as he stared at the brightly lit courtyard. He was silent for a long time, but still landed there with the tip of his foot. This woman, what is she doing? Slapping mosquitoes? Yijiuza was fighting the mosquitoes indoors, and Saishomaru could not help but raise his hand and knock on the door, indicating to let him in. Damn, grandmother. Saishomaru, You came at the right time. Quick, do you see the mosquito on the ceiling? Yigioza pulled him in and took off his fluffy tail. Lend me your shawl. I'll take it off. By the way, don't you feel hot wearing this thing in the summer? That's not right. Hey, when did you grow a hand? Such a noisy woman. Saishomaru's eyes captured the traces of mosquitoes flying around, and he said faintly, "Stay away from me." Yigioza was stunned and took 2 steps back. Saishomaru raised his hand and buckled the broken teeth at his waist. He slowly pulled it out and aimed at one of the mosquitoes. A burst of electricity suddenly burst out, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. Green electric arcs ran through every corner of the bedroom. They were full of spirituality and wisdom, specifically targeting the mosquitoes, killing all the mosquitoes in a flash. They even formed a chain reaction, jumping out of the window and annihilating the mosquitoes in the courtyard. They turned into ashes. Not even a charred corpse was left. Saishomaru put away the broken teeth, turned his face and said, "Go to sleep." Yigioza was speechless. Oh shit. Damn. 666. I'll give you 999 if I overturn it. Oh my god. Look at what I just saw. You're the electricity. You're the light. You're the only mosquito swatter. Oh no. This is the old deer jump? What a feeling. Hashtag radioactive automatic electric mosquito swatter. You deserve it. Hashtag. Hashtag summer mosquito repellent artifact. Only 999 once. Hashtag able to heal, resist, and repel insects. The exclusive nanny is a bear. Hashtag this nanny is bound to me. No matter what anyone says, it won't work. Hashtag nanny. As long as you're bound to me, if you go east, I won't go west. If you say 1, I won't say 2. Hashtag Yigioza stared at Saishomaru's broken teeth and was very touched. After holding it in for a long time, he finally thanked him. Big brother, you're really a good person. Saishomaru was speechless. Chapter 137. The hot summer arrived. The reconstruction of the Soul Society had come to an end, because the fierce battle had taken away a large number of Shinigami. It caused a gap in the replacement of the Godei 13 division. To make up for this defect, the new True Young Academy began to enroll students. Deep down, Yigioza was reluctant to return to the academy. But after seeing the Winter Lions Ichinamaru and the Senbon Zakura, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Zanpakuto, Shinigami's soul companion blade. It was a partner. It was a reflection of the soul. It was not only a sharp weapon. It was also a comrade who would go through life and death together. If he could find it and hold it tightly, not only would it increase his combat power, but it would also improve his spirit. Zanpakuto, no matter what attribute it was. There was no distinction between high and low. Each of them was an orange-quality luxury weapon. They had unlimited growth potential. Although True Young recruited countless students every year, the lucky ones who could find Zanpakuto were 1 in 100. But a small probability didn't mean it was 0. As long as there was a chance of success, it was worth a try. After all, there was no loss if he failed. He could pick up the weapon he was used to. If he succeeded, he would earn a lot and have a durable weapon. Yigioza didn't think for long. He immediately dragged his family and dog into True Young. After receiving the thick book on Ghost Path, he found that he and Kimimaro, 2 beginners, were assigned to the higher department. I'm sorry, because Yijun and Wave Windlord are strong enough. Low-level courses are no longer suitable for the 2 of you. The Shinigami who led the way smiled. White Hit, Flash Step, Ghost Path, and Slash. With your aptitude, you can make up for it in a day, so please forgive us for making the decision to skip these processes and directly enter the awakening stage of Zanpakuto. The Shinigami brought them to an empty room and took down 2 long wooden boxes from the shelf. With a nostalgic look in his eyes, he gently opened the wooden box and took out the shallow dozen that was placed inside. This is the shallow hit, the nameless Zanpakuto. The Shinigami handed the shallow hit to them. It's also the medium to awaken Zanpakuto. Kimimaro rubbed the shallow hit. Medium? Yes, there are 2 ways for the Grim Reaper to awaken his Zanpakuto. The man explained patiently. The first is to awaken on your own. You can use your soul power to directly awaken the Sword Soul. The second is to sleep with Chienda and let it gradually absorb your spiritual power and aura. After a long time, it will awaken the sword soul. This is a long process. I hope the two of you can be patient. The Grim Reaper smiled. Many outstanding true Yang students are stuck at this stage and can't improve. For example, me. I'm ashamed to say this, but it took me 10 years to find my Zanpakuto after graduation. Yigyoza. I don't know why, but I feel like my hand is getting heavier. However, as a DPS of pure Yang origin, Yigyoza was a true protector of his breasts. No matter if it was good or bad, he always wanted to bring the wet nurse along. Even if Saishomaru didn't want to be bound to him, he had to convey his intentions to the end. Yigyoza forced a smile onto his face and said, "This, senior. May I take another light strike with me?" The Grim Reaper froze. "This light strike is a nameless Zanpakuto. You can't lend it to me at will. Please." Yigyoza put his palms together and said in a low voice, "Senior, if you can let me take another light strike, I might be able to increase the combat power of the Soul Society by 1. Senior, do you remember the silver-haired man in fur who was in the limelight on the day of the big battle?" Yigyoza said with a serious face. If he can also have a light strike, Yigyoza got his second light strike as he wished. He hummed a tune in a good mood and walked briskly into the street. "TSK, this is the first time I'm giving a gift to the wet nurse. I should at least wrap it up a little, right?" Even though he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. He often heard his fellow players talk about the ways to make milk, and many of them gave gifts. However, the gifts in the Three Swords game were nothing more than gold coins, looks, and hairstyles. However, these three items didn't seem suitable for Saishomaru. At least, he couldn't imagine Saishomaru as a village non-mainstream with red hair, eye-catching clothes, and a lot of money in the main city. That would be horrible. Therefore, after thinking about it, there were only two ways left: giving him a weapon or a cloak. However, as a man, Yigyoza asked himself and found that he preferred a weapon that could defeat the enemy more than a cloak. If he liked something, Saishomaru had no reason to refuse it. After all, it was men who knew men best. Yigyoza didn't dwell on the gift box. He picked one that was pleasing to the eye and left. When he strolled home with the box, he saw Saishomaru standing in the courtyard, silent as usual. However, the silence was a little strange. Yigyoza walked forward with the box and saw a large number of dead koi in the pond. He didn't know what kind of terrible torture they had suffered, but all of them had their bellies turned upside down and their eyes were wide open. Yigyoza was speechless. Saishomaru turned his head and didn't say anything. Yigyoza's mouth twitched. What happened? Saishomaru's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at the shattertooth at his waist. The power in his body was still growing. His body was strengthened, and he was just sitting by the pond to take a nap. Unexpectedly, he didn't control his strength. After a long silence, he finally thought of a new term and answered Yigyoza. There was an electric leak. Yigyoza was speechless. What the fuck was that? Are you a generator? Is this the reason why you electrocuted a pond of koi to death? We're eating fish tonight. No one's words matter. Yigyoza rolled up his sleeves and prepared to go into the water. All right, don't be picky. They were just electrocuted, and they're still fresh. Saishomaru shook his fluffy tail, grabbed the corner of his clothes, and pulled him back. Don't get close to the water. What's wrong? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a crisp crackling sound. A light green electric light flashed on the shattertooth and passed through the water at the speed of light, shaking the pile of fish corpses. Yigyoza was speechless. This nanny was not only the king of lightning, but also the high-voltage electricity of the king of lightning. Yigyoza instinctively shivered, and his mind couldn't help but think of the pain of the electric current flowing through his body. Seeing that his face was slightly pale, he couldn't help but step back. Saishomaru finally let go of his fluffy tail and looked at him quietly. A strange silence slowly spread. Scared, right? Scary, right? Saishomaru paused, turned around, and walked away. Humans had a natural repulsion towards monsters, especially towards unknown and powerful forces. They would be even more afraid. After spending so many days with her, he had forgotten that she was a human. Since she was afraid, Why should he stay and not leave? Did he have to wait for her to be afraid and start to drive him away herself? Saishomaru's face was cold, and he gradually walked away. He was used to being revered, feared, and feared by people. These emotions were nothing to him. But he didn't expect that when Gyoza showed a trace of fear and repulsion towards him, he couldn't bear it and couldn't forgive it. Anyone could do it, but she couldn't. The air pressure slowly decreased, and the power gradually showed signs of going berserk. Saishomaru suppressed the shattertooth at the side of his waist and was about to rise into the air, but the fluffy tail that was dragging behind him was suddenly caught in someone's hand. He turned his face and saw Gyoza's flattering smile. "Don't go. It's just a pond of fish. I don't blame you." Angering the healer's DPS for a pond of fish was not a good yong. "You're so hot-tempered. I don't think anyone can stand you other than me." Gyoza rubbed his soft tail with a sincere look in his eyes. "Don't be angry. I was wrong, all right?" Regardless of whether he did wrong or not, he just needed to apologize first. "Isn't it just an electric leakage? I'm not afraid of anything." Gyoza carefully pulled the fluffy tail back. "There's nothing to be afraid of. You'll get used to it. Really, I'll do whatever you want. If I really die from the electric shock, you'll definitely save me." Gyoza walked to the front of Saishomaru and held up the box in his hand. "Actually, I brought you a gift. Well, I haven't thanked you for chasing away the mosquitoes for me last time." He always remembered the healer's kindness, always reminded the healer of his importance to him, and always expressed his sincerity to the healer. "Stay for a meal." Gyoza smiled and said, "Take it as my apology." Damn it, he had to apologize and accompany her to a meal. This 3 escorts service was really good. If he still could not settle on a healer after this, he might as well switch from Scumbag Mind Sutra to Spare Tire Mind Sutra. Saishomaru glanced at him and stared at the box in his hand for a while, then slowly took out the natural tooth. He waved it toward the pond as if he was condescending, and under the sprinkling of light, the koi in the pond became lively again. He turned around and took the box from Gyoza's hand as if it was a matter of course, and said coldly, "No need to thank me." "Gyoza, fuck. You're obviously making up for the mess you made. Why is it that I'm the one who has to thank you and apologize in the end? Why? Who's not a little princess? Believe it or not, I'll poison you, bastard." Chapter 138. Gyoza really felt that. In front of Saishomaru, he was like a diligent nanny. Not only did he have to laugh to relieve this old man's boredom, but he also had to pour tea and cook diligently for him. Saishomaru's mood was like a summer day. It changed as he pleased. Saishomaru's face was like a winter plum blossom. It would wax as he pleased. Saishomaru's gentleness was like the snow in spring. It would melt as he pleased. Saishomaru's aura was like the frost in autumn. It would be cold as he pleased. When eating with good friends, he would often exchange cups. He would talk and laugh. When eating with his family, he would often laugh and scold angrily. When eating with his classmates, he would often talk loudly and show off like the wind. When eating with Saishomaru, he would often be under a lot of pressure, like hitting an iceberg. Gyoza really could not tell that Saishomaru was tall and strong, murderous, but when eating, he was quite polite and well-behaved. The movements of raising his cup and throwing his chopsticks were smooth, revealing a kind of elegance and nobility that was engraved in his bones. He did not speak while eating. He did not speak while sleeping. It was used to describe nobles like him. Saishomaru, even if he was slurping his fans. He had to bring a small plate with a blue bottom carved with flowers. He picked up a strand and put it on the plate. His thin lips opened slightly. He put it into his mouth. Then he chewed carefully and swallowed slowly. He closed his eyes and savored it. Gyoza. Damn it. He really couldn't handle this wave of table culture. It was completely coquettish. How should he control the scene? It seemed that quietly accompanying him to finish the meal was the most fucking right move. He looked at Saishomaru eagerly and poked at the rice in his bowl. He looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. He wanted to find a topic, but it seemed that no matter how he started, it would not be appropriate. Saishomaru. He didn't have the habit of asking questions during meals. Moreover, with Gyoza's carefree personality, if he were to open his mouth, he wouldn't be able to eat in peace. Saishomaru wisely chooses to shut up and glances at Gyoza. She seems to have a special liking for the fans on his plate, but there was clearly a big bowl on the table, so why was it staring at his plate? Could it be, like the puppies in the West, where the bones they fought over were always tastier? Saishomaru paused and remained silent for a while. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, his cold expression softened a little. He gently put down the plate in his hand and pushed it in Gyoza's direction. His personality was domineering and protective of his food. Being able to share the food in his mouth with her was already a special treatment. If this woman didn't know what was good for her, then not to mention this table of dishes, he wouldn't even be able to keep the house. After pushing the plate, Saishomaru calmly looked at Gyoza. Happy was stunned. He stared at the plate in a daze before he looked at Saishomaru's face. He repeated this 3 times, and before Saishomaru was about to freeze, he understood Saishomaru's thoughts with his analytical ability, which gave him full marks in reading comprehension. What the fuck? Pushing the plate to him, it was obvious that she wanted him to help her take the food, right? Damn, this second uncle really shines when he's given the sun, but when he's given the face, he takes the plate. He has hands and feet, so why did he have to waste his time? He didn't even say a word and just wanted me to take the food. How could he be so noble? Gyoza wanted to punch Saishomaru's head off. However, as a pure yang who cultivated the scumbag mantra and the spare tire spirit, how could he lose his composure in such a small situation? Gyoza took a deep breath and vividly displayed the noblewoman education that she had learned in the past half a month. First, she put on a gentle and dignified smile. Then, she lifted the plate with her hands and carefully took the food. Finally, she handed it to the other party with an eager gaze. Saishomaru, he silently looked at the side dishes on the plate and turned to look at Gyoza's bright eyes. Unexpectedly, she wasn't staring at his plate to eat, but to take food for him? For the first time, Saishomaru realized that Gyoza could be considered a considerate woman. A subtle warmth slowly flowed through his heart. Saishomaru's eyes softened, and the corners of his lips slowly curled up until he put a devil pepper into his mouth equals. Saishomaru, he slowly inhaled and exhaled without batting an eyelid. With a turn of his chopsticks, he rolled up the vegetables and sent them into his mouth, suppressing the explosive spiciness. He never showed his emotions, but the demon dog's nose and taste buds were very sensitive. The spiciness of the devil's pepper soared to the sky. Even if he could hold it in, a faint blush appeared on his face, completely melting his iceberg-like face. Damn it! Saishomaru was instantly annoyed. He looked at Gyoza fiercely. To be honest, he suspected that she did it on purpose, and it was indeed so. The bottom of his plate was filled with chili peppers, and the top was covered with other dishes to fool his eyes. That was why he fell for her trick. The smell of the food on the table was mixed. He was only distracted for a moment, but he suffered a disaster. This stupid woman. No wonder she was so kind to take food for him. She was actually teasing him. But before Saishomaru could react, Gyoza was the first to admit defeat. There was no other reason than that Saishomaru and immortal fairy Ling Yu looked too much alike. The ripples in their eyes, the embarrassment on their faces, and the charming corners of their eyebrows were like water that had melted from an iceberg, completely drowning the high ground of appearance. At this moment, Gyoza realized that Saishomaru was the son of the goddess. The son of the goddess, and an awesome nanny. What's wrong with serving him a little? Wasn't it just the time of a meal? Gyoza took a deep breath and finally had a chance to speak. I didn't expect that you don't like spicy food. Saishomaru sneered and said nothing. He just wanted to know what nonsense she could come out of her mouth. I like spicy food very much. Gyoza lied through his teeth. I think beautiful things should be shared. I thought you would also like the taste, but I didn't expect. Gyoza covered his face and cried. He pinched his thigh and 2 drops of cat urine flowed down. Damn it. The essence of the education he had learned for half a month was condensed at this moment. Saishomaru, he was silent. With his experience of living for more than 400 years, What kind of fake crying had he not seen before? The one that left a deep impression on him was when his mother put a bunch of seductresses around him. Because he ignored them, the group of women cried in all kinds of ways. Some were weak, some were determined, some were strong, and some were coquettish. So he threw them away one by one and ran away from home for 200 years equals. There was no lack of women around him, and when they cried, they always had something to ask. But Saishomaru had never met a woman like Igyoza, who cried without any sincerity. What did she want? Did she want him not to be angry? But whether he was angry or not, did it mean anything to her? He realized that she seemed to be chasing after him, but what was her motive? Was it the same as that group of seductresses? Saishomaru looked down and broke the rules of eating and drinking. He said, "Since you like it, you can eat it." As he said that, he pushed the devil pepper on the plate towards Igyoza. Igyoza. What happened to the saying that when a woman cried, the man's heart would definitely soften? He took a deep breath and had to climb out of the hole he had dug. "Sorry, I'm not feeling well. I can't eat spicy food during this period." "Thank you for your period. Thank you for being a woman. Thank you for this excuse that couldn't find any flaws." Saishomaru received the ball calmly. "I'm a dog monster. I'm a dog monster. Dog monster." Igyoza's face instantly stiffened. A dog's nose was very sensitive, and a dog monster's nose would only be more sensitive. Whether a woman had the smell of blood or not, it was just a matter of sniffing. Saishomaru saw through it, but didn't say it out loud. If he continued to pretend, he would probably fail. Igyoza took a deep breath and once again realized how vengeful the intended nanny was. With trembling hands, he picked up the devil pepper and calmly put it into his mouth. It's not spicy." Igyoza's eyes widened, and he picked up another one. "It's delicious." Saishomaru. He couldn't help but look doubtful. "It's really delicious." Igyoza felt a little wronged. "Don't doubt me. I really want to share it with you." Saishomaru. "Forget it. Up to you." Igyoza lowered his voice and sounded like he was about to cry. "How can you doubt my intentions?" Saishomaru. Only then did he realize that Igyoza seemed to really be crying. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she was trying hard not to cry. Perhaps she felt wronged, so she bit her lip hard. Saishomaru paused for a moment, then finally raised his chopsticks and picked up a devil pepper. Igyoza looked at him expectantly. "It's really not spicy. You were just unlucky just now." Saishomaru. The noble young master looked away and ate the devil pepper. When the intense spiciness exploded again, when Igyoza finally opened her mouth and gasped for breath, when a pungent spiciness overflowed from her mouth, when tears flowed down her eyes, Saishomaru suddenly realized that he had been fooled again. She was crying because of the spiciness. She was biting her lip to prevent the spiciness from overflowing. What grievances did she have? Damn it, it's so spicy. Igyoza cried because of the spiciness, and tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Fortunately, before she cried because of the spiciness, she had dragged the nanny into the water with her. Now they could be considered to be sharing that spiciness. Saishomaru. He should have known that this woman was used to sacrificing 999 of herself to kill 1,000 of her enemies. But he just had to believe her. His throat started to smoke, and Saishomaru was choking from the spiciness. At this moment, Igyoza threw out his routine again. He handed Saishomaru a pure young iced kale to save his taste buds from the fire and water. What was needed to go with the iced kale? Of course, it was fried chicken. He didn't believe that when Saishomaru drank cola and ate fried chicken, he could still be silent while eating. Was it easy for him to have a friendly conversation at the dining table? Saishomaru took a sip of the iced kale, suppressed the spiciness, and stopped eating. The fried chicken was quite fragrant, but who knew if Igyoza had tampered with it? He had a lingering fear from this meal, so how could he eat again? Chapter 139. Before the meal, they had shared the joys and sorrows in the great battle. After the meal, they had shared the bitterness at the dining table. It was like a friendly army lying in the same trench. They had a strong friendship, and they had a friendship of life and death. According to the normal development, they should be treating each other with sincerity and deep feelings in times of adversity. 80% of their relationship was so good that they couldn't share it except for their wives. They could even wear the same pair of underpants. However, their ideals were perfect, reality was harsh. When Saishomaru became stubborn, he would leave for 200 years at a whim. No one could talk to him. At this moment, it was obvious that he was not in a good mood. He was waiting for Yujioza to lower his head and apologize. Who would have thought that when the culprit heard that Coke was a chicken drumstick? His mouth was full of oil and he was heartless. He didn't even give him a look. When had Saishomaru ever been ignored like this? He hadn't eaten enough and was angry. He waited quietly for 30 seconds, but seeing that she didn't say anything, his face immediately turned sour. He stood up and left the table. Saishomaru, aren't you going to eat some more? Yujioza grabbed the chicken drumstick. Looking at his sour face, he immediately understood. Oh, the toilet is next door. He was a man. He left the table halfway through. It was either for women or for excretion. 5 minutes later, he was a good man when he opened a bottle and drank. Yujioza expressed his understanding of this. Saishomaru. He shook the fluffy tail on his shoulder, rolled over the box containing the light beer, and pushed open the door of the room with a cold snort. He saw a litter of dogs pouring down at his feet like dominoes, as if they had been lying at the door for a long time. Only the round corgi was nestled in the corner, nibbling on the dog food and watching the changes in the field. Outside of the dog, Kimimaro looked at him expressionlessly. He held a sharp bone knife in his hand and raised his hand to wipe it gently. Saishomaru, you're the first man I've ever had a secret rendezvous with, Kimimaro said indifferently, swinging the bone knife twice. But you won't be the last. Saishomaru's eyes turned cold. He flicked his right hand, and a jade-green long whip suddenly lashed out, forcing Kimimaro to retreat 5 meters away. Then, he stepped on the tails of the dogs as if he was stepping on evil spirits, and moved forward in a straight line. Amidst the roars, he flew away on the clouds. Is it the first? Will it be the last? The chicken drumstick in Yujioza's mouth dropped. He thought Saishomaru was going to the toilet, but he didn't expect Saishomaru to leave so abruptly. Wait a minute. Where are you going? Come back. Fuck, don't go. Nanny, love me one more time QAQ. Yujioza found that it was too difficult to chase after a noble and cold nanny like Saishomaru. It had been 5 days since Saishomaru left. He had even finished drafting the Virtual Circle new rural development summary, but he didn't see Saishomaru return even once. Sigh. She's still angry. Isn't her temper too big? Without the existence of a goal, Yujioza was so bored that he was going to be moldy. Once a person was moldy, he would be so bored that he wanted to cause trouble. He made 2 copies of the summary and put them in different woven bags. He also attached a book that would make college students respect him. He was ready to ignite a spark. He handed one of them to Soul Society, and the other one, he randomly took a mission to the modern world. Without saying anything, he caught Daxu, who was stealing things in the supermarket. He entrusted him with a sky-high price of 10 mixed grain cakes to pass the copy to Urquiola. To be honest, Soul Society and Virtual Circle had been fighting for so many years. His strength had increased rapidly, but he still didn't bring his brain with him. It was just that the nature of accepting dead souls was different. It wasn't that they couldn't coexist. They had to use the most radical way to solve the conflict, which led to heavy casualties on both sides. If both sides could take a step back, there would be no need to worry about not being able to have a bright future. Yujioza cursed in his mind, while he took out the mission scroll with the popsicle in his mouth. He carefully read the mission scroll and found that Soul Society was so short of talent that they needed to recruit outside. The scroll clearly wrote, looking for a qualified and potential proxy death to manage the order of the modern world. Proxy death. Yujioza couldn't help but think of Oxhead Ichigo. He scratched his face, looked down, and looked at the things to pay attention to when choosing a proxy death. Proxy death, to put it bluntly, was not a pure death. Instead, it was a group of living people with strong spiritual power in the modern world. After being recognized by the death, they obtained the ability of the death. The recognition of the death must be a living person who was willing to let the death kill them once and inject its own power into the other person's soul. The living person faked death to separate their soul from the body, and after integrating with the power of the death, they would naturally become a new death. The proxy death could have their own Zanpakuto and could also complete the Shurkai and Shurkai. As long as they had enough potential and qualifications, they could grow into masters who were not inferior to captain-level death. Yigioza finished browsing and extracted the key points. First, the proxy death had to be a living person. Second, the living person had to have spiritual power and qualifications. Third, the living person had to be willing to die once. Finally, the death sprinkled salt on the living person and re-inject the soul. Then the problem was, where could he find a living person with strong spiritual power who was willing to die once? Natsum? No, Natsum was very busy. He was busy shuttling between the modern world and the Warring States period. He was busy training his physique and archery skills. He was busy with his studies and tennis league. If there was another proxy death, this kid would be exhausted. Then, Kengo Atobi, Ekazin Dragonhorse? No, Kengo Atobi was very busy. He was busy managing the tennis club, running a company to make money, scattering roses, and walking on the runway. If he became a proxy death, with his aesthetic standards, he would definitely improve the Death Tyrant outfit. Ekazin Dragonhorse was also very busy. He was busy playing tennis, running around for competitions, and becoming the pillar of Seiko Gakuen. If he became a proxy death, would this kid still be able to grow taller under the pressure of life? One by one, the characters appeared in his mind, but he rejected them one after another. Until he walked aimlessly and met a group of middle school teenagers wearing khaki school uniforms and carrying tennis bags. They had just come down from the Shinkansen. They were well-trained and gathered together. They had serious expressions and whispered to each other as they headed to a hospital. Because the concept of tennis saves the world was too brainwashed, Yigioza instinctively turned around and followed them. Not for anything else, but because this group of teenagers were also 14 or 15 years old. They were also carrying tennis bags and exuded the same intimidating aura. They had a domineering aura that didn't belong to Ice Emperor Seiko Gakuen. It was as if they had been in a position of power for a long time. Their aura was dignified and even better. Yigioza chased after them and openly followed them without any concealment. He didn't expect that this group of teenagers were in a hurry and didn't care about his existence at all. They rushed all the way to the hospital and anxiously rushed to the long, winding corridor. When they saw the red words waiting lit up in the operating room, they finally let out a sigh of relief and leaned against the wall with a solemn look on their faces. The director's surgery isn't over yet. Mirai Bunta looked at them and sighed. I heard that this surgery is very dangerous. Well, Sanada Saikairo pressed down on the brim of his hat. He is Yukimura, so he will definitely make it. We just need to wait for the results. Lu Shang pushed up his glasses. There are no blind spots in the 3 consecutive champions of Lehigh University. There will be no blind spots in Yukimura Seiichi's life. Director, Yukimura Seiichi? Yigioza listened to their words and roughly understood the cause and process of the matter. The tennis department of Lehigh University was very strong and had been the champion of the national competition for 2 consecutive years. Unexpectedly, as the competition approached this year, their director, Yukimura Seiichi, fell seriously ill and needed a major surgery. And this major surgery was very dangerous. Yigioza stood at the corner, and for some reason, he felt a little uneasy. He looked at the red light in the operating room from afar. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the door and see the world behind it. There, in his perception, there was a heavy spiritual pressure floating up and down, exuding a rather tempting aura. Yigioza frowned and pulled out the shallow tennis ball from the side of his waist. He saw that the aura of death in this hospital was slowly fluctuating and condensing. He heard that there were vengeful spirits who had died in vain, tearing open a void and gathering here. TSK, this is indeed a dangerous surgery. Yigioza left in a flash and rushed into the women's toilet. He exchanged for a set of doctor's usual surgical gown as fast as he could, put on a mask, and pushed the trolley to the operating room. He He carried the shallow tennis ball and destroyed a vengeful spirit that had formed. When he pretended to be a doctor and pushed open the door of the operating room, other than the bowing doctor, there was also a handsome young man who stood silently at the side. The young man had a head of bluish-purple hair, delicate eyebrows, and a calm gaze. When he looked up, it was like a cluster of flames illuminating the whole world. So beautiful, so otherworldly. His pale hand brushed across his bloodless cheek, and the elongated chain on his chest was connected to the lifeline of his body. Yukimura Seiichi. Yi Jiao's eyes darkened, alive, with spiritual power and half dead. Chapter 140. Yukimura Seiichi felt that the cause, process, and result of the matter had somewhat subverted his worldview. In other words, when the materialism of the atheist was impacted like a tsunami, this thing, he really could not get up. First of all, he was sure that he was a human, and he was at the age of 15, he was a unique individual, and there was no such thing as identical twins. Yukimura Seiichi lowered his head. He silently watched himself, who was sleeping on the hospital bed. He reached out to touch the long chain on his chest. It was the hub that connected him and him. In the same ward, the same group of doctors, the same surgery. He was clearly standing at the side, but no one could see him. Yukimura Seiichi. Secondly, he was sure that he was just an ordinary person. He was developing a hobby of playing tennis. He was the pillar of the tennis club of Lehigh University. Ever since he was young, he did not have the slightest mysterious and treacherous ability. Yukimura Seiichi raised his eyes. He was dumbfounded to find that the black shadows in the operating theater were twisting and dancing wildly, condensing into beasts at a speed visible to the naked eye. They shed drops of stinky saliva. They were like tigers eyeing their prey. In the same hospital, the same pair of eyes, the same field of vision, his eyesight was 5.3. It was easy to test a small E, but now, he suspected that he was blind. Yukimura Seiichi. Then, he was sure that he was not Superman and was undergoing a major surgery that would determine his life and death. Under the circumstances of general anesthesia and shackles, even if these monsters really wanted to do something to him, he could not do anything, could he? Yukimura Seiichi was on guard. He quietly touched the bloody scalpel on one side, tensed his nerves, and sized up the black shadows that filled, stretched, and surrounded him. He was ready to go all out at the critical moment. In the same space, with the same knife, at the same time, his body was being tormented by the doctor, and his soul was being tormented by demons and ghosts. Yukimura Seiichi. Finally, he was sure that he still had a brain. It was just the right time to assess the situation of the confrontation between the two sides and look for an opportunity to turn the tables. But when the door of the operating theater suddenly opened and a new doctor stepped in, when he realized that the beast-like monster had given up on him, it turned to the doctor excitedly. With a roar, it charged forward like a hungry wolf. Before he could remind the doctor to run, he saw the doctor raise his eyebrows and draw a sword out of nowhere. The doctor swiftly raised his hand and pierced the monster's throat. The blade twisted and sliced horizontally. The doctor split the monster's head open like it was tofu. Amid the scattered black blood on the ground, it wailed and disappeared. The doctor calmly closed the door. Under the gaze of his colleague, he pushed the tool cart forward and stood still. Her eyes curved as if she was smiling at him. They were from the same world, had the same dream, and were from the same batch of humans. Why was the other party so outstanding? Yukimura Seiichi was speechless. At the critical moment of the surgery, although there was one more person in the operating theater, the doctors were all focused. No one paid any attention to Yigioza. Yigioza walked around slowly with the sword in his hand. He tried his best to reduce his presence. He found a spot that was slightly further away and waved at Yukimura Seiichi. Yukimura Seiichi's beautiful eyes widened slightly. It was rare for him to show the naivety of a teenager. He pointed a finger at the tip of his nose. His face was full of doubt. "Are you calling me?" Yigioza nodded. Yukimura Seiichi tugged at the chain on his chest. He tentatively moved forward and away from his body. He heard the chief surgeon's voice. His blood pressure has dropped a little, and his heart rate has slowed down. All right, it's stable. Let's continue. His blood pressure was high, and his heart rate was fast just now, someone whispered. This is general anesthesia. The patient's condition should be relatively stable. Don't think too much. Pay attention to the work at hand.
Yes.
Yukimura Seiichi stood still and wore a formal smile. Excuse me, you are? Igyoza calmly took out the complete compendium of Kido from his backpack. With the demeanor of an otherworldly master, he spat out a line that was common in Hwasea's martial arts movies. Young man, I see that your bones are amazing. Your forehead is full. You're definitely not an ordinary person. You're a rare genius that only appears once in 100 years. I have a secret manual with me. It's fated to be with you. I'll have to rely on you to maintain world peace. Yukimura Seiichi was speechless. What's with your expression? Igyoza shook the complete compendium of Kido and whispered, then, we're short of manpower at the construction site. 30,000 yen a day. We'll provide 5 social insurance and 1 housing fund, and food and accommodation are included. Do you want to come? Yukimura Seiichi was speechless. For some reason, the respect and fear in his heart disappeared. All that was left was a stomach full of complaints that he could not spit out. In the end, Yukimura Seiichi decided to go to the Soul Society to carry bricks and contribute to the cause of socialism. It was not because of the high salary and good contract at the construction site, but because he saw Igyoza patiently squatting in the operating room and killing all the Daxu who had bad intentions. Thus, he made the decision to repay the kindness. In any case, this fake doctor had saved him. If she had any evil intentions, she did not have to put in so much effort. He was just a passerby to her. What did his life and death have to do with her? However, she still stayed and did her best to kill Daxu. When the operation was over, he was about to return to his body. Although there was regret in her eyes, she did not ask him to stay. She helped him and respected his choice. In the end, Yukimura Seiichi did not have enough experience. He could not see through Igyoza's dog heart under his serious appearance. He was so touched that he agreed to it without thinking. Then, he saw her eyes light up and sneak out of the operating room. After about half an hour, she came back with a handsome man in a black dominating suit. She looked up and tried to sell herself. Captain Saishomaru, I didn't expect you to be the one on duty in the modern world today. It just so happens that I found a good seedling here. Don't worry, he is willing. I swear I did not threaten him. Shomu Hayui. He slowly raised his hand and set up a barrier, isolating the fluctuations of spiritual pressure and the outside world's prying eyes. He walked towards Yukimura Seiichi step by step and pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. It's you. You want to be the Grim Reaper? Yukimura Seiichi had goosebumps. Under Shomu Hayui's aura, his eyes changed and condensed into a sharp and awe-inspiring aura. Grim Reaper? Yukimura Seiichi reacted instantly. I want to be. What about it? Shomu Hayui's eyes moved slightly, good eyes. Then, with lightning speed, he pierced the heart of Yukimura Seiichi's soul. The majestic and vast spiritual power flowed through the sword and directly into the young man's soul, instantly activating the hidden potential of the other party. Before he fainted, he heard Igyoza's exclamation. Damn, why did you just stab him? Do you have to be so cruel? Do you believe that he will stab you in the future too, Shomu Hayui? Shomu Hayui was indifferent. As long as he has the ability, he can come, cold, powerful, and disdainful. As a genuine hot-blooded young man, Yukimura Seiichi immediately exploded. There were no blind spots in Tachikai University. Whether he was playing tennis or being the Grim Reaper, there couldn't be any blind spots. Shomu Hayui, right? I'll remember him. Just you wait. In the long and dark tunnel, there were cries of despair and sorrow. There was a strong smell of blood, and there were countless demons sneaking around. Saishomaru held a katana in his hand as he stared at the iron-skinned monster that had been crushed by the collapsed boulders. His gaze shifted downwards as he stared at a severed hand. He lifted his foot to avoid the spreading bloodstains. His body seemed to be transparent, passing through layers of hard barriers and moving along the long carriage. Everywhere he looked, It was a bloody purgatory on Earth. There were almost no survivors. The mountain collapsed, crushing the train. A full carriage of lives disappeared, forever sinking into the yellow springs. Tianya was trembling, and so was the katana in his hand. He heard a call in his ear. The voice was intermittent, repeating unhurriedly, "Call my name. My name. You're very noisy." Saishomaru said lightly. The velvet tail stretched and stretched, but unexpectedly, it passed through the bodies of the dead. It couldn't touch the dead or the living at all. It was a woman whose head was deformed. She curled up her body, firmly protecting the weak baby in her arms. She was obviously very weak, but at this moment, it was like an impenetrable iron wall. The baby's breath gradually weakened, like a candle in the wind, about to be blown out at any time. Saishomaru was silent for a long time. He looked away and dragged the long tail forward. But for some reason, he felt that his footsteps were a little slow and heavy. "Call my name." So noisy. Saishomaru slowly walked to the back of the train. But soon he found that the train was like a huge circle, connected from head to tail, running through each other. It was like a vast maze, trapping him here. He passed through the back of the train and returned to the front. He exited the front and entered the back. "Call my name." "Shut up." Saishomaru held the katana and turned it around twice. He found that there were more and more demons in the carriage. They pulled the living souls, laughing harshly and ferociously. The living souls were howling in his ears, struggling to resist, beating, twisting into a rope, fighting against the demons. They were clearly a group of weak humans when they were alive. They were clearly afraid of the powerful demons. But now, in order to protect their loved ones, to protect the remaining living people, they rose up and fought. Humans, they couldn't see him, and the demons couldn't see him either. Only Utiangia trembled more and more violently, and the voice called out anxiously again and again. "Call my name." Saishomaru frowned and began to search in the large carriage. He would not come to a strange place for no reason, nor would he be trapped here for no reason. "Call your name." What name? Why is it calling? What is it? What does it want him to do? The living souls were getting less and less, and the air of death was getting thicker and thicker. Saishomaru was a little anxious. He felt that he had overlooked something, and was about to lose something important. He saw the baby again, almost not breathing. He saw a man, desperately protecting the woman behind him who was still breathing. There were only 59 living people left, and only 59 living people left. Saishomaru stopped and looked sideways at a couple in the army of living souls. They were very fierce and cooperated well, using all their strength to drive away the demons. They had almost transformed into demons, their nails growing wildly, and even their eyes had turned blood red. Their obsession was too deep, and their ferocious gaze was too fierce. Under their corpses, they were tightly protecting a 16 or 17-year-old boy. A thick air of death began to gather. The couple did not hesitate to turn into demons, did not hesitate to fall into hell forever, just to protect their child, to fight for a future for him. Saishomaru had seen too many such examples. At the moment of life and death, even the insignificant human beings burst out with a brilliance that he could not help but look at. Was this the nature of humans? To protect what they wanted to protect, at all costs? If they entered the cycle of reincarnation, there was still a future. If they fell into hell, there was no next life. Why not give up this life and start from the beginning? Humans, didn't they always put their own interests first? But they all stayed and fought, bathed in blood. Their obsession was so deep that even if the road ahead was beyond redemption, they had no regrets. In this carriage, there was only one boy left alive. His leg was broken, and his face was stained with blood. The smell of the soul attracted the demons, and the breath inside made the great demon linger. This smell. Saishomaru walked towards him, step by step, his golden eyes staring straight at him. He was just a human, a 16 or 17-year-old boy. But this smell was clearly the smell of Yigyoza. It was just that compared to that woman's glib tone and acting dumb, his was purer, clearer, like a clear spring, brimming with vitality. But now, his vitality was disappearing. He was dying in this pitch-black place, becoming food for the demons. He was dying. Saishomaru stood silently for a long time, finally pulled out the natural tooth and pierced it into the rock. He was moved because of this smell, and because there were more reasons that he did not know. Light bloomed, and the pure power of purification spread from this end, rippling layer by layer, like waves of seawater, washing away all the filth. Countless souls turned into thousands of bright stars, rising up, heading towards the unknown frontier. The demon screamed. The souls were saved. He saw the couple regaining consciousness, saying goodbye to their child with tears, and stepping into the next cycle of reincarnation. He heard the boy's breathing stabilized, as if he was sinking into a dark and sweet dream, not burdened by the affairs of the world. The boy survived. In his heart, there was an unknown sense of peace. It was like something was on the right track and would not disappear inexplicably again. Yi, Jiuza? Was it her previous life? The smell of the soul would not lie, and the dog demon's nose had always been sensitive. Call my name. I don't want to call. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.